Don't you like girls, Billy? Sure I do. I ain't no queer. It's just I don't... You look real upset, Billy. What's wrong? He sat down next to her again. I don't go in much for that sex stuff. How come? Well, he said, when I was little, I got raped by a man. She looked at him, shocked. I thought only girls could be raped. Philip shook his head. But you got another thing coming. I was beat and raped, and it did something to my head, I can tell you. I dream about it a lot. A part of me does. All my life, I always thought sex was something painful and dirty. You mean you never had regular sex with a girl? I never had regular sex with no one. It doesn't hurt, Billy. He blushed as he pulled away. Let's go swimming, she said. Yeah, great idea, he said, jumping up and taking a running dive into the pond. When he came up sputtering, he saw that she had dropped her dress on the bank of the pond and was coming in naked. Holy shit, he said, and dived for the bottom. When he came up, she reached him and put her arms around him. He felt her legs around him in the water, felt her rubbing her breasts into his chest, reaching down to touch him. It won't hurt, Billy, she said. I promise. Swimming with one hand, she led him toward the cove to a big flat rock angled into the water. He climbed up after her, and she pulled his shorts down. He knew he was being awkward as he touched her. He was afraid if he closed his eyes, it would all disappear. She was so beautiful. He didn't want to find himself someplace else and not remember what was happening. He wanted to remember this time. He felt good. She hugged him and squeezed him as he did it, and when it was over, he felt like jumping up and shouting with joy. As he rolled off her, he lost his balance and went sliding down the wet, slippery rock, splashing back into the water. She laughed. He felt like a fool, but he felt happy. He wasn't a virgin anymore, and he wasn't a queer. He was a man. 6. On June 19th, at the request of his mother, Billy Milligan was discharged from the hospital by Dr. Rowell. The social worker's summary for discharge read, Prior to discharge, Bill was manipulative with staff members and patients. He would maliciously lie his way out of trouble, harming anyone's reputation and feeling no remorse. His peer group relations were superficial on his part, and his peers were mistrusting of him due to his constant lies. Staff recommendations. The patient's behavior became increasingly disruptive to the ward program. Therefore, the patient is being discharged with the recommendation to seek outpatient treatment for the patient and counseling for the parents. Medication at time of release, Thorazine 25 milligrams, TID. Back home, in a depression, Danny painted a 9x12 still life, a withering yellow flower in a cracked drinking glass against a black and dark blue background. He brought it upstairs to show Billy's mother what he had done, but then he froze. Chalmer was there. Chalmer took it from him, looked at it, and threw it on the floor. You're a liar, he said. You didn't do that. Danny picked it up and fought back the tears as he took it down to the painting room. Then, for the first time, he signed it. Danny, 70. On the back of the canvas board, he filled in the information it called for. Artist, Danny. Subject, dying alone. Date, 1970. From that time, unlike Tommy and Alan, who continued to seek approval for their painting, Danny never volunteered to show his still lifes to anyone again. In the fall of 1970, Billy entered Lancaster High School, the rambling glass and concrete complex of modern buildings on the north side of Lancaster. Billy did not do well in his classes. He hated his teachers, and he hated school. Arthur cut many of his high school classes to study medical books at the library, and became especially fascinated by the study of hematology. Tommy spent his spare time fixing appliances and practicing his escape procedures. By this time, no ropes could hold him. He could work his hands to undo any knot or slide out through any ropes that tied him. He bought himself a pair of handcuffs and practiced getting out of them using a split ballpoint pen plastic cap as a key. He made a mental note that it would always be best to have 2 handcuff keys on you at all times, one in the front pocket and one in back, so you could get to one no matter which way they handcuffed you. In January 1971, Billy got a job as a part-time delivery boy at an IGA grocery store. He decided to use part of the money from his first paycheck to buy a steak for Chalmer. Things had gone pretty well over the Christmas holidays. He thought if he showed his stepfather now that he cared for him, maybe Chalmer would stop picking on him. He came up the back steps and saw that the door to the kitchen had been knocked off its hinges. Grandma and Grandpa Milligan were there, and so were Kathy and Chala and Jim. Mom was holding a bloody towel to her head. Her face was black and blue. "Chalmer knocked her through the door," Jim said. "Ripped her hair right out of her head," said Kathy. Billy said nothing. He just looked at his mother, threw the steak on the table, walked into his room, and closed the door. He sat in the dark for a long time, with his eyes closed, trying to understand why there was so much pain and hurting in this family. If only Chalmer was dead, it would solve all their problems. A feeling of hollowness came over him. Reagan opened his eyes, feeling the rage that could no longer be bottled up. For what Chalmer had done to Danny and to Billy, and now to Billy's mother, the man had to die. He rose slowly and went to the kitchen, hearing the lowered voices from the living room. He opened the drawer where the cutlery was kept, took a 6-inch steak knife, slipped it into his shirt, and went back to his room. He put the knife under the pillow and lay down to wait. After they all went to sleep, he would come out and stab Chalmer in the heart, or perhaps he would cut his throat. He lay there rehearsing it in his mind, waiting for the house to grow quiet. At 12 o'clock, they were still awake, talking. He fell asleep. The morning light woke Alan, and he jumped out of bed, unsure of where he was or what had happened. He went quickly to the bathroom, and Reagan told him what he had planned. When he came out, Dorothy was in his room. She had started to make up his bed, but she was holding the knife. "Billy, what's this?" He looked at it calmly and said in a monotone, "I was going to kill him." She looked up quickly, surprised at the low, emotionless tone of voice. "What do you mean?" Alan stared at her. "Your husband was supposed to be dead this morning." She went pale and clutched her throat. "Oh, my God, Billy, what are you saying?" She grabbed his arms and shook him, hissing the words softly so that no one else would hear. "You mustn't say that. You mustn't think it. Look what it would do to you. What would happen to you?" Alan gazed at her and said calmly, "Look at what's happened to you." Then he turned and walked out. Sitting in class, Billy tried to ignore the snickering and teasing of the other kids. The word had gotten around that he was an outpatient at the mental health clinic. There were giggles and circling of index fingers at temples. Girls stuck out their tongues at him. Between classes, several of the girls crowded around him in the corridor near the girls' laboratory. "Come here, Billy. We want to show you something." He knew they were teasing him, but he was too shy to resist girls. They pushed him into the laboratory, forming a barrier, knowing he wouldn't dare touch them. "Is it true you're a virgin, Billy?" He blushed. "You ain't never made it with a girl?" Not knowing about Philip's experience with the girl at the hospital, he shook his head. "Do you play with animals on the farm in Bremen, Billy?" Before he knew what they were doing, they had him against the wall, and they were pulling his trousers down. He slipped and fell to the floor, trying to hang on to his pants, but they got them off and ran away, leaving him lying in the girls' laboratory in his shorts. He started to cry. One of the women teachers came in. When she saw him, she left, returning in a little while with his trousers. "Those girls should be whipped, Billy," she said. "Guess it was the guys that put him up to it," Billy said. "You're such a big, strong boy," she said. "How could you let them do that to you?" He shrugged. "I couldn't hit a girl." Then he shuffled off, knowing he would never again dare face the girls in his classroom. He wandered the halls. There was no sense in going on and living. He looked up, noticing the workmen had left open the door to the passageway that led to the roof. Then he knew. Slowly he walked through the empty halls, up the staircase, out the door, onto the roof. It was cold. He sat down and wrote a note inside the cover of his book.
Goodbye. Sorry, but I can't take it anymore.
He put the book on the ledge, then backed up to get a running start. He got ready, took a deep breath, and ran. Before he reached the edge of the building, Regan slammed him to the ground.
I say, that was close,
Arthur whispered.
What we do with him?
Regan asked.
It's dangerous to let him walking around like this. He is a danger to all of us. In his depressed state, he might succeed in killing himself. What is solution? Keep him asleep. How? From this moment forward, Billy is not to hold the consciousness again. Who can control it? You or I. We'll share the responsibility. I'll spread the word to the others that no one is to allow him to take the consciousness under any circumstances. When things are going along their fairly normal course, in relative safety, I'll control things. If we find ourselves in a dangerous environment, you take over. Between us, we will determine who may or may not hold the consciousness.
I agree, said Regan. He looked down at the page in the book on which Billy had written his suicide note. He tore out the page, ripped it into pieces, and threw it into the wind.
I will be protector, he said. It was not right for Billy to endanger lives of children.
Then Regan thought of something.
Who will speak? Other people laugh when they hear my accent. And yours too.
Arthur nodded.
I've thought of that. Alan has, as the Irish say, kissed the Blarney Stone. He can do the talking for us. I think as long as we control things and keep the secret from the rest of the world, we should be able to survive.
Arthur explained matters to Alan. Then he spoke to the children and tried to help them understand what was going on.
Think of it, he said, as if all of us, a lot of people, including many you have never met, are in a dark room. In the center of this room is a bright spot of light on the floor. Whoever steps into this light, onto the spot, is out in the real world and holds the consciousness. That's the person other people see and hear and react to. The rest of us can go about our regular interests, study or sleep or talk or play. But whoever is out must be very careful he or she doesn't reveal the existence of the others. It is a family secret.
The children understood.
All right, said Arthur. Alan, go back to class.
Alan took the spot, picked up his books, and went down.
Where's Billy? Asked Christine.
The others listened to hear Arthur's answer. Arthur shook his head gravely, put his fingers to his lips, and whispered,
We mustn't wake him. Billy is sleeping.
Chapter 10 1. Ellen got a job at a flower shop in Lancaster, and things started out fine. Timothy, who loved flowers, did most of the work, though Adelina came out from time to do the flower arranging. Alan convinced the owner it would be a good idea to hang some of his paintings in the window, and if one sold, he could take a commission. The idea of making money from his artwork appealed to Tommy, and after the first few paintings sold, Tommy worked harder than ever, investing some of the income to buy more paints and brushes. He turned out dozens of landscapes, which sold more quickly than Alan's portraits or Danny's still lifes. One Friday evening in June, after closing, the owner, a middle-aged man, called Timothy into the back office and made a pass at him. Frightened, Timothy left the spot and withdrew into his own world. Danny looked up and saw what the man was trying to do. Remembering what had happened to him on the farm, Danny screamed and fled. When Tommy came to work the following Monday, eager to see if any of his paintings would be sold that day, he discovered the store was empty. The owner had moved out, leaving no forwarding address, and taken all the paintings with him. "Goddamn son of a bitch!" shouted Tommy at the empty store window. "I'll get you, you bastard!" He picked up a rock, threw it through the window, and felt better.
"Rotten capitalist system is to blame," Reagan said.
"I don't see the logic in that," Arthur said. "The man was obviously afraid of being exposed as a homosexual. What does one frightened man's dishonesty have to do with the economic system?"
"It's a result of profit motive. It's contaminate the minds of young people like Tommy."
"I say, I didn't know you were a bloody communist."
"Someday," said Reagan, "all capitalist societies will be destroyed. I know you are a capitalist, Arthur, but I warn you, all power belongs to the people."
"Be that as it may," Arthur said in a bored voice, "the florist's shop is gone, and somebody's going to have to find another bloody job." Ellen got a job as an orderly on the night shift at the Homesteading Nursing Home on the east end of Lancaster. It was a modern low-brick building with a wide glass-fronted lobby, always filled with elderly residents wearing their bibs, parked in their wheelchairs. Most of the work was menial, and Mark handled it without complaint, sweeping and mopping the floors, changing the linens and the bedpans. Arthur was most interested in the medical aspects of the position. When he found that some of the nurses or attendants were loafing on the job, playing cards, reading, or dozing, Arthur would make the rounds himself, attending to the sick and dying. He listened to their complaints, cleaned infected bed sores, and generally devoted himself to what he felt was his destined profession. One night, as he watched Mark on his knees, scrubbing the floors in a room from which someone had been taken away, Arthur shook his head. "That's all you'll spend your life doing. Manual labor. Bloody slave work that could be done by a zombie." Mark looked at his rag, then at Arthur, and shrugged. "To control one's own destiny takes a mastermind. To execute the plans takes a fool." Arthur raised his eyebrows. He had not given Mark credit for such insight, but it made it all the worse to see a mind with a spark of intelligence wasted on mindless work. Arthur shook his head and strolled off to see his patients. He knew Mr. Torvald was dying. He went into the old man's room and sat beside his bed, as he had done every night for the past week. Mr. Torvald talked of his youth in the old country, of coming to America and settling on the land in Ohio. Blinking his rheumy, heavy-lidded eyes, he said wearily, "I am an old man. I talk too much." "Not at all, sir," Arthur said. "I've always believed that older people, who are wiser and have had much experience, should be listened to. Your knowledge, which cannot be written down in books, should be passed on to the young." Mr. Torvald smiled. "You're a good boy." "Are you in much pain?" "I don't believe in complaining. I've lived a good life. I'm ready to die now." Arthur put his hand on the withered arm. "You are dying very gracefully," he said, "with great dignity. I would have been proud to have you for a father." Mr. Torvald coughed and pointed to his empty water pitcher. Arthur went out to fill it, and when he came back, he saw Mr. Torvald staring upward blankly. Arthur stood there silently for a moment, gazing at the serene old face. Then he brushed the hair out of the eyes and closed them. "Alan," he whispered, "call the nurses. Tell them Mr. Torvald is deceased." Alan took the spot and pressed the button over the bed. "That," whispered Arthur, stepping back, "is proper procedure." Alan thought for a moment that Arthur's voice was husky with emotion, but he knew that couldn't be. Before Alan could question him, Arthur was gone. The job at Homestead lasted 3 weeks. When the administration office discovered Milligan was only 16, they informed him he was too young to work the night shift, and he was discharged. A few weeks after the fall term began, Chalmers said Billy had to go down to the farm that Saturday to help cut the grass. Tommy watched as Chalmers backed his new yellow tractor mower up 2 boards onto the back of the truck. "What do you need me for?" Tommy asked. "Don't ask dumb questions. You're coming. You want to eat, you're going to work. I need someone to rake up the leaves before I mow. That's about all you're good for anyway." Tommy watched as Chalmers secured the tractor in the truck by setting it in reverse gear, and slipping the U-pin into place to keep the lever from popping out. "Now pick up them goddamn boards and get them into the truck." Shit, Tommy thought. Pick 'em up yourself. And he left the spot. Danny stood there, wondering why Chalmer was glaring at him. "Well, get them boards in, stupid!" Danny wrestled with the two huge boards, even though they were too big and heavy for a 14-year-old. "Goddamn clumsy bastard," Chalmers said. Knocking him to the side, he pushed the boards in himself. "Get in before I beat your ass." Danny scrambled into the seat and looked straight ahead, but he could hear Chalmer popping the top of a can of beer, and as he smelled it, a cold fear went through him. When they got to the farm, Danny was relieved that he was put right to work raking leaves. Chalmer mowed, and Danny was afraid when the tractor came too close to him. He'd been terrorized by tractors before. Chalmer's new yellow one frightened him. He switched to David, and then to Sean, switching back and forth until the work was done, and Chalmer finally shouted, "Get them boards out of the truck! Let's go!" Danny stumbled forward, still terrified of the tractor, and used all his strength to pull the heavy planks out of the truck. With the planks in place, Chalmer backed the tractor up onto the truck bed. After he hauled the planks back in, Danny waited while Chalmer popped another can of beer, finishing it before he was ready to take off. Tommy, who had seen what happened, took the spot. That son of a bitchin' tractor frightened Danny. That tractor had to go. Quickly, while Chalmer's head was turned, Tommy climbed up into the truck bed, pulled the U-pin out, and popped the clutch into neutral. As Chalmer went around to the driver's seat, Tommy jumped down and flipped the U-pin into the bushes. Then he got in the front, stared straight ahead, and waited. He knew the minute Chalmer made one of his jackrabbit starts, that new yellow tractor of his would be gone. Chalmer started out slowly and drove without a stop into Bremen. Nothing happened. Tommy thought it would go after they stopped in front of the General Mills plant, but Chalmer pulled away real easy and drove all the way into Lancaster. All right, thought Tommy, it'll happen the first time he stops for a red light. It happened in Lancaster. When the light turned green, Chalmer took off, squealing his tires, and Tommy knew the tractor was gone. He tried to keep his face straight, but he couldn't. He looked away, toward the window, so the old fart wouldn't see his grin. When he glanced back, he saw the little yellow tractor tumbling back down the street, end over end. Then he saw Chalmer looking in his rearview mirror, his mouth wide open. He jammed the brakes, stopped the truck, jumped out, and started running back, picking up pieces of metal scattered on the street. Tommy broke up with laughter. "God damn you," he said. "That tractor will never hurt Danny or David again." Double revenge with one blow. He had gotten the machine, and at the same time, he got Chalmer. Most of the grades sent home on Billy's report cards were C's, D's, and F's. In all his school years, he got an A only once, the third quarter in 10th grade biology. Arthur, who had developed an interest in the subject, started paying attention in class and doing the homework. Knowing people would laugh if he spoke, he had Alan answer for him. He amazed the teacher by his sudden change, his brilliance. Though Arthur never lost his interest in biology, things at home got so bad that the spot kept changing. Much to the regret of the biology teacher, the flame died out, and the last 2 quarters were failures. Arthur drifted off to study on his own, and the final report card registered a D. Arthur was having his hands full with the others coming and going on and off the spot more and more frequently. He diagnosed this period of mental instability as a mix-up time. When the school had to be evacuated because of a bomb scare, everyone suspected it was Billy Milligan, though no one could prove it. Tommy denied making the bomb. It wasn't a real one anyway, though it might have been if the liquid in the flask had been nitro instead of water. Tommy hadn't lied about not making it. He would never have lied. Though he had taught one of the other boys how to do it, even drew the diagram, he had never touched it himself. He wasn't that stupid. Tommy enjoyed the excitement and the chagrin on the principal's face. Principal Moore looked like a man with a lot of problems, like someone who couldn't solve all the things that were bothering him. He solved one of them by expelling Milligan, the troublemaker. So, 5 weeks after Billy Milligan turned 17, A week before Jim was to leave for the Air Force, Tommy and Alan joined the Navy. Chapter 11. 1. On March 23, 1972, Alan went with Dorothy to the recruiting office, and he and Tommy signed the enlistment papers. Dorothy had mixed feelings about letting her younger son join the Navy, but she knew it was important to get him out of the house, away from Chalmer. The expulsion from school had made things worse. The recruiting officer moved quickly through the paperwork and the questions. Dorothy did most of the answering. Have you ever been in a mental institution or been diagnosed as mentally ill? No, Tommy said. Not me. Wait just a minute, Dorothy said. You did spend 3 weeks in Columbus State Hospital. Dr. Brown said it was hysterical neurosis. The recruiter looked up, pen poised. We don't have to put that down, he said. Everybody's a little neurotic. Tommy gave Dorothy a triumphant look. When the time came to take the general education and development test, Tommy and Alan both looked it over. Seeing that it had nothing to do with any of Tommy's abilities or knowledge, Alan decided to take the test himself. But then Danny came and looked at the paper, not knowing what to do. The proctor, seeing his confused look, whispered, Go ahead. You just blacken your answers between the little lines. Danny shrugged, and without reading any of the questions, went down the columns and blacked in between the lines. He passed. Within a week, Alan was on his way to the Naval Training Center at Great Lake, Illinois, and was assigned to Company 109, Battalion 21, to begin his basic training. Because Milligan had been in the Civil Air Patrol when he was in high school, he was appointed RPOC, Recruit Petty Officer in charge of 160 young recruits. He was a strict disciplinarian. When Alan learned that the company most proficient in the 16-count manual would be made the Honor Company, he and Tommy set to work to find where they could whittle minutes off the morning schedule. Cut out showers, Tommy suggested. Regulations, Alan said. They've got to go into the showers even if they don't use soap. Tommy sat down and figured out an assembly line method of showering. The next evening, Alan instructed the men, You roll up your towel and put it into your left hand. You put your bar of soap into your right. There's 16 showers this way, 12 across, and 16 this way. Now, they're all even water temperature, so you won't get scalded or froze out. What you do is walk through and keep walking as you wash the left side of your body. When you get to the corner, flip the soap over to your other hand and keep moving, going backwards as you wash the other side of your body and your hair. By the time you get to the end shower, you've rinsed off, ready to dry. Recruits watched in astonishment as he demonstrated by walking through the showers with his uniform on, checking his watch. This way it takes only 45 seconds for each one to shower. All 160 of you should be able to get through, out of the shower, and dressed in less than 10 minutes. I want us to be the first company out on the grinder in the morning. We're going to be the Honor Company. Next morning, Milligan's company was the first out on the parade grounds. Alan was pleased, and Tommy told him he was working on a few more time-saving methods. He was awarded the Service Medal for good conduct. 2 weeks later, things started to go bad. Alan called home and found out that Chalmer was beating Dorothy again. Reagan became angry. Arthur, of course, didn't really care, but it bothered Tommy and Danny and Alan a great deal. They became depressed, and it caused another mix-up time. John started wearing his shoes on the wrong feet and leaving them untied. David became slovenly. Philip found out where he was and didn't give a damn. The men of Company 109 soon realized there was something wrong with their RPOC. One day he would be a crack leader, and the next day he would sit around talking and letting the paperwork pile up. They observed that he began walking in his sleep. Someone told him about it, and Tommy started tying himself to the bed at night. When he was relieved of the RPOC job, Tommy became depressed, and Danny went to sick bay whenever he could. Arthur became interested in the hematology lab. The Navy sent an investigator to observe him one day, and he found Philip stretched out on his bunk in uniform, his white hat on his feet, flipping cards off the top of a deck. "What's going on here?" Captain Simmons demanded. "Get on your feet, mister," said his aide. "Fuck off," Philip said. "I'm a captain. How dare you? I don't give a damn if you're Jesus Christ. Get out of here. You're making me miss. When Chief Petty Officer Rankin came in, Philip told him the same thing. On April 12, 1972, 2 weeks and 4 days after Tommy joined the Navy, Philip was assigned to the Recruit Evaluation Unit. The report from his company commander stated, "This man was my RPOC at first, but then he didn't do anything except try to boss everyone all the time. Then he started going to sick call after I relieved him of his RPOC job. Each day it got worse. In every class he found a reason to get out of it. This man is way behind the rest of the company and is going downhill all the time. This man will require watching." A psychiatrist interviewed David, who didn't understand what was going on. After a check of the records from Ohio, the Navy discovered that he had been in a mental hospital and had lied on recruitment papers. The psychiatric report stated, "He lacks the necessary maturity and stability to function effectively in the Navy. It is recommended that he be discharged as temperamentally unsuitable for further training." On May 1st, a month and a day after his enlistment, William Stanley Milligan was discharged from the U.S. Navy under honorable conditions. He was given his pay and an airline ticket to Columbus, but on the way from Great Lakes to O'Hare Airport in Chicago, Philip learned that 2 other recruits on leave to go home were heading for New York City. Instead of using his United Airlines ticket, Philip joined them on the bus. He was going to see New York, the place he knew he was from, but had never seen. 2. At the New York bus terminal, Philip said goodbye to his traveling companions, slung his duffel bag over his shoulder, and started walking. He picked up maps and brochures at the information desk and headed for Times Square. He felt at home. The streets, the voices that sounded natural to his ear, assured him that this was where he belonged. Philip spent 2 days exploring the city. He took a trip on the Staten Island Ferry and one to the Statue of Liberty. Then, starting at the Battery, he wandered the narrow streets around Wall Street and walked up to Greenwich Village. He ate in a Greek restaurant and slept at a cheap hotel. The next day he went to Fifth Avenue and 34th Street and stared up at the Empire State Building. He took the tour to the top and studied the city. "Which way's Brooklyn?" he asked the tour guide. She pointed. "Over there. You can see the 3 bridges, the Williamsburg, the Manhattan, and the Brooklyn Bridge." "That's where I'm going next," he said. He took the elevator down, hailed a cab, and said, "Take me to the Brooklyn Bridge." "The Brooklyn Bridge?" Philip flung his duffel bag inside. "That's what I said. You gonna jump off it or buy it?" the driver asked. "Fuck you, Doc. Just drive and save the smart-ass jokes for the out-of-towners." The driver let him out at the bridge, and Philip started walking across it. There was a cool breeze, and he felt good. But when he reached the halfway point, he stopped and looked down. All that water. God, it was beautiful. Suddenly he felt very depressed. He didn't know why. But in the middle of this beautiful bridge, he felt so down he couldn't go on. He slung his duffel bag over his shoulder and turned back toward Manhattan. His depression grew deeper. Here he was in New York and not having a good time. There was something he had to see, someplace he had to find, but he didn't know what or where it was. He got on a bus, took it as far as it went, then transferred to another bus and another, looking at the houses and the people but not knowing where he was going or what he was searching for. He got off at a shopping mall and wandered. In the middle of the mall he saw a wishing fountain. He flipped a couple of coins. As he started to toss a 3rd quarter in, he felt a tugging at his sleeve. A little black boy was looking up at him with big, pleading eyes. "Oh, shit," Philip said, flipping him the coin. The boy grinned and ran. Philip picked up the duffel bag. The depression began to eat at his gut with such a feeling of pain that he stood there for a few moments, shuddered, and left the spot. David staggered under the weight of the duffel bag and dropped it. That was too heavy for an 8-year-old, almost 9, to carry. He dragged it along behind him, looking at the store windows, wondering where he was and how he had gotten here. He sat down on a bench, looked around, and watched children playing. He wished he could play with them. Then he got up and started pulling the duffel bag again, but it was too heavy, so he just left it and wandered off. He went into an Army and Navy store and looked at the surplus CBs and sirens. He picked up a big plastic bubble and pressed a switch. A siren went off, and the red light inside started flashing. Terrified, he dropped the bubble and ran, knocking over an ice cream vendor's bicycle parked outside and scraping his elbow. He kept running. When he saw no one coming after him, David stopped running and walked the streets, wondering how he was ever going to get back to the house. Dorothy was probably worried about him, and he was getting hungry. He wished he had an ice cream. If he could find a policeman, he would ask him how to get home. Arthur always said if he was lost, he should ask the Bobbies to help him. Alan blinked his eyes. He bought an ice cream on a stick from a vendor and started off, unwrapping it, but then he saw a little dry-faced girl watching him. "Jesus Christ," he said, handing it to her. He was a sucker for kids, especially those with big, hungry eyes. He went back to the vendor. "Give me another one." "Boy, you must be hungry." "Shut up and give me the ice cream." As he walked, eating his ice cream, he decided he had to do something about letting kids get to him. What kind of con artist lets kids make a sucker of him? He wandered around, looking at the big buildings of what he thought was Chicago, and then took a bus downtown. He knew it was too late to get down to O'Hare Airport tonight. He'd have to spend the night here in Chicago and take the plane to Columbus in the morning. Suddenly, he saw an electric sign on a building that flashed, "May 5th, temperature 68 degrees. May 5th. He pulled out his wallet and looked through it. About $500 separation pay. His discharge was dated May 1st. His plane ticket from Chicago to Columbus was dated May 1st. What the hell? Here he'd been wandering around in Chicago for 4 days since his discharge without knowing it. Where was his duffel bag? He had an empty feeling in his stomach. He looked down at his dress blue uniform. It was filthy. The elbows were ripped, and his left arm was scraped. All right. He'd get something to eat, get a night's sleep, and take the flight back to Columbus in the morning. He grabbed a couple of hamburgers, found a flop house, and spent $9 for a room. The next morning he hailed a cab and told the driver to take him to the airport. "LaGuardia?" He shook his head. He didn't know there was a LaGuardia in Chicago. "Nah, the other one, the big one." All during the trip to the airport, he tried to understand what had happened. He closed his eyes and tried to reach Arthur. Nothing. Reagan? Nowhere around. So it was another mix-up time. At the airport, he went up to the United Airlines counter and handed the clerk his ticket. "When can I get out of here?" he asked. She looked at the ticket and then at him. "This is for a flight from Chicago to Columbus. You can't go from here to Ohio on this." "What are you talking about?" "Chicago," she said. "Yeah, so?" A supervisor came over and examined the ticket. Alan didn't understand what the problem was. "You all right, sailor?" the man said. "You can't fly from New York to Columbus on this." Alan rubbed his unshaven face. "New York?" "That's right, Kennedy Airport." "Oh, God!" Alan took a deep breath and started talking fast. "Well, look, what happened is somebody made a mistake. You see, I've been discharged." He pulled out his papers. "I got on the wrong plane, you see, and it was supposed to take me to Columbus. Somebody must have slipped something in my coffee because I was unconscious, and when I came to, I was here in New York. Left my bags on the plane and everything. You'll have to do something about it. It's the airline's fault." "It's going to cost you a surcharge to change this ticket," the woman said. "Well, you just call the Navy in Great Lakes. They're the ones who've got to get me back to Columbus. You just bill them for it. I mean, a serviceman on his way home has a right to be given proper transportation without going through a hassle. You just pick up that phone and call the Navy." The man looked at him and then said, "Okay, why don't you just wait here and I'll see what we can do for a serviceman." "Where's the men's room?" Alan asked. She pointed, and Alan walked to it quickly. Once inside, seeing there was no one else there, he grabbed a loose roll of toilet paper off the ledge and flung it across the room. "Shit, shit, shit!" he shouted.
God damn it! I can't take any more of this shit!
When he settled down, he washed his face, brushed his hair back, and put his white cap on at a jaunty angle to face the people at the ticket counter. "All right," the woman said. "It's been worked out? I'll write you up a new ticket. You've got a seat on the next flight out. It leaves in 2 hours." During the flight back to Columbus, Alan mulled over his annoyance at having been in New York for 5 days without seeing any of it except the inside of a taxi and Kennedy International Airport. He had no idea how he had gotten there, who had stolen the time, or what had happened. He wondered if he would ever find out. On the bus to Lancaster, he settled back for a nap and mumbled, hoping Arthur or Reagan would hear it. "Somebody sure screwed up." 3. Alan got a job selling vacuum cleaners and trash compactors door to door for Interstate Engineering. Fast-talking Alan did well for about a month. He observed his co-worker Sam Garrison making dates with waitresses and secretaries, as well as customers. Alan admired his hustle. On the 4th of July, 1972, Garrison asked, as they sat talking, "How come you don't date some of these chicks?" "I don't have time," Alan said. He squirmed, always uncomfortable when the conversation turned to sex. "I'm not really that interested." "You're not queer, are you?" "Hell no." 17, and you're not interested in girls?" "Look," Alan said, "I've got other things on my mind." "For God's sake," Garrison said, "haven't you ever been laid?" "I don't want to talk about it." Unaware of Philip's experience with the girl in the psychiatric hospital, Alan felt his face go red, and he turned away. "You don't mean to tell me you're a virgin?" Alan said nothing. "Well, my boy," Garrison said, "we'll have to do something about that. Leave it to Sam. I'll pick you up at your house tonight at 7 o'clock. That evening, Alan showered, dressed up, and used some of Billy's brother's cologne. Jim was in the Air Force now and wouldn't miss it. Garrison arrived on time and drove him uptown. They pulled up in front of the hot spot on Broad Street, and Garrison said, "Wait in the car. I'll be right out with something." Alan was startled when Garrison returned a few minutes later with 2 bored-looking young women. "Hi, honey," the blonde said, leaning into the car window. "I'm Trina, and this is Dolly. You're a good-looking guy." Dolly flipped her long black hair back and got into the front of the car with Garrison. Trina got in the back with Alan. They drove out into the country, talking and giggling all the way. Trina kept putting her hand on Alan's leg and playing with his fly zipper. When they got to a deserted spot, Garrison pulled off the road. "Come on, Billy," he said. "I got blankets in the trunk. Help me get them out." As Alan walked to the trunk with him, Garrison handed him 2 thin, tinfoil-wrapped packages. "You know what to do with these, don't you?" "Yeah," Alan said. "But I don't need to put 2 on, do I?" Garrison punched his arm gently. "Always a comedian. One's for Trina, and the other one's for Dolly. I told them we'd switch. We'll each fuck 'em both." Alan looked down into the trunk and saw a hunting rifle. He looked up quickly, but Sam handed him a blanket, took one for himself, and shut the trunk. Then he and Dolly walked off behind a tree. "Come on, we'd better get started," Trina said, unbuckling Alan's belt. "Hey, you don't have to do that," Alan said. "Well, if you're not interested, honey." A short time later, Sam called for Trina, and Dolly came over to Alan. "Well?" asked Dolly. "Well, what?" "Can you make it again?" "Look," Alan said, "like I told your friend over there, you don't have to do anything, and we can still be friends." "Well, honey, you can do anything you want, but I don't want Sam to get mad. You're a pretty nice guy. He's kind of busy with Trina, so I guess he won't notice." When Sam was done, he went to the trunk, pulled a couple of beers out of the cooler, and handed one to Alan. "Well," he said, "how'd you like the girls?" "I didn't do anything, Sam." "You mean you didn't do anything? Or they didn't do anything?" "I told them they didn't have to. When I'm ready, I'll get married." "Shit."
"Now that's okay. Take it easy," Alan said. "Everything's cool."
"Cool crap," he stormed over to the girls.
"I told you this guy was a virgin. It was up to you two to turn him on."
Dolly walked to the back of the car where Garrison was standing and saw the rifle in the trunk.
"You're in trouble, buddy." "Shit. Get in the car," Garrison said. "We'll take you back." "I'm not getting in the car." "Well then, fuck you."
Garrison slammed the trunk shut and jumped behind the wheel.
"Come on, Billy. Let the goddamn bitches walk."
"Why don't you get in?" Alan asked him.
"You don't want to stay out here alone." "We'll get back okay," Trina said. "But you guys are going to pay for this."
Garrison gunned the motor, and Alan got into the car.
"We shouldn't leave them here alone." "Shit, just a couple of crummy broads. It wasn't their fault. I didn't want it."
"Well, at least it didn't cost us nothing." 4 days later, on July 8, 1972, Sam Garrison and Alan went to the sheriff's office in Circleville to answer some questions. Both were immediately arrested for kidnapping, rape, and assault with a deadly weapon. When the judge in Pickaway County heard the facts at pre-trial, he dismissed the charge of kidnapping and set a bond of $2,000. Dorothy raised $200 for the bondsman's fee and took her son back home. Chalmer argued to have him sent back to jail, but Dorothy arranged with her sister to take Billy into her home in Miami, Florida, until his October hearing before the Pickaway County Juvenile Court. With Billy and Jim away, the girls began to work on Dorothy. Kathy and Chala gave her an ultimatum. If she didn't start divorce proceedings against Chalmer, they were both going to leave home. Dorothy finally agreed that Chalmer had to go. In Florida, Alan went to school and did well. He got a job at a paint supply store and impressed the owner with his organizational ability. Samuel, the religious Jew, learned Billy's father had been Jewish. Along with many of the other Jewish residents in Miami, he was outraged at the killing of the 11 Israeli athletes at the Munich Olympic Village. Samuel went to Friday night services to pray for their souls and the soul of Billy's father. He also asked God to have the court find Alan innocent. When he came back to Pickaway County on October 20th, Milligan was turned over to the Ohio Youth Commission for evaluation. He was held in the Pickaway County Jail from November 1972 to February 16, 1973, 2 days after his 18th birthday. Though he had turned 18 while in custody, the judge agreed that he should be tried as a juvenile. His mother's attorney, George Kellner, told the judge that in his view, whatever the decision of the court, it was imperative that this young man not be sent back to his destructive home environment. The judge handed down a verdict of guilty and ordered William S. Milligan sent to an Ohio Youth Commission facility for an indefinite period. On March 12th, the same day Alan was transported to the youth camp in Zanesville, Ohio, Dorothy's divorce decree from Chalmer Milligan became final. Reagan mocked Samuel and told him there was no God. Chapter 12. 1. Arthur decided that the younger ones should be on the spot at the Zanesville youth camp. After all, it would give them experiences every child should have: hiking, swimming, horseback riding, camping, sports. He approved of Dean Hughes, the tall black recreation director with the flat-top haircut and the Van Dyke beard. He seemed like a sympathetic and trustworthy young man. All in all, there seemed to be no danger here. Reagan agreed. But Tommy bitched about the rules. He didn't like having his hair cut, having to wear state-issue clothing. He didn't like being here with 30 juvenile delinquents. Charlie Jones, the social worker, explained the setup to the new boys. The camp was divided into 4 progress zones, and they were expected to move through a zone each month. Zones 1 and 2 were the dormitories in the left wing of the T-shaped building. Zones 3 and 4 were in the right wing. Zone 1, he admitted, was the pits. Everyone dumped on you, and you had to wear your hair cropped close. In Zone 2, the boys could wear their hair longer. In Zone 3, they could wear their own clothes instead of state-issue clothes after their daily work assignments. In Zone 4, instead of living in a dorm, they could have their own private cubicles. Zone 4 boys didn't have to do regularly scheduled events. Most of them were trustees. They didn't even have to go to the Scioto Village girls' camp for the dances. The boys laughed at that. They would move through zones 1 to 4, Mr. Jones explained, by the merit system. Each of them started out the month with 120 merits to his credit, but he had to have 130 to move on to the next zone. A boy could earn credits by special work and good behavior, or he could lose them by disobedience or antisocial behavior. Merits could be removed by the staff or by one of the trustees from Zone 4. If any of those people said the word, "Hey," that cost a merit. If someone said, "Hey, cool it," 2 merits were lost. "Hey, cool it, bed," meant that in addition to losing 2 merits, the offender had to stay in bed for 2 hours. If he left his bed and someone said, "Hey, cool it, bed," "Hey, cool it," that was a loss of 3 merits. But if someone said, "Hey, cool it, bed," "Hey, cool it, county," that cost 4, and county meant the boy would cool off in the county jail. Tommy felt like throwing up. There were lots of things to do around there, Charlie Jones said. He expected the boys to put in their time and behave themselves. "Any of you boys think you're too good or too smart for this place, or try to run off? The state of Ohio has another place for you. The training institution of Central Ohio is called TICO for short, and if you get sent to TICO, you'll sure as hell wish you were right back here. All right, now get your bedding in the storeroom and then go to the mess hall for chow." That evening, Tommy was sitting on his bunk wondering who had gotten him into this and why he was here. He didn't give a shit about merits and rules and zones. As soon as he got the chance, he was busting out. He hadn't been on the spot coming in, so he didn't know the way out. But he noticed there was no barbed wire or walls around the camp, just woods. It shouldn't be hard to get away. As he passed the mess hall, he smelled good cooking. Hell, no sense jumping into the fire until he knew what was in the frying pan. And one of the other new boys in Zone 1 was a little kid with glasses who couldn't have been more than 14 or 15. Tommy had noticed him in the lineup, wondering if he'd blow over in a breeze. He was struggling under the weight of his mattress and bedding when a tall guy with long hair and weightlifter's muscles tripped him. The kid bounced back up from the ground and butted the big guy right in the stomach, knocking him over. Musclebound looked up surprised at the kid standing over him with his tiny fists clenched. "Okay, you little prick," Musclebound said. "Hey, stuff it up your ass," the boy said. "Hey, cool it," the big guy snapped, getting up and brushing himself off. The little kid had tears in his eyes. "Come on and fight, you big bastard! Hey, cool it, bed." Another boy, scrawny but taller and 2 or 3 years older, pulled the little kid away. "Back off, Tony," he said. "You've lost 2 merits already, and now you gotta stay in your bed for 2 hours. Tony calmed down and picked up his mattress. "Hell, Gordy, I wasn't hungry anyway." In the mess hall, Tommy ate in silence. The food wasn't half bad, but he was starting to worry about the place. If they let the big boys rag you and take your merits away, he knew he would have to be very careful of his temper. Back in the dorm, he noticed that the scrawny boy called Gordy had the bunk next to his, and had brought part of his dinner to the little one. They were sitting and talking. Tommy sat on his bunk and watched. He knew one of the rules was no eating in the dorm. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Musclebound coming in the door. "Look out!" he whispered. "That big bastard is coming." The kid called Tony slid his plate under the bed and leaned back. When Musclebound checked things out and was satisfied that the kid was in his bed, he left. "Thanks," the kid said. "I'm Tony Vito. What's your name?" Tommy looked him in the eye. "They call me Billy Milligan." "This here is Gordy Kane," he said, pointing to the scrawny boy. "He's in for selling pot. What'd they get you for?" "Rape," Tommy said. "But I didn't do it." Tommy could tell by their smiles that they didn't believe him. Well, he didn't really give a damn. "Who's the bully?" he asked. "Jordan, from Zone 4. "We'll get even with the bastard," Tommy said. Tommy was on the spot most of the time, and he talked to Billy's mother when she visited. Tommy liked and felt sorry for her. So when she told him that she'd divorced Chalmer, he was glad. "He hurt me too," Tommy said. "I know. He always had it in for you, Billy.
But what could I do? I needed a roof over our heads. 3 children of my own, and Chala just like my own daughter, too. But now Chalmer's gone. You be a good boy and do what they tell you, and you'll be able to come home soon.
Tommy watched her leave and decided she was the most beautiful mother he'd ever seen. He wished she was his. He wondered who his own mother was and what she looked like. 2. Dean Hughes, the young recreation director, noticed that Milligan lay around most of the time, reading or staring in a trance. One afternoon, he approached the boy directly.
"You're here," Hughes told him. "You're going to have to do the best you can. Be happy. Get involved in something. What do you like to do?"
"I like to paint," Alan said. The following week, at his own expense, Dean Hughes bought Milligan paints, brushes, and canvases. "Want me to paint you a picture?" Alan asked, setting the canvas up on a table. "What would you like me to paint you?"
"Make it an old barn," Hughes said. "Windows broken, tire hanging down off an old tree, old country road. Make it look like it just got done raining."
Alan worked all day and all night and finished the painting. The next morning he gave it to Dean Hughes.
"Man, that's good," Hughes said. "You could make a lot of money with your artwork."
"Sure would like that," Alan said. "I just love to paint." Hughes realized he was going to have to work at getting Milligan out of his trance-like behavior. One Saturday morning, he took the boy out to Blue Rock State Park. Hughes supervised as Milligan painted. People came by and watched, and Hughes sold them some of the artwork. Hughes took Milligan out again the next day, and by Sunday night, they had sold $400 worth of paintings. On Monday morning, the director called Hughes into the office and informed him that since Milligan was a ward of the state, it was against policy for him to be selling artwork. He had to contact the people, return their money, and get the paintings back. Hughes hadn't known of the policy, and he agreed to refund the money. On the way out, he asked,
"How'd you find out about the sales?"
"People have been calling here," the director said. "They want more of Milligan's paintings." April passed quickly. As the weather warmed, Christine played in the garden. David chased butterflies. Reagan worked out in the gym. Danny, who was still afraid of the outdoors from having been buried alive, stayed indoors and painted still lifes. Christopher, who was 13, rode horseback. Arthur spent most of his time in the library reading law statutes and the Ohio Revised Code, saying he would get on a horse only if he were playing polo. They were all happy to move to Zone 2. Milligan and Gordy Kane were assigned to work in the laundry, where Tommy enjoyed tinkering with the old washer and the gas-fired dryer. He was looking forward to moving to Zone 3, where he would be allowed to wear his own clothes in the evenings. One afternoon, Frank Jordan, the muscle-bound bully, walked in with a load of laundry.
"I want these washed right away. I'm expecting company tomorrow."
"That's nice," Tommy said, going on about his business.
"I mean, wash them now," Jordan said.
Tommy ignored him.
"I'm a Zone 4 trustee, you prick. I can take your merits away. You'll get bumped out of going to Zone 3.
"Look," said Tommy, "I don't give a damn if you're in the Twilight Zone. I don't have to wash your goddamn personal clothes."
"Hey!"
Tommy looked up at him furiously. What right had this common thief to remove one of his merits? "Stuff it," Tommy said.
"Hey, cool it!"
Tommy clenched his fists, but Jordan walked off to report to the man in charge that he had given Milligan a "hey, cool it." When Tommy got back to the dorm, he learned that Jordan had given Kane and Vito each a "hey, cool it" as well, all because he knew the 3 of them were friends.
"We gotta do something about this," Kane said.
"I'll do something," Tommy said. "What?" Vito asked.
"Never mind,"
Tommy said.
"I'll come up with something."
Tommy lay back in his bed thinking about it, and the more he thought, the angrier he got. Finally, he got up, went around back, found a section of a 2x4, and started towards Zone 4. Arthur explained the situation to Alan and told him he'd better get over there before Tommy got into trouble.
"Don't do it, Tommy,"
Alan said.
"Shit,
I'm not letting that big bastard get away with taking my merits, bumping me out of going to Zone 3. You're going off half-cocked. I'll half-cock that son of a bitch with a busted head. Hey, Tommy, cool it. Don't say those words to me, Tommy shouted. Sorry, but you're going about this all the wrong way. Let me handle it. Shit, said Tommy, throwing the 2x4 down. You can't handle your own ass. You always did have a fresh mouth, Alan said. Beat it. Tommy left the spot. Alan walked back to the Zone 2 barracks and sat down with Kane and Vito. Now, this is how we're going to do it, Alan said. I know how we'll do it, Kane said. We'll blow the damned office up. No, Alan said. We assemble the facts and figures, and tomorrow we march into Mr. Jones's office and tell him how unfair it is to have our own peers, kids who are common criminals, no better than we are, stand in judgment on us. Both Kane and Vito stared, open-mouthed, at Alan. They'd never heard him talk this smooth, slick way before. Get me a paper and pencil, Alan said, and let's get this worked out properly. Next morning, the three of them, with Alan as spokesman, went to see Charlie Jones, the social worker. Mr. Jones, said Alan, you've told us that when we come in here, we can air our feelings without getting into trouble. That's right. Well, we've got a complaint about this system of having our peers punish us by removing our merits. If you'll just look at this chart I've drawn up, you'll see how unfair it is. Alan reviewed the tally of hey coolits Frank Jordan had issued against them, describing in each case how it had come about as a result of a personal grudge or refusal to do his chores or run his errands. We've used this system for a long time, Bill, Jones said. That doesn't mean it's right. A place like this is meant to prepare us to fit into society. How's it going to do that if it shows us society is unfair? How's it right to place kids like Vito here at the mercy of a bully like Frank Jordan? Jones pulled at his ear as he thought about it. Alan kept hammering away at the unfairness of the system, while Kane and Vito kept silent, impressed by the fast talking of their spokesman. I tell you what, Jones said. Let me think about this. Come back and see me on Monday, and I'll let you know my decision. Sunday evening, Kane and Vito were playing cards on Kane's bunk. Tommy was lying around, trying to piece together what had happened in Mr. Jones's office from what Kane and Vito were saying. Kane glanced up and said, Look what the cat drug in. Frank Jordan walked up to Vito and dropped a pair of muddy shoes on top of the cards. I need these polished for tonight. Well then, you can do them yourself, Vito said. I ain't polishing your damn shoes. Frank punched him in the side of the head, knocking him off the bunk. Vito began to cry. When Frank walked off, Tommy moved quickly. Halfway down the aisle, he tapped Frank on the shoulder. As Frank turned, Tommy swung a roundhouse punch, catching him on the nose and slamming him against the wall. I'm going to have you in the county, you bastard, Frank shouted. Kane, who had come up alongside, lashed out with his foot, knocking Frank's legs out from under him and dropping him between two bunks. Tommy and Kane piled on, punching away. Reagan watched as Tommy fought to be sure he was in no danger. Had there been a real threat, he would have intervened. He would not have swung wildly and in anger, as Tommy did. He would have moved in, planning where to hit and what bones to break. This was none of his affair, and he wasn't needed. The next morning, Alan decided they'd better tell Mr. Jones what had happened before Frank Jordan gave a damaging version of the incident. You can see Vito's head swelled up where Frank hit him without provocation, Alan said to the social worker. He's been taking advantage of a system that gives him authority over kids like Vito. Like we said the other day, it's wrong and potentially dangerous to put that kind of power into the hands of criminals. On Wednesday, Mr. Jones announced that henceforth the reduction of merits would be done only by the professional staff. The merits that Frank Jordan had unjustly removed from others were to be paid back out of his own account. Jordan was bumped all the way back to Zone 1. Vito, Kane, and Milligan now had enough merits to move on to Zone 3. 3. One of the privileges of Zone 4 was being allowed to go home on trial visit. Tommy looked forward to his furlough. When the time came, he packed his bag and waited for Dorothy to pick him up. But the more he thought about leaving, the more confused he felt. He liked the place, but he still wanted to be back at Spring Street knowing that Chalmer would never be there again. Just him and Challa and Kathy. There would be good times at home for a change. Dorothy picked him up, and they drove back to Lancaster without talking very much. He was surprised when, a few minutes after he got home, a man he'd never seen before dropped in for a visit. He was a big, beefy-faced man with a barrel chest, and he chain-smoked. Dorothy said, "Billy, this is Del Moore. He owns the bowling alley and lounge where I used to sing in Circleville. He's staying for dinner." Tommy could tell by the way they were looking at each other that there was something between them. Shit! Chalmer out of the house not more than 2 months, and now there was another guy hanging around. That evening at dinner, Tommy announced, "I'm not going back to Zanesville." "What are you talking about?" Dorothy asked. "I can't take that place no more."
"Now that ain't right, Billy," Del Moore said. "Your ma tells me you only got about a month to go."
"That's my business." "Billy," Dorothy said.
"Well, I'm a friend of the family now," Del said. "It's not right to be causing your ma so much worry. You've got just a little time to serve. You stick it out, or you'll have to go over me." Tommy looked down at his plate and ate his dinner in silence. Later, he asked Kathy,
"What's with this guy?" "Mom's new boyfriend."
"Well, Jesus. He's acting like he thinks he can tell me what to do. He been coming around here a lot?"
"He's got a room in town," Kathy said. "So I guess no one can really say they're living together. But I've got eyes." During the next weekend furlough, Tommy met Del Moore's son, Stuart, and liked him right away. About Billy's age, Stuart was a football player and an all-around athlete. But what Tommy liked most about Stuart was the way he handled his motorcycle. He could make that bike do things Tommy had never seen before. Alan liked Stuart too, and Reagan respected him for his athletic ability and his skill and daring. It was an exciting weekend, and they all found themselves looking forward to spending more time with this new friend, who accepted them without questioning their strange behavior. Stuart never called any of them absent-minded or a liar. Tommy thought he would like to be like Stuart someday. Tommy told Stuart that after he got out of the youth camp, he didn't feel he could live at home anymore. He didn't think it was right, with Del spending so much time there. Stuart told him that when the time came, they'd share an apartment together. "You really mean it?" Tommy asked. "I mentioned it to Del," Stuart said, "and he thinks it's a great idea. He figures we'll sort of keep an eye on each other." But a few weeks before he was due to be released from Zanesville, Tommy learned that Dorothy wouldn't be coming up for her regular visit. On August 5th, 1973, Stuart Moore had been riding his motorcycle in Circleville. Turning a fast corner, he crashed into the back of a boat on a trailer. Both cycle and boat burst into flames on collision. Stuart was killed instantly. Hearing about it, Tommy went into shock. Stuart, his brave, smiling friend who was going to conquer the world, engulfed in flames. Tommy couldn't stand it any longer. He didn't want to be here anymore. Then David came to feel Stuart's agony and to cry Tommy's tears. Chapter 13. 1. A month after Stuart's death, Billy Milligan was released from Zanesville. A few days after his return, Alan was reading in his room when Del Moore came in and asked if he'd like to go fishing. He knew Del was trying to score points with Dorothy. Kathy said they'd probably get married. "Sure," Alan said. "Love fishing." Del made all the arrangements, took the next day off from work, and came by to pick Billy up. Tommy looked at him in disgust. "Fishing? Shit, I don't want to go fishing." When Tommy came out of his room, and Dorothy confronted him with his inconsiderate behavior, first promising to go fishing with Del and then changing his mind, Tommy looked at them both in astonishment. "Christ, he never even asked me to go fishing." Del stormed out of the house, swearing that Bill was the damnedest bald-faced liar he had ever met. "I can't take it anymore," Alan said to Arthur when he was alone in his room. "You've got to get out of here. I feel like an intruder with Del hovering around all the time." "Same here," said Tommy. "Dorothy's been like a mother to me, but if she's going to marry Del, I want out." "All right," Arthur said.
Let's find a job, put a few quid aside, and get an apartment of our own." The others applauded the idea. Alan got a job at Lancaster Electro-Plating on September 11th, 1973. It didn't pay much, and it was dirty work, not the kind of employment Arthur had in mind. It was Tommy who did the boring work as a zinc tank operator, pulling the cage that hung from the overhead moving chain and lowering it into the acid for the plating. He moved from one square tank to the next. They were lined up in the length of a bowling alley. Lower it, wait, raise it, move it, lower it, wait. Sneering at such menial labor, Arthur turned his attention to other matters. He had to prepare his people to move out on their own. All during Zanesville, he had been studying the behavior of those he allowed to come on the spot, and he was beginning to understand that the key to survival in society was self-control. Without rules, there would be chaos, endangering them all. It occurred to him that the rules at the youth camp had a salutary effect. The constant threat of being bumped back to Zone 1 or 2 had kept all those unruly lads in check. That is what would be needed when they were on their own. He explained his code of behavior to Regan. "Because someone became involved with women of ill repute," Arthur said, "we were accused of rape by those 2 women in Pickaway County, a crime we did not commit, and they sent us to prison. It must never happen again." "How you will prevent it?" Arthur paced. "I can usually prevent someone from taking the spot, and I have observed your ability to bump someone off immediately after the vulnerable moment of switching. Between us, we ought to control the consciousness. I have decided that certain undesirable individuals should be permanently banished from the spot. The rest of us will be required to live by a code of conduct. We are like a family. We must be strict. A single infraction will result in someone being classified as undesirable." With Regan's agreement, Arthur communicated the rules to all the others. First, never lie. All their lives they had been accused unjustly of being pathological liars for denying knowledge of things one of the others had done. Second, behave properly to ladies and children. This included avoiding foul language and adhering to proper etiquette, such as opening doors. The children were to sit straight at table, with napkins across laps. Women and children must be protected at all times, and everyone should come to their defense. If anyone saw a woman or a child being hurt by a man, he or she must step off the spot immediately and let Regan deal with the situation. If one of their own were in personal physical danger, that would not be necessary, since Regan would take the spot automatically. Third, be celibate. Never again should the males be placed in a position where they could be accused of rape. Fourth, spend all your time on self-improvement. No one was to waste time with comic books or television, but each should study in his or her own specialty. Fifth, respect the private property of each member of the family. This was to be most strictly enforced with regard to the selling of paintings. Anyone was permitted to sell an unsigned painting or one signed Billy or Milligan, but the private paintings done and signed by Tommy, Danny, or Alan were personal, and no one was ever to sell something that did not belong to him or her. Anyone violating these rules would be banished forever from taking the spot and would be relegated to the shadows with the other undesirables. Regan thought about it and asked, "Who are these, what you call undesirables?" "Philip and Kevin, both unmistakably antisocial criminal types, are banished from the spot." "What about Tommy? He is antisocial sometimes." "Yes," Arthur agreed. "But Tommy's belligerency is needed. Some of the younger ones are so obedient that they would harm themselves if a stranger told them to. As long as he does not violate other rules or use his escape talents and lock-picking abilities for criminal purposes, Tommy may take the spot. But I will rattle his cage from time to time to let him know we're watching him." "What about me?" Regan asked. "I am criminal, I am violent and antisocial.
There must be no breaking of the law. No crimes, Arthur said. Even so-called victimless crimes, for any reason.
You must realize, Regan said, it is always possible for me to be in situations where crime could be necessary for defense, for survival. Necessity knows no laws.
Arthur placed the tips of his fingers together for a few moments and considered Regan's argument. Then he nodded. You will be the exception to the rule. Because of your great strength and power, you alone may have the right to hurt others, but only in self-defense, or in defense of women and children. As the protector of the family, you alone may commit victimless crimes, or crimes necessary for survival.
Then I accept the idea of rules, Regan said softly. But system will not always work. During mix-up periods, people steal time. Then we do not even know, not you, not me, not Alan, what is happening.
True, Arthur said, but we have to do the best we can with what we have. Part of the challenge will be to keep the family stable and prevent those mix-up times.
It is difficult. You will have to communicate this to the others. I do not yet know all of the family. They come, they go. I am not sure sometimes if one is outside people or one of ours.
That's natural. It is as it was in the hospital or even in the youth camp. One learns the names of some of the people who live around you and becomes aware of the existence of others. But quite often, even outside people don't communicate with each other, although they're living in close proximity. I will communicate with each of our people and tell them what they need to know.
Regan mused. I am strong, but with all the things you have learned, you have gained much power.
Arthur nodded. And that is why I can still beat you at chess. Arthur reached the others one by one and told each one what was expected of him or her. In addition to the code of behavior, there were other responsibilities for those who were on the spot. Christine had stayed 3 years old and constantly embarrassed them. Yet Regan insisted, and it was agreed that since she had been the first and was still the baby of the family, she would never be removed or classified as undesirable. She might even prove useful at times when it was necessary to have someone on the spot who couldn't communicate and wouldn't know what was going on. But she, too, was expected to work at her own goals. With Arthur's help, she was to learn to read and write and struggle to overcome her dyslexia. Tommy was to pursue his interest in electronics and strengthen his mechanical abilities. Though he could pick locks and crack vaults, the techniques he had learned were to be used for only one purpose, not to penetrate, but to escape. He was never to aid anyone in stealing. He was not to be a thief. He was to practice the tenor saxophone in his spare time and to perfect his talent in painting landscapes. He was to control his belligerent attitude, but use it to deal with other people when necessary. Regan was to take karate and judo lessons, to jog, and to keep the body in perfect physical condition. With Arthur's help and direction, Regan would learn to control his adrenaline flow so as to focus all his energies in times of stress or danger. He was to continue to study munitions and demolition. Part of the next paycheck would go toward buying him a gun for target practice. Alan was to practice his verbal skills, to concentrate on painting portraits. He would play the drums to help release excess tension. He would generally be the front man to help manipulate others when it was necessary. As the most sociable one, it was important for him to get out and meet people. Adelina was to continue writing her poetry and perfecting her cooking skills for the time when they would be leaving home and getting their own apartment. Danny would concentrate on still lifes and learn to master the airbrush. Since he was a teenager, he would babysit and help care for the younger children. Arthur would concentrate on his scientific studies, especially those in the medical arts. He'd already sent for a mail-order study course in the fundamentals of clinical hematology. He would also use his logic and clear reasoning to study law. All the others were made aware of the need to use every moment of their time to improve themselves and expand their knowledge. They must never be still, Arthur warned. Never waste time, never allow their minds to stagnate. Each member of the family must strive to achieve his or her own goals, and at the same time be educated and cultured. They should think of these things even while off the spot, and practice them intensively when they were holding the consciousness. The young ones were never to drive a car. If any of them found himself on the spot behind the steering wheel, he was to slide over to the passenger's side and wait for someone older to come and do the driving. Everyone agreed that Arthur had been very thorough and had thought things out logically. Samuel read the Old Testament, ate only kosher food, and loved to sculpt sandstone and carve wood. He took the spot on September 27th, Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, and said a prayer in memory of Billy's Jewish father. Samuel knew of Arthur's strict rule concerning the selling of paintings, but one day when he needed money, and no one from the family was around to give him advice or to tell him what was going on, he sold a nude signed by Alan. Nudes offended his religious sensibilities, and he did not want it where he could see it. He told the purchaser, "I am not the artist, but I know the artist." Then he sold Tommy's painting of a barn, a painting that clearly had fear surrounding it. When Arthur learned what Samuel had done, he was outraged. Samuel should have realized he was selling paintings the others held dear to themselves, paintings so personal they were never meant for the eyes of strangers. He ordered Tommy to find Samuel's favorite creation, a draped Venus surrounded by cupids, done in plaster. "Destroy it," Arthur said. Tommy took it out back and smashed it with a hammer. "For this terrible crime of selling other people's art, Samuel is henceforth an undesirable. He is hereby banished from the spot." Samuel argued his fate. He pointed out to Arthur that he should not be banished, since he was the only one among all of them who believed in God. "God was invented by those who are afraid of the unknown," Arthur said. "People worship figures like Jesus Christ only because they fear what might happen to them after they die." "Exactly," Samuel said. "But look, it wouldn't be such a terrible idea to have a little insurance. If after we die we find out there is a God, what should be so bad that there should be at least one of us who did believe in him? That way one of us has a shot at getting the soul into heaven." "If there is a soul," Arthur said. "So what's the rush to take the gamble? What would it cost to give me another chance?" "I've made the rule," Arthur said, "and my decision stands. October 6th is your holiest day, Yom Kippur. You may take the spot to fast on your Day of Atonement, but then you are banished." Later, he admitted to Tommy that in making his judgment in anger, he had made a mistake. Since he couldn't know for sure that there was no God, he should not have acted so hastily in banishing from the spot the only one of them who believed. "You could change it," Tommy said, "and let Samuel take the spot sometimes." "Not while I dominate the consciousness," Arthur said. "I admit I made an error in allowing my emotions to affect my decisions, but having decided, I will not change it." Thinking about heaven and hell bothered Tommy. He found himself going over and over the thought in his mind, and he wondered, if they did get sent to hell, whether there would possibly be a way to escape. 2. A few days later, Alan ran into a school acquaintance downtown. He vaguely remembered that Barry Hart was a friend of someone he used to know. Now, with his long hair, he looked like a hippie. Barry Hart invited him up to his place to have a beer and talk. It was a big run-down apartment. While Alan sat in the kitchen talking with Hart, people came and went, and Alan got the impression that there was a lot of drug dealing going on. When Alan got up to leave, Hart said he was going to have a lot of friends over Saturday night for a party, and Alan was invited. He accepted. What better way to follow Arthur's instructions to get out and socialize? But when Alan got there on Saturday night, he didn't like what he saw. It was a heavy drug scene, with people drinking booze, smoking pot and popping pills. Most of them, he thought, were making fools of themselves. He'd stay for just a little while and have a beer, but after a few minutes he got so uncomfortable he left the spot. Arthur looked around, disgusted at the goings-on, but he decided to sit back and observe this species of lowlife. It was interesting to see how different people made fools of themselves under different drugs, belligerent on alcohol, giggling on marijuana, trance-like on amphetamines, tripping on LSD. It was, he decided, a laboratory of drug abuse. Arthur noticed one couple sitting apart as he was. The girl, tall and slender, with long dark hair, full lips and smoky eyes, kept looking his way. He had the impression she would talk to him soon. The very idea annoyed him. The fellow she was with made the first move. "Come to Hart's parties often?" the young man asked. Arthur let Alan take back the spot. He looked around, dazed. "What did you say?" "My friend says she thinks she's seen you here at a party before," the young man said. "I have the feeling I've seen you before, too. What's your name?" "They call me Billy Milligan." "Chalice brother?" "Hey, I'm Walt Stanley. I've met your sister." The young woman came over, and Stanley said, "Marlene, this is Billy Milligan." Stanley wandered off, and Marlene talked with Alan for nearly an hour, trading observations about the other people in the room. Alan found her amusing and warm. He could tell she was attracted to him. Her dark, cat-like eyes gave him an odd feeling, and he was drawn to her. But he knew that because of Arthur's rules, nothing would come of it. "Hey, Marlene," Stanley called from across the room. "You want to split?" She ignored him. "Your boyfriend is calling you," Alan said. "Oh," she said, smiling. "He's not my boyfriend." She was getting him nervous. Here he had just gotten out of Zanesville after serving time on a phony rape charge, and this girl was making moves on him. "Excuse me, Marlene," he said. "I've got to leave." She seemed surprised. "Maybe we'll run into each other again sometime." Alan took off fast. The following Sunday, Alan decided, was a perfect fall day for a round of golf. He tossed his clubs into the car, drove to the Lancaster Country Club, and rented an electric cart. He played several holes, but did poorly. When he put his third shot into a sand bunker, he got so disgusted with himself that he left the spot. Martin opened his eyes, surprised to find himself with a sand wedge in his hand, addressing the ball from a bunker. He hit it out and finished the hole. Not knowing how many strokes it had taken him to do the par 4 hole, he scored it as a birdie 3. Martin was annoyed when he saw how crowded the next tee was, and he complained loudly that slow play was ruining the game for better players like himself. "I'm from New York," he said to a middle-aged man with a group of 4 ahead of him, "and I'm used to private clubs that are much more exclusive than this, and particular about the class of people they allow to play." When the man looked flustered, Martin stepped forward. "You don't mind if I play through, do you?" And without waiting for an answer, he stepped up, teed off, put his ball in the right rough, and zoomed ahead in his golf cart. He played through the next threesome as well, but then hit his ball into a water hazard. He parked the golf cart near the pond to see if he could retrieve it. Unable to find it, he hit a second ball across the pond and returned to the cart, but he cracked his knee against the side as he jumped in. David came to take the pain, wondering where he was and why he was in this little car. When the pain subsided, David sat there playing with the steering wheel, making engine noises with his mouth and kicking the foot pedals. The brake released, and the cart rolled down, sinking the front wheels into the pond. Frightened, David left, and Martin returned, wondering what had happened. It took him nearly half an hour, rocking the cart back and forth, to free the front wheels from the mud, and he was furious as group after group played through. When the cart was back on dry land, Arthur took the spot and told Reagan he was banishing Martin as undesirable. "Is severe punishment for a mistake of golf cart in pond. That is not the reason," Arthur said. "Martin is a worthless braggart.
Ever since Zanesville, all he has thought about is wearing flashy clothes and driving big cars. He puts on airs. He thinks nothing of improving himself or being creative. He's a fraud and a phony. And worst of all, he is a snob.
Regan smiled.
I did not know being snob is reason for being undesirable.
My dear chap, Arthur said coolly, knowing what Regan was alluding to. No one has the right to be a snob unless he is very intelligent. I have that right. Martin doesn't. Arthur finished the last 4 holes in par. On October 27, 1973, almost 10 years from the day she had married Chalmer Milligan, Dorothy married her 4th husband, Delmos A. Moore. He tried to be like a father to Billy and the girls, but they resented him. When he started to lay down rules, Arthur scorned him. And one of the things Dorothy forbade her younger son was to ride a motorcycle. Tommy knew it was because of Stuart, but he didn't think it was right to deprive him because of what had happened to someone else. One day he borrowed a friend's Yamaha 350 and drove it right past the house. As he headed back along Spring Street, Tommy looked down and saw the tailpipe was coming loose. If it hit the ground, Regan threw himself off the cycle. He picked himself up, brushed off his jeans, and wheeled the cycle back to the yard. Then he went into the house to wash the blood off his forehead. When he came out of the bathroom, Dorothy began screaming at him. I told you I didn't want you on a motorcycle. You're doing this to torment me. Dell came in from the yard and shouted, You did that on purpose. You know how I felt about cycles ever since... Regan shook his head and left the spot. He'd let Tommy explain about the tailpipe. Tommy looked up to see Dorothy and Dell glaring at him. It was on purpose, Dell said, wasn't it? That's crazy, Tommy said, checking his bruises. The tailpipe came down and... That's another lie, Dell said. I went out and looked at that cycle. Ain't no way that tailpipe could have come down and flipped that cycle without bending in 2. That tailpipe ain't bent. Don't you ever call me a liar, Tommy shouted. You're a goddamn liar, Dell shouted back. Tommy stormed out of the room. What good would it do to tell them the reason it wasn't bent was that Regan had seen the thing coming down and had thrown the bike just in time to prevent a worse crack-up? No matter how he explained it, they were going to call it a lie. Feeling the anger building up, too strong for him to handle, Tommy gave up the spot. Dorothy, sensing the fury in her son, followed him as he went into the garage. She stood outside and watched him, unseen through the window. She saw the look of murderous rage as he went to the lumber pile, picked up a 2x4 and snapped it in half. Again and again he broke the boards, venting a deep and violent anger. Arthur made a decision. They had to move out. A few days later, Ellen found a cheap 2.5-room apartment in a white frame house at 808 Broad Street, just a short drive east of where Dorothy lived. It was a rundown place, but it had a refrigerator and a stove. He added a mattress, a couple of chairs, and a table. Dorothy let him buy a Pontiac Grand Prix in her name, with the understanding that he would make the payments on it. Regan bought a .30 caliber carbine with a 9-shot clip and a .25 caliber semi-automatic. At first, the freedom of having his own apartment was exhilarating. He could paint when he wanted, with no one hassling him. Arthur made sure aspirin and other medication were purchased in bottles with child-proof caps so that the little ones wouldn't get into them. He even insisted that Regan find a child-proof cap that could be adapted to fit his vodka bottle. He reminded him to make sure his guns were always under lock and key. A rivalry developed between Adelena and April in the kitchen, and though Arthur sensed there was going to be trouble, he decided not to take sides. He had little enough time for his own study, research, and planning for the future, so he tried not to pay attention to the women constantly haranguing and arguing in the back of his mind. When the nagging got too bad, he suggested that Adelena do the cooking and April do the sewing and washing, and let it go at that. Arthur had been quite taken by the thin, black-haired, brown-eyed April when he first discovered her along with the others. She was more attractive than the plain, almost homely Adelina, and certainly more intelligent. Almost as bright as Tommy or Alan, or even Arthur himself. And he was intrigued at first by her Boston accent. But he had lost interest in her when he became aware of her thoughts. April was obsessed with ideas of torturing and killing Chalmer. She worked things out in her mind. If she could lure Chalmer to the apartment, she would tie him in the chair and burn his body bit by bit with a blowtorch. She would keep him awake with amphetamines, and the heat of the blowtorch would amputate each toe and finger, cauterizing as it did, so there would be no blood. She wanted him to suffer here, before he went to hell. April began to work on Regan. She whispered into his ear,
"You have to kill Chalmer. You have to take one of your guns and shoot him."
"I am not a murderer."
"It wouldn't be murder. It would be justice for what he did."
"I am not law. Justice is for courts."
"I use my strength only to defend the children and women's." "I'm a woman."
"You are crazy, woman."
"All you would have to do is take your rifle and hide on the hill across from where he lives now with his new wife. You could take him. No one would ever know who did it."
"Is no scope for carbine. Would be too far. We do not have money to buy scope."
"You're ingenious, Regan," she whispered. "We have a telescope. You could adapt it and make crosshairs to do the job."
Regan shook her off, but April kept at it, reminding Regan of the things Chalmer had done, especially to the children. Knowing how much he cared for Christine, she made it a point to remind him of the abuse Christine had taken.
"I do it," he said.
He took 2 hairs from his head and carefully wet them to the inside of the eyepiece. Then he went up to the roof and, sighting through the homemade scope, dropped BBs to a small black spot on the ground below. Once he felt it was accurate enough to do the job, he glued the crosshairs in place, mounted the eyepiece on the carbine, and took it out in the woods to test it. He would be able to hit Chalmer from the rise across from his new house. The next morning, an hour before the time Chalmer usually went to work at his foreman job in Columbus, Regan drove to his neighborhood, parked the car, and slipped into the wooded area across from the house. He positioned himself behind the tree, waiting for Chalmer to come out. He trained his scope on the door he knew Chalmer would have to walk through to get to his car.
"Don't do it," Arthur said aloud.
"He must die,"
Regan said. "This does not come under the heading of being necessary for survival. It comes under protect women and children. He has hurt children. He must die to pay for it."
Arthur, knowing that argument was useless, brought Christine to the edge of the spot and showed her what Regan was doing. She cried and stamped her feet and pleaded with Regan not to do bad things. Regan clenched his teeth. Chalmer was coming through the door. Regan reached over and removed the 9-shot clip. With the rifle chamber empty, he sighted through the eyepiece, centered Chalmer in the crosshairs, and gently pulled the trigger. Then he put the rifle over his shoulder, went back to the car, and drove home to the new apartment. That day, Arthur said,
"April is insane, a menace to all of us."
And he banished her from the spot. 3. Kevin was alone in the apartment when the doorbell rang. He opened the door and saw a beautiful young woman smiling at him. "I called Barry hard," Marlene said, "and he told me you had this place of your own. I enjoyed our talk at his party that time, and I thought I'd see how you were." Kevin had no idea what she was talking about, but he motioned for her to come in. "I was feeling pretty low," he said, "until I opened this door." Marlene spent the evening with him, looking at his paintings and talking about people they knew. She was glad she'd made the first move and come to see him. It made her feel very close to him. When she got up to leave, he asked if she would come to see him again. She said she would, if he wanted her to. On November 6, 1973, the day he was officially discharged from the custody of the Ohio Youth Commission, Kevin sat in a neighborhood bar and recalled Gordy Kane's words the day he left the Zanesville youth camp. "If you ever need a dope connection," Kane had said, "look me up.
Well, that's just what he intended to do. Late in the afternoon, he drove out to the Reynoldsburg area on the east side of Columbus. The address he had for Kane was an expensive-looking ranch house on a corner lot. Gordy Kane and his mother were glad to see him. Julia Kane said in her sexy, throaty voice that he was a welcome visitor in their home at any time. While Julia was busy making herself a cup of tea, Kevin asked Gordy if he could lend him enough money to make a buy and start dealing. He was broke now, but he'd pay him back. Kane took him to a house in the neighborhood where an acquaintance sold him $350 worth of pot. "You should be able to deal that for over $1,000, Kane said. "You can pay me back after you sell it." Kane's hands were shaking, and he looked spaced out. "What drugs do you do?" Kevin asked. "Morphine, when I can get it." Later that week, Kevin sold the pot to some of Hart's friends in Lancaster and cleared $700 profit. Kevin went back to the apartment, smoked a joint, and phoned Marlene. She came over and told him she was worried about what she'd learned from Barry, that he'd been dealing pot. "I know what I'm doing," he said. He kissed her, turned out the lights, and pulled her down on the mattress. But as soon as their bodies touched, Adelina wished Kevin off the spot. This was what she needed: holding and tenderness. Adelina understood Arthur's rule of celibacy. She had heard him tell the males that a single violation would make them undesirable. But, proper British gentleman that Arthur was, it had never occurred to him to talk to her about sex. She had never agreed to his puritanical rules, and he would probably never even suspect. When Alan woke up the next morning, he had no idea what had happened. He saw the money in the drawer, and it worried him. But he couldn't reach Tommy or Reagan or Arthur or anyone else for an explanation. Several of Barry Hart's friends dropped by that afternoon for dope, but Alan didn't know what they were talking about. Some of them were belligerent, shoving money into his face, and Alan began to suspect someone in the family was dealing. The next time he was at Hart's place, one of the men showed him a .38 Smith & Wesson. He wasn't sure why he wanted it, but he offered the man $50, and he accepted, even throwing in some bullets. Alan took the gun out to the car and put it under the seat. Reagan reached down and took the .38 into his hand. He'd wanted Alan to buy it, not his favorite weapon. He would have preferred a 9mm, but it would be a good one to add to his weapons collection. Alan decided to move out of the crummy apartment. Looking through the apartment ads in the Lancaster Eagle-Gazette, he saw a familiar phone number. He searched through his address book until he found it, and the name that went with it: George Kellner, the lawyer who had plea bargained him into Zanesville. Alan had Dorothy call him about renting the apartment to her son. Kellner agreed to let him have it for $80 a month. The apartment at 803.5 Roosevelt Avenue was a clean one-bedroom, second-floor apartment in a white house set back from the street behind another building. Alan moved in a week later and fixed up the place comfortably. No more messing around with drugs, he decided. We've got to keep away from those people. He was astonished when Marlene, whom he had not seen since the night of Barry Hart's party, came in one day and made herself at home. He had no idea which of the others was dating her, but he decided she was not his type, and he wanted nothing to do with her. She would come in after work, make his dinner, spend part of the evening, then go home to her parents' house. She was practically living there, and it made everything a lot more complicated than Alan liked. Whenever she started to get affectionate, he'd leave the spot. He didn't know who came on, and he didn't really give a damn. Marlene thought the apartment was great. Billy's periodic shifts into foul language and his explosions of rage shocked her at first, but she got used to his changing moods. 1 minute tender and affectionate, the next minute angry and storming all over the place, then funny, clever, and articulate. Without warning, sometimes, he'd become clumsy and pathetic, like a little boy who didn't know which foot to put his shoe on. She knew he surely needed someone to look after him. It was all the drugs he was doing and the crowd he was hanging out with. If she could convince him that Barry Hart's friends were just using him, maybe he would see that he didn't need them at all. At times, the things he did frightened her. He talked about being worried that some other people would show up and cause trouble if they found her there. He hinted it was the family, and she assumed he was being a big shot and boasting that he was working with the mafia. But when he went to all the trouble to devise a signal, she found herself believing it was the mafia. Whenever she was in the apartment, he would put a painting in the window. That, he said, would be a message to the others that she was there and that they should stay away. When he made love to her, what often started with foul language and rough talk would always turn into tender caresses and softness. But something bothered her about his lovemaking. Though he was strong and manly, she had the feeling he was only pretending his passion, that he never really climaxed. She wasn't sure, but she knew she loved him, and decided all it would take was time and understanding. One evening, Adelina slipped away, and David found himself on the spot, frightened and sobbing.
"I've never seen a man cry," Marlene whispered. "What's wrong?"
David curled up like a baby, tears rolling down his cheeks. She felt touched and close to him when he was so vulnerable like this. She cuddled him in her arms.
"You have to tell me, Billy. I can't help you if you don't let me know what's the matter."
Not knowing what to tell her, David left the spot. Tommy found himself in the arms of a beautiful woman. He pulled away.
"If you're going to act that way, I might as well go home," she said,
angry that he was trying to make a fool of her. Tommy watched her as she walked to the bathroom. "Holy shit," he whispered, looking around in a panic.
"Arthur will kill me."
He jumped out of bed and pulled his jeans on, walking back and forth, trying to figure this out.
Who the hell is she?
He saw her purse on the chair in the living room and went through it quickly. He read the name Marlene on her driver's license, then shoved it back into her purse.
"Arthur," he whispered, "if you can hear me, I didn't have nothing to do with that. I didn't touch her, believe me. I'm not the one who's breaking the rules."
He went over to the easel and picked up a brush to work on a landscape he had started. Arthur would know he was doing what he was supposed to, perfecting his talents.
"I think you care more about your painting than you do about me."
Tommy turned and saw that Marlene was dressed, brushing her hair. He said nothing, but went on painting.
Painting, that's all you think about is your damned painting. Talk to me, Billy."
Remembering Arthur's rule about being polite to women, Tommy put the brush down and sat in the chair across from her. She was beautiful. Though she was fully dressed now, he visualized her slender body, every curve, every hollow. He had never painted a nude before, but he would love to paint her. He knew he wouldn't, though. Alan was the one who painted people. He spoke to her for a while, fascinated by her dark eyes, her full, pouting lips, her long throat. He knew that whoever she was, whatever had brought her here, he was crazy about her. 4. No one could understand why Billy Milligan started missing days at work or why he became so clumsy and stupid. Once he climbed up to fix the chain over the tanks and fell into the acid bath. They had to send him home. He walked off the job one day, and on December 21st, 1973, he was fired from Lancaster Electroplating. He stayed home alone painting for a few days. Then, one day, Reagan took his guns and drove out into the woods for target practice. By this time, Reagan had bought himself quite a few guns. In addition to the .30 caliber carbine, the .25 caliber semi-automatic, and the .38 Smith & Wesson, he had a .375 Magnum, an M14, a .44 Magnum, and an M16. He liked his Israeli grease gun because of its compactness and quietness. He'd also bought a .45 Thompson barrel clip, which he thought of as a collector's item. When mix-up time reached its peak, Kevin asked Gordy Kane for an introduction to his connection. Kevin was ready to deal drugs full-time. Kane called an hour later and gave him directions to Black Lick Woods, near Reynoldsburg, east of Columbus.
"I told him about you. He wants to see you alone so he can size you up. If he likes you, you've got it made. Goes under the name of Brian Foley."
Kevin drove out, following instructions carefully.
He'd never been in this area, but he reached the appointed location near a culvert 10 minutes early. He parked and waited in the car. Nearly a half hour later, a Mercedes drove up, and 2 men got out. One was tall, with a pitted face and a brown leather jacket. The other was of medium height, with a beard and a pinstriped suit. Someone was watching from the back of the car. Kevin didn't like it, not at all. He sat behind the wheel, sweating, wondering what he had gotten himself into and whether or not he should drive off. The tall guy with the pitted face leaned over and looked at him. The man's tight jacket showed a bulge under his left armpit.
"You Milligan?"
Kevin nodded.
"Mr. Foley wants to talk to you."
Kevin slid out from behind the wheel. When he turned, he saw that Foley had gotten out of the back seat of the Mercedes and was leaning against the door. He looked no older than himself, 18 or so. His blonde hair came down to his shoulders and blended into a camel's hair coat, and a matching muffler knotted at the throat. Kevin started toward him, but suddenly found himself spun around and braced against his own car. The tall man held an automatic at his head, while the bearded one reached to frisk him. Then Kevin was gone. Reagan caught the bearded man's hand, spun him, and flipped him at the tall one with the gun. He jumped the man, wrested the gun from his grip, and held him as a shield as he pointed the gun at Foley, who had been watching from the Mercedes.
"It is not good to move," he said calmly. "I put 3 bullets between eyes before you take step."
Foley put his hands up.
"You,"
Reagan said to the bearded man,
"take gun from under jacket with 2 fingers and put it on ground."
"Do what he says," Foley ordered. When the man moved slowly, Reagan said,
"Do it now or you will be smiling out of your sleeve."
The man opened his jacket, removed his gun, and placed it on the ground.
"Now, with foot, kick it easy over here."
The man kicked the gun toward him. Reagan released his captive and picked up the second gun, covering all 3 of them.
"It's not good manners to treat visitor this way."
He emptied both clips, spun both guns, catching them by the barrels, and flipped them back to their owners. He turned his back on them and walked toward Foley.
"I would say you need better bodyguard than these 2.
"Put your guns away," Foley said, "and go stand over by his car. I'm going to have a talk with Mr. Milligan."
He nodded for Reagan to get into the back of the car and slipped in beside him. He pressed a button, and a traveling bar opened.
"What do you drink?"
"Vodka."
"I expected that from your accent.
So you're not Irish, as your name would suggest."
"I am Yugoslavian. Names mean nothing."
"Can you use a gun as well as your hands?"
"You have gun for demonstration?"
Foley reached under the seat and handed Reagan a .45.
"It's good weapon,"
Reagan said, testing its heft and balance.
"I prefer 9mm, but this will do. Choose target."
Foley pressed the button, lowering the window.
"That beer can on the other side of the road, the one near the—"
Before he finished, Reagan's hand moved out and fired. The can clattered. He hit it again twice as it bounced away. Foley smiled.
"I can use a man like you, Mr. Milligan, or whatever your name is."
Reagan said,
"I need money. You have job? I do it."
"Do you have any objections to breaking the law?" Reagan shook his head.
"Except one thing. I do not hurt people unless my life in danger. And I do not harm women's."
"Fair enough. Now go back to your own car and follow us closely. We'll go to my place, where we can talk business."
Both bodyguards glared at him as he brushed by them to get into his car.
"You ever do that again," the tall one said, "and I'll kill you."
Reagan caught him and spun him quickly against the car, twisting his arm upward just a fraction short of breaking it.
"For that you have to be more faster and smarter than you are. Be careful. I am a very dangerous person."
Foley called from his car.
"Murray, damn you, get the hell over here. Leave Milligan alone. He's working for me now."
When they got into the car, Reagan pulled out to follow them, wondering what this was all about and why he had come here in the first place. He was surprised when the car pulled into a luxurious estate not far from Reynoldsburg. There was a storm fence around it, and behind the fence, 3 Doberman pinschers ran back and forth. It was a large Victorian mansion, thickly carpeted and decorated in a simple modern style with paintings and objets d'art. Foley showed Reagan around the house, obviously proud of his possessions. Then he led him to the bar in the den and poured him a vodka.
"Now, Mr. Milligan."
"People call me Billy," Reagan said.
"I do not like name Milligan."
"I understand. I imagine it's not your real name." "All right, Billy. I can use a man like you. Fast, intelligent, strong, and damn good with a gun. I need someone who can ride shotgun for me."
"What is ride shotgun?"
"I'm in the shipping business, and my drivers need protection." Reagan nodded, feeling the warming effect of the vodka in his chest.
"I am protector," he said.
"Good. I'll need a number where I can reach you. A day or 2 before each delivery, you'll sleep here. We have lots of rooms. You won't know what's being shipped or where until you're on the road with the driver. That way there will be less chance of a leak."
"You sound very good," Reagan said, yawning.
On the way back to Lancaster, Reagan slept while Alan drove home, wondering where he had been and what he'd been doing. In the weeks that followed, Reagan rode shotgun for deliveries of narcotics to various dealers and customers in and around Columbus. He was amused to find marijuana and cocaine being shipped to prominent people, whose names he had seen constantly in the newspapers. He rode shotgun on a shipment of M1s to a group of black men in West Virginia, and wondered what they wanted them for. Several times Reagan tried to reach Arthur, but either Arthur was being stubborn and wanted nothing to do with him, or it was a very bad mix-up time. He knew that Philip and Kevin were stealing time, because occasionally he found open containers of barbiturates and amphetamines in the apartment. And once he discovered that one of his guns had been left out on the dresser. He was furious, because someone's carelessness could harm the children. He decided that the next time one of the undesirables came on the spot, he would try to be alert and bump them into the wall to teach them a lesson. Drugs were bad for the body. Vodka and grass in moderation, having natural ingredients, were not. But he wanted nothing to do with hard drugs. He began to suspect that Philip or Kevin had experimented with LSD. A week later, after returning from delivering a shipment of marijuana to a car dealer in Indiana, Reagan stopped in Columbus for dinner. As he was getting out of his car, he saw an elderly man and woman distributing Communist Party leaflets. There were several hecklers standing around, and Reagan asked the couple if he could help them.
"Are you sympathetic to our cause?" the woman asked.
"Yes," Reagan said. "I am communist. I have seen slave labor in sweatshops and factories."
The man handed him a stack of leaflets describing the philosophy of the Communist Party and attacking the United States for supporting dictatorships. Reagan walked up and down Broad Street, pushing them into the hands of passers-by. When he was down to the last leaflet, he decided to keep it for himself. He looked around for the old couple, but they were gone. He wandered for several blocks looking for them. If only he could find out where the meetings were held, he would join the Communist Party. He had watched Tommy and Alan at Lancaster electroplating, and knew that the only way to improve the lot of the downtrodden masses was through the People's Revolution. Then he saw the bumper sticker on his car. "Workers of the World Unite." The old couple must have put it there. The words sent a thrill through him. He kneeled, and in the lower right-hand corner of the sticker, he saw the name of a Columbus silkscreen company. Someone there might be able to tell him where the local communist group was meeting. He looked up the address in the telephone directory and discovered that the silkscreen company wasn't far. He drove there and watched the store from the car for a few minutes. Then he drove to the phone booth up the block and, using his cable cutters, snipped the wires. He did the same to the other phone booth 2 blocks away. Then he went back to the store. The owner, about 60, with thick glasses and white hair, denied silkscreening the bumper stickers for the Communist Party. "It was ordered by a printer in North Columbus," he said. Reagan slammed his fist on the counter. "Give address." The man paused nervously.
"Do you have some identification?"
"No," Reagan said.
"How do I know you're not from the FBI?"
Reagan grabbed him by the shirt front and pulled him close.
Old man, I want to know where you send these bumper stickers.
Why? Reagan pulled out his gun.
I am looking for my people, and I cannot find them. Give me information, or look for the hole in your body.
The man peered nervously over his glasses.
All right.
He picked up a pencil and wrote down an address.
I want to see your record to be sure, Reagan said.
The man pointed to the order book on the desk.
The records are over there. But...
I know, Reagan said.
Address of communist customer is not in there.
He pointed the gun at him again.
Open your safe. Are you holding me up? I want only correct information.
The man opened the safe, pulled out a sheet of paper, and laid it on the counter. Reagan checked it. Satisfied that he had the right address, Reagan jerked the phone cord out of the wall.
If you want to call them before I get there, use pay telephone 2 blocks away.
Reagan walked out to the car. He estimated the printing shop to be about 4 miles away. He would have enough time to get there before the man could find a payphone that hadn't been cut. The address was a residence with a small sign in the first-floor window. Printing. Inside, he noticed that the business was run from the front living room. There was a long desk, a small hand printing press, and a mimeograph machine. Reagan was surprised there were no hammer and sickle posters around. It looked like a simple operation, but the vibration under his feet told him that printing presses were running in the basement. The man who came through the door was about 45, heavy-set, with a neat Van Dyke beard.
I am Karl Bodaroff. What can I do for you? I want to work for the revolution.
Why?
Because I believe U.S. government is another word for mafia. They take labor of working people and use money to support dictators. I believe in equality.
Come in, young man. Let's talk a while. Reagan followed him into the kitchen and sat down at the table. Where are you from? Bodaroff asked.
Yugoslavia.
I thought you were a Slav. Of course, we will have to check you out, but I see no reason why you cannot join us to help our cause.
I would like to go to Cuba someday, Reagan said. I have great admiration for Dr. Castro. He took band of rebel workers from sugarcane fields into hills and created a revolution. Now all people in Cuba are equal.
They spoke for a while, and Bodaroff invited him to attend the meeting of the local communist cell that afternoon.
Is here?
Reagan asked.
No, it's near Westerville.
You can follow me in your car. Reagan followed Karl Bodaroff to a wealthy-looking neighborhood. Reagan was disappointed. He had expected it to be in the slums. He was introduced as the Yugoslavian to several nondescript people and sat in the back to observe the meeting. But as the speakers droned on in abstractions and slogans, his mind wandered. He struggled to stay awake for a while, but finally he gave in. Just a short cat nap, and he would be alert again. He had found his people. This was what he had always wanted to be part of, the people's struggle against the oppressive capitalist system. His head nodded. Arthur sat up straight, alert, on edge. He had observed just the last part of Reagan's trip and had become fascinated watching Reagan follow the other car. But now he was amazed that such a bright fellow should be taken in by all this. Communism, indeed. He had a good mind to get up and tell these mindless robots that the Soviet Union was nothing more than a monolithic dictatorship that had never turned power over to the people. Capitalism was the system that had brought freedom of conscience and opportunity to people all over the world in a way that communism could never hope to. So inconsistent was the Yugoslavian that he would rob banks, live off the fruits of narcotics traffic, and yet convince himself that he was involved in the liberation of the people. Arthur stood up, gave the entire assembly a withering glance, and, in an even, unemotional tone, said,
"Balderdash."
The others turned and stared in astonishment as he left. He found the car and sat there for a few moments. He hated to drive on the right-hand side of the road, but try as he might, he couldn't reach anyone to come and take the car.
"Damn these damnable mix-up times," he said.
Slowly he eased himself behind the wheel, and craning his neck to see the center line, he pulled away from the curb. He drove tensely at 20 miles an hour.
Arthur checked the street signs, and it occurred to him that Sunbury Road might be in the neighborhood of the Hoover Reservoir. He pulled over to the curb, took out the highway map, and plotted the coordinates. He was indeed near the dam he had been intending to visit for a long time. He had heard that ever since the Army Corps of Engineers had built the dam, the sludge had accumulated against the structure. He had been wrestling with the question of whether this sludge area, with its varied forms of microscopic life, might turn out to be an ideal breeding ground for mosquitoes. If he discovered this was indeed an infested area, he would inform the authorities that action must be taken. The important thing was for him to take some scrapings of the sludge and examine them under the microscope at home. It was not a major project, he realized, but someone had to do it. He was deep in thought, driving slowly and carefully, when a truck passing him swerved back into the lane, drove a car ahead of him off the road, and kept going. The car hit the guardrail and went into the ditch end over end. Arthur pulled quickly off onto the berm. He got out calmly and climbed down. A woman was moving, crawling out of the car.
"I say, don't move any more," he said. "Let me help you."
She was bleeding, and he used direct pressure to stop it. She began to gag. He could see her teeth had been knocked out, and she was choking. Discarding the idea of performing a tracheotomy, he decided to create an airway instead. Searching through his pockets, he found a plastic ballpoint pen. He pulled out the ink sheath and, using his pipe lighter, softened the plastic shell and bent it. Then he slipped it into her throat to help her breathe, turning her head to the side to allow the blood to run out of her mouth. A brief examination told him that her jaw was broken, as was her wrist. Her side was lacerated, and he suspected her ribs were crushed. She must have hit the steering wheel when she went forward. When the ambulance arrived, he quickly told the driver what had happened and what he had done. Then he walked off into the gathering crowd. He discarded the idea of going to the Hoover Dam. It was getting rather late, and he really should be getting home before dark. He did not like the idea of driving on the wrong side of the road at night. Chapter 14 1. Arthur found himself growing increasingly irritated with the way things were going. Alan had been fired from his latest job, filling invoices and loading trucks at the JCPenney distribution center, when David came on the spot unexpectedly and crashed a forklift into a steel pillar. Tommy wandered around Lancaster and Columbus looking unsuccessfully for a new job. Reagan was working for Foley on a regular basis, guarding shipments of guns and drugs, and was drinking too much vodka and smoking too much marijuana. After Reagan had spent 4 days in Indianapolis tracing a confiscated shipment of guns, he ended up in Dayton. Someone took too many downers, and Tommy, finding himself on Interstate 70 feeling dizzy and sick to his stomach, gave up the spot to David, who was arrested on a complaint from a motel owner. At the hospital, they pumped David's stomach and treated him for an overdose, but the police let him go, and the motel owner decided not to sign the complaint. When Alan got back to Lancaster, Marlene stayed with him. Then one of the undesirables, the Brooklyn accent revealed it to be Philip, took an overdose of red capsules. Marlene called the emergency squad and went along to the hospital. After they pumped his stomach again, she stayed and comforted him. She told him she knew he was mixed up with some bad people. She was afraid he was going to get into deep trouble. But even if he did, she was going to stand by him. Arthur was annoyed at the thought, and knew that finding one of them helpless and vulnerable like this aroused the maternal instinct in her. He couldn't tolerate it. Marlene began spending more and more time at the apartment, making life very difficult. Arthur had to be constantly vigilant to make certain she did not discover the secret. Increasingly, there was lost time he couldn't account for. He was certain that someone was dealing drugs. He had discovered a bail receipt in a pocket, and he learned that one of them had been arrested for filling illegal drug prescriptions. He was also quite certain that someone was having sex with Marlene. Arthur decided he needed to get away from Ohio, and this would be the right time to use a passport he had asked Reagan to purchase through one of his underworld connections. He examined the 2 passports Reagan had bought through Foley, one in the name of Reagan Vadaskavinich, and the other in the name of Arthur Smith. They were either stolen and altered, or superb forgeries. They would certainly stand up under close scrutiny. He called Pan American Airlines, booked a one-way ticket to London, took what money he could find in closets, drawers, and books, and packed his bags. He was going home. The flight to Kennedy and then across the Atlantic was uneventful. When he placed his bag on the counter at Heathrow Airport, the customs official waved him through. In London, Arthur checked into a small hotel above a pub in Hopewell Place, thinking that the name might well be prophetic. He lunched alone at a small but select restaurant, and took a taxi to Buckingham Palace. He had missed the changing of the guard, but he planned to see it another day. He felt comfortable wandering about the streets of the city and greeted passers-by with a top of the day or smashing afternoon. He decided tomorrow he would buy a bowler and an umbrella. For the first time in his memory, there were people around him who spoke as he did. Traffic moved on the correct side of the street, and the bobbies gave him a sense of security. He visited the Tower of London and the British Museum, and dined on fish and chips and warm English beer. When he went to his room that night, remembering his favorite Sherlock Holmes movies, he made a mental note to visit 221B Baker Street the next day. He would inspect the place and make sure it was being kept up as a suitable memorial to the great detective. He felt he had come home at last. The next morning, the loud ticking of the wall clock was the first thing Alan heard. He opened his eyes and stared around him. He jumped out of bed. It was an old-fashioned hotel with an iron bedstead, curly-Q patterned wallpaper, and a threadbare rug on the floor. It sure was no Holiday Inn. He looked for the bathroom, but there was none. Alan pulled on his trousers and peered out in the hallway. Where the hell was he? He went back to the room, dressed, and headed downstairs to see if he could identify his surroundings. On the stairs, he passed a man coming up with a tray. "A bit of breakfast, Governor?" the man asked. "Bloomin' lovely day." Alan ran down the steps, out the front door, into the street, and looked around. He saw the black taxicabs with the big license plates, the pub sign, the traffic on the wrong side of the road. Holy shit! What the hell's going on? What the hell's the matter with me? He ran up and back, shouting, terrified and angry at the same time. People turned to look at him, but he didn't care. He hated himself for waking up in different places all the time, for not being able to control himself. He just couldn't take this anymore. He wanted to die. He dropped to his knees and beat his fists into the curb, tears rolling down his cheeks. Then, realizing that if a policeman came by, he'd be hauled off to the nut house, Alan jumped to his feet. He dashed back to his room, where he found in his suitcase a passport with the name Arthur Smith. Inside it was the receipt of a one-way plane ticket to London. Alan slumped on the bed. What had Arthur had in mind? Crazy bastard! Searching through his pockets, he found $75. Where was he going to get the money to get home? A return ticket would probably cost $300 or $400. God damn, Jesus Christ, holy hell! He started to pack Arthur's clothes to check out, and then he stopped. To hell with it. It'll serve him right. He left the luggage and clothes. He took the passport, walked out of the hotel without paying, and hailed a cab. "Take me to the international airport. Heathrow or Gatwick?" He rummaged through the passport and looked at the one-way ticket. "Heathrow," he said. All the way there, he worked out how he was going to handle it. $75 wouldn't get him very far, but if he used his wits and put up a good front, there had to be a way to get on a plane back home. At the airport, he paid the driver and ran into the terminal. "Jesus Christ!" he shouted. "I don't know what happened. I got off the plane at the wrong time. I was drugged. I left my ticket, my luggage, everything on the plane. Nobody told me I wasn't supposed to get off. There must have been something in my food or drink. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I got out to stretch my legs. Nobody told me I wasn't supposed to get off the plane. My tickets, my traveler's checks, everything's gone." A guard tried to calm him down and led him to the passport control office. "I got off the plane at the wrong time," he shouted. "I was coming over. I was supposed to go to Paris, but I got off the plane at the wrong time. I've been wandering dazed. There was something in my drink. It's the airline's fault. Everything's on the plane. I've only got a few dollars in my pocket. How am I going to get back to the United States? Oh my God, I'm stranded. I can't afford a ticket home. I'm no deadbeat. Look, I wouldn't pull something to come over here and spend one day in London. You gotta help me get home.
The sympathetic young woman listened to his pleas and told him she would do what she could for him. He waited in a lounge, pacing back and forth, chain-smoking, as he watched her making several phone calls.
There is one thing we can do, she said. We can put you on standby for a return flight to the States. Once you get home, you'll have to pay for the return ticket. Of course, he said. I'm not trying to beat the ticket. I've got money at home. All I want to do is get back, and I'll pay it right away.
He kept babbling away at whoever would listen to him, and finally, he could see that they were desperate to get him off their hands. It was what he counted on. They finally put him on a 747 back to the States.
Thank God,
he whispered as he sank into his seat and fastened his safety belt. He didn't trust himself to go to sleep, so he kept awake reading every magazine on board. When he got back to Columbus, a security official drove him to Lancaster. Alan found money from paintings he'd sold just where he'd hidden it, behind a loose board in the broom closet, and paid for the return ticket.
I want to thank you, he told his escort. Pan Am has been very understanding. As soon as I get a chance, I'm going to write a letter to the president of your company and tell them what a wonderful job you're doing.
Alone in the apartment, Alan became very depressed. He tried to communicate with Arthur. It took a long time, but Arthur finally came out and looked around. When he saw he was no longer in London, he refused to have anything to do with anyone.
You're all a bunch of worthless blighters,
he grumbled. And then he turned his back and sulked. 2. At the end of September, Alan was hired by the huge Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, where Billy's sister Kathy had once worked. His job was to pack the glassware as the women took it off the moving belt. But sometimes he worked as a selector, examining the product just off the belt. It was a torturous job to stand there, ears deafened by the roar of the flame jets and air blowers, pick up the still warm glasses, examine them for defects, and stack them on open trays for the packers to remove. There was a great deal of switching between Tommy, Alan, Philip, and Kevin. With Arthur's approval, Alan had rented a 3-bedroom duplex apartment in Summerford Square in the northeast section of Lancaster, 1270K Sheridan Drive. Everyone liked the place. Alan liked the gray, weathered fence that hid the apartments from view of the parking area and the highway. Tommy had a room of his own for his electronic equipment, and there was a separate room for a studio. Reagan had a walk-in closet that he could lock in one of the bedrooms upstairs, where he kept all his guns except the 9mm automatic. He kept that on top of the refrigerator, back where none of the children would see or reach it. Marlene came to the apartment every evening after her job at Heck's department store. When he worked the second shift, she would wait for him to get home around midnight, and she would stay most of the night. Before morning, she would always go back to her parents' home. Marlene was finding Billy moodier and more unpredictable than ever before. At times, he would storm around the apartment, smashing things. He would stare at the walls in a trance, or he would go to the easel and paint in a fury. Always, he was a soft-spoken, considerate lover. And Tommy didn't tell her that he was getting shaky. He was missing work, and he was missing time. Things seemed to be happening closer and closer together. They were moving into another bad mix-up time. Arthur should have been in control, but for some reason he was losing domination. No one was minding the store. Arthur blamed the confusion on Marlene and insisted that the relationship be broken off. Tommy felt his heart jump. He wanted to protest, but he was too afraid of Arthur to tell him that he had fallen in love with Marlene. He knew he had shaved the rules close enough several times to be in danger of being classified as undesirable. Then he heard Adelena's voice.
That's not fair, she said.
I am always fair, Arthur said.
It's not right for you to make rules and break all bonds and ties of love and affection between us and the people outside.
She's right, Tommy thought, but he kept silent. Marlene is suppressing the talents and skills of all of us, Arthur said. She makes accusations, takes up time with foolish quarrels, and interferes with the expansion of our minds.
I don't think it's right to send her away, she insisted. She's a caring person.
For God's sake, Arthur said. Tommy and Alan still work in a bloody factory. I had expected them to be there a few months at the most, using that as a base from which to find a decent strategic or technical job that would utilize and expand their skills. No one is expanding their minds anymore.
What's more important, expanding your mind or showing your feelings? Maybe that's the wrong question, because you don't have feelings. Oh, maybe it's possible to become a very productive and outstanding person by suppressing your emotions and living only with logic. But you'll be so lonely, you're not going to be worth anything to anybody.
Marlene goes, Arthur said, deciding he had demeaned himself long enough in arguing with Adelina. I don't care who handles it, but this relationship must be terminated. Marlene later described the events of that evening before their first breakup. They'd been arguing. He was acting weird, and she thought he was on drugs. He was lying on the floor, really mad at her about something. She had no idea what it was. He had his gun in his hand, turning it on his finger, pointing it at his head. He never pointed the gun at her, and she wasn't frightened for herself, only for him. She saw him staring at a fish-cord lamp he had brought home one evening. Then he jumped up, fired at the lamp, and it exploded. There was a hole in the wall. He put the gun down on the bar, and when he turned away, she grabbed it, running out of the apartment. She got down the stairs and into the car before he caught up to her. Just as she pulled away from the curb, he jumped on the hood and glared at her through the windshield with a look of rage in his face. He had what looked like a screwdriver in his hand, and he was banging it on the glass. She stopped the car, got out, and gave him the gun back. He took it and went back inside without a word. He drove home, assuming it was over between them. Later that evening, Alan went to Grilli's and ordered a hot Stromboli Hero sandwich, Italian sausage, provolone cheese, and extra tomato sauce to go. He watched the counterman wrap it, steaming hot, in aluminum foil, and put it into a white paper bag. Back at the apartment, he set the paper bag on the counter and went to the bedroom to change his clothes. He felt like painting tonight. He kicked his shoes off and walked into the closet, bending over to find his slippers. As he stood up, he banged his head on the shelf and slumped down, angry and dazed. The closet door had swung shut behind him. He tried to push the door open, but it was stuck. "Oh, Christ," he muttered as he jumped up and hit his head again. Reagan opened his eyes to find himself holding his head and sitting on the floor amid a pile of shoes. He rose, kicked the door open, and looked around. He was annoyed. These mix-up times were becoming more upsetting and confusing every day. At least he had gotten rid of that woman. He wandered through the apartment, trying to sort things out. If he could only reach Arthur, perhaps he could find out what was going on. Well, what he did need was a drink. He walked into the kitchen and noticed the white paper bag on the counter. He didn't remember seeing it there before. He glared at the bag suspiciously and pulled out a bottle of vodka from under the bar. While he was pouring it over ice, he heard an odd noise coming from the bag. He backed away and stared as it moved gently, leaning to one side. When the bag moved again, he let out his breath slowly and backed up. He remembered a defanged cobra he had once left in a paper bag in front of a slumlord's door as a warning. Perhaps this one was not defanged. He put his hand up to the top of the refrigerator behind him and felt for his gun. He pulled it down quickly, took aim, and fired. The paper bag flew off the counter against the wall. He ducked behind the bar and peered over it cautiously, keeping the gun trained on the bag. It lay on the floor. Very carefully, he walked around the bar and used the barrel of the gun to rip open the top of the bag. There he saw the bloody mess, jumped back and fired a second time, yelling, "I shoot you again, you bastard!" He kicked it a few times, but when it didn't move, he opened it and stared inside in disbelief at the tomato sauce and cheese sandwich with a big hole in it. Then he laughed. He realized that the heat of the stromboli and the aluminum foil had made it move. Feeling silly at wasting 2 rounds of ammunition on a sandwich, he put the bag on the kitchen counter, returned the gun to the top of the refrigerator, and drank his vodka. He poured another, took it with him into the living room,
and turned on the television set. It was news time, and he thought he might find out what day it was. Before the news was over, he fell asleep. Alan woke up, wondering how he had gotten out of the closet. He felt his head. Just a slight bump. Well, what the hell? He might as well paint that portrait of Billy's sister, Kathy, that he'd been planning. He started into the studio, then realized he'd forgotten to eat. Back at the bar, he poured himself a Coke and looked for his sandwich. He was sure he'd left it on the bar. Then he saw it on the counter. The damned bag looked crumpled. What the hell? The sandwich was all messy, with the aluminum foil shredded and torn and tomato sauce all over the place. What kind of stromboli sandwich was that? He picked up the phone, dialed Grilly's, and when he got the manager, blasted him. "I buy a sandwich and this thing is all mangled. Looks like it's been put through a blender." "I'm sorry, sir. If you'll bring it back, we'll make you another one." "No, thanks. I just wanted you to know you've lost a customer." He slammed down the phone and stomped into the kitchen to fry himself some eggs. He sure as hell wasn't going to give Grilly's any more of his business. 2 weeks later, Tommy took advantage of the mix-up time and called Marlene. There were some things of hers in the apartment, he told her. She ought to come over and get them. She came by after work, and they sat and talked through the evening. She started dropping in regularly again. Things were back to what they had been before, and Reagan blamed it all on Arthur's inability to control the family. Chapter 15. 1. Walter woke up in the apartment late in the afternoon of December 8th, restless to go hunting, longing for the thrill of the chase. He loved being out in the woods alone with a gun. And Walter didn't find himself out on the spot very often, and he knew he would be called upon only when his uncanny sense of direction, a special skill he'd acquired from hunting in the bush in his native Australia, was needed. The last time he'd been out was years ago, when Billy and his brother Jim had been on a summer bivouac with the Civil Air Patrol. Because of Walter's tracking ability, he had been pressed into service as a spotter, but he had not hunted for a very long time. So this afternoon he took it upon himself to borrow Reagan's handgun from the top of the refrigerator. Though it was hardly a substitute for a rifle, it was better than nothing. He listened to the weather report. Hearing that it was cold, he decided to bring a mackinaw and gloves. Unable to find his Aussie hat with the pinned-up brim, he settled for a ski mask. He packed a lunch and set off south on Route 664. He knew instinctively what direction to follow. South would lead him to wooded areas where he could hunt to his heart's content. He got off the highway and followed the signs to Hocking State Park, wondering what game he would find. He drove into the forest, parked the car, and began to walk. As he pressed deeper into the woods, the pine needles felt slippery beneath his feet. He breathed deeply. It was good to be out on the spot, moving through the silence of the wilderness. He walked for nearly an hour. Besides an occasional scurry that told him squirrels were about, there was no sign of game. It was almost dusk. He was growing impatient when he saw a fat black crow on the branch of a spruce. He quickly aimed and fired. The bird fell. Suddenly he felt dizzy and left the spot.
"Barbarian," Arthur said coldly. "Killing animals is against the rules."
"Why he take my gun?" Reagan demanded.
"You left it unsecured," Arthur said. "That was against the rules, too."
Not true. We have agreed one weapon should always be available, out of children's reach, in case of intruder. Walter did not have right to take it.
Arthur sighed.
"I really like the chap. Energetic, reliant young man, good sense of direction. Always reading about Australia, and after all, it is part of the British Empire. He once suggested I investigate the evolution of the kangaroo. And now I'm afraid he's undesirable."
"'Tis severe penalty for one crow," Reagan said.
Arthur gave him a withering stare.
"The time may come when you have to kill a human being in self-defense. But I will not tolerate taking the life of a poor, dumb creature."
Arthur buried the crow and walked back to the car.
Alan, who had heard the last part of the conversation, moved on to the spot behind the wheel and drove home. Killing a dumb crow and thinking he's a big game hunter. What a stupid twerp. 2. Driving back to Lancaster at night, Alan felt groggy. He put down the quart bottle of Pepsi he'd been sipping, and as his lights illuminated the roadside rest sign, he decided he'd better pull off for a while. He parked near the men's room, shook his head, and closed his eyes. Danny looked up, wondering what he was doing behind the wheel. Remembering Arthur's instructions, he slid over to the passenger's side to wait for someone to come and drive. Then he realized he was at the bathroom stop he'd used lots of times. He noticed 2 other cars with people in them. One was a lady with a floppy hat. The other one had a man in it. They were just sitting there. Maybe they had changed their spots too, and were waiting for someone to come to drive them home. He really wished someone would come. He was tired, and he had to go to the bathroom. When he got out of the car and walked to the men's room, he noticed the lady getting out of her car. Danny stood at the low urinal for little boys, unzipped his fly, and shivered in the cold December air. He heard the footsteps and the creak of the door hinge. The lady came in. That surprised him, and he blushed and turned away so she wouldn't see him peeing. "Hey, sweetheart," the lady said. "Are you gay?" It wasn't a lady's voice. It was a man dressed like a lady, with a floppy hat and lipstick and a lot of makeup and a black dot on his chin. He looked like Mae West in the movies. "Hey, big boy," the man-lady said. "Let me suck your cock." Danny shook his head and started to edge past, but another man came in too. "Hey," he said, "this one's good-looking. Let's have a party." The man grabbed his collar and pulled him back against the wall. The one dressed like a woman held the front of his jacket and grabbed for his fly. Danny felt fear at the roughness and closed his eyes. Reagan grabbed the hand, twisted it, and slammed the man into the wall. As the man slumped, Reagan caught him in the chest with his knee and a karate chop to the side of the throat. He turned, saw the woman, and paused. He could never hit a woman. But when he heard her say, "Oh my God, you bastard!" he knew it was a man in woman's clothing. He reached out, twisted him around, and pressed him against the wall with his elbow, watching to see if the other one was going to get up. "Down on the floor with friend," Reagan ordered, punching the transvestite hard in the stomach. The man doubled over and dropped to the floor. Reagan took their wallets, but as he started to walk away with the identification cards, the transvestite jumped up and grabbed him by the belt. "Give that back, you bastard!" Reagan spun around and caught him in the groin with his foot. When he went down, Reagan kicked him with his other foot, smashing his face. Blood burst from the man's nose, and he gagged through broken teeth. "You will live," Reagan said calmly. "I am very careful what bones I break." He looked at the other man on the floor, and though he had not been hit in the face, blood was trickling from his mouth. As Reagan had calculated when he struck, the blow to the solar plexus had put pressure on the epiglottis and ruptured the blood vessels. He, too, would live. Reagan stripped the Seiko watch from the man's wrist. Outside, Reagan noticed the 2 empty cars. He picked up a rock and smashed the headlights. They would not follow on the highway without lights. Reagan drove home, let himself into the apartment, looked around to make sure it was safe, and left the spot. Alan opened his eyes, wondering if he should bother to use the John. He shook his head when he found himself home. He no longer had to piss, and his knuckles were bruised. And what was that stuff on his right shoe? He touched it and examined it. "Jesus Christ!" he yelled. "Whose blood is it? Who the hell's been in a fight? I want to know. I have the right to know what's going on." "Reagan had to protect Danny," Arthur said. "What happened?" Arthur explained to all of them. "It's very important for the young ones to know that roadside rest areas are dangerous places at night. It's a well-known fact that homosexuals frequent these places after dark. Reagan had to get Danny out of a dangerous situation that Alan let him get into." "Well, Jesus, it wasn't my fault. I didn't ask to leave the spot, and I didn't make Danny come. Who the hell knows who's coming and who's going, and what all they're doing during a mix-up time?" "I should have been there," Philip said. "I'd like to have taken on them fags." "You'd have gotten yourself killed," Alan said. Or else you'd have done something stupid, Arthur said, like killing one of them. And then we'd face a bloody murder charge. Besides, you were not allowed on the spot, Arthur said firmly. I know, but I'd still like to be there. I am beginning to suspect you've been stealing time, taking advantage of mix-up periods to go about your anti-social business. Who, me? Nah. I know you've been out. You're a drug addict, and you've been abusing your body and your mind. You calling me a liar? That is one of your attributes. You are a defective android, and I assure you that as far as it is in my power to prevent it, you will never hold the consciousness again. Philip slipped back into the darkness, wondering what an android was. He wasn't going to ask Arthur to explain. He wasn't going to give that goddamned Limey the satisfaction of getting on his case again. He'd get out whenever he had the chance. He knew that ever since Zanesville, Arthur's domination had weakened. As long as there was pot or speed or even LSD, he was going to sneak out and keep hard-ass Arthur off balance. The following week, while Philip was on the spot, he told Wayne Luft, one of his dope customers, what had happened at the Lancaster roadside rest. Shit, Luft said. Didn't you know them roadside rests is infested with queers? Sure as hell surprised me, Philip said. Fucking faggots trolling their bait. I hate 'em. No worse than I do. Why don't we get us some? Philip said. How's that? We know they're always parking around a roadside rest at night. We go in and let 'em have it. We could clean out these infected areas. We could rob 'em too, Luft said. Get us some Christmas money for our time and get rid of all the homos. Make the place safe for decent people. Yeah, Philip laughed. Like us. Luft got out his highway map and made marks on the roadside rest areas in Fairfield and Hocking counties. We'll use my car, Philip said. It's fast. Philip took along a decorative sword he found in the apartment. At the roadside rest area near Rockbridge in Hocking County, they noticed a single Volkswagen Beetle with 2 occupants parked in front of the men's room. Philip pulled the Grand Prix around to the other side of the highway, facing in the opposite direction. He took 2 Preludens that Luft handed him. Then they sat for half an hour, watching the VW. No one came or went. Luft said, That must be a couple of 'em. Who else would just stay parked so long at 2 a.m. in front of the men's room? I'll go in first, Philip said, with my sword. If they follow me inside, you come up behind them with the piece. Philip felt good as he walked across the highway, the sword under his coat, to the men's room. Just as he expected, the 2 men followed him. As they approached, he felt his skin crawling. He wasn't sure if it was them or the speed that was doing it, but he whipped out his sword and grabbed the queen. The guy with him was a fat slob. When Luft came up and shoved the gun in the guy's back, the faggot stood there stunned and shaking like a mountain of jelly. All right, fucking faggots, Luft shouted. Lay down on the fucking floor. Philip stripped the fat one of his wallet, a ring, and a watch. Luft did the same to the other one. Then Philip ordered them into the car. Where are you taking us? The fat one asked, sobbing. For a little stroll in the woods. They drove off the highway into a deserted country road, where they dropped the 2 men. That was easy, Luft said. Nothing to it, Philip said. It's the perfect crime. How much we got? A lot. They was loaded. And credit cards, too. Shit, man, Luft said. I'm going to give up my job and do this for a living. Public service, Philip said, grinning. Back at the apartment, Philip told Kevin about the perfect crime. He knew he was going to crash. He took a couple of downers to help him land softly. 3. Tommy put up a Christmas tree, strung the lights, and put out the presents he'd made for Marlene and the family. He looked forward to going over to Spring Street later to see Mom, Dell, Kathy, and her boyfriend, Rob. The early evening at Spring Street went well, until Rob and Kathy came into the living room, and Kevin found himself on the spot. Hey, it's a good-looking leather jacket, Rob said. And I noticed you're wearing a new Seiko. Kevin held the watch up. Best there is. I've been wondering about that, Billy.
Kathy said. You haven't been making that much at Anchor Hawking. Where are you getting the money? Kevin smiled. I've discovered the perfect crime. Kathy looked up at him quickly. She felt there was something different again, that sneering, cold-blooded attitude. What are you talking about? I ripped off some fags at a roadside rest. No way they could ever find out who did it. Didn't leave any fingerprints or anything. And those guys won't even dare complain to the cops. Got money and credit cards. He held up the watch. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It wasn't like Billy to talk that way. You're joking, aren't you? He smiled and shrugged. Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not. When Dell and Dorothy came in, Kathy excused herself and went out to the hall closet. Finding nothing in his new leather jacket, she went out to the car. Sure enough, there was a wallet in the glove compartment. There were also credit cards, a driver's license, and the identification of a male nurse. So he hadn't been joking after all. She sat in the car for a while, wondering what to do. She put the wallet into her purse and decided she had to talk to someone. After Billy left, she showed her mother and Dell what she had found. God almighty, Dorothy said. I can't believe it. Dell looked at the wallet.
Why not? I believe it. Now we know how he's been buying all this stuff.
You've got to call Jim, Kathy said. He's got to come home and see what he can do to straighten Billy out. I have some money in the bank. I'll pay his plane fare. Dorothy made the long-distance call and begged Jim to take an emergency leave to come home. Your brother's in trouble. He's into something very bad. And if he can't get it straight, I think we'll have to go to the police. Jim applied for emergency leave from the Air Force and came home 2 days before Christmas. Dell and Dorothy showed him the wallet and the clippings from the Lancaster Eagle-Gazette about the roadside rest robberies.
You gotta see what you can do with him, Dell said to Jim. God knows I've tried to be like a father to him. I thought for a time after Zanesville that Billy could take the place of my own boy, rest his soul. But Billy won't let no one tell him nothing.
Jim looked through the wallet, went to the phone and dialed the number on the ID card. He had to check it out for himself. You don't know me, he said when a man answered, but I've got something that may be of importance to you. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. If someone was to know you were a male nurse by way of your identification card, what would you say to that? After a moment, the voice answered, I'd say the person who knows that has my wallet. Okay, Jim said. And can you tell me what your wallet looks like and what else is in it? The man described the wallet and its contents. How'd you come to lose it? I was in a roadside rest area between Athens and Lancaster with a friend of mine. 2 guys came into the men's room. One of them had a pistol, the other one had a sword. They took our wallets, watches, and rings. Then they drove us out into the woods and left us. What kind of car was it? The guy who had the sword was driving a blue Pontiac Grand Prix. He gave Jim the license plate number. How are you so sure about the car and the number? I saw that car again in a store downtown the other day. I stood not 50 feet away from the guy who carried the sword, and I followed him to the car. He was the same one. Why didn't you turn him in? Because I'm in a position to get an important new job, and I'm a homosexual. If I report this incident, I expose not only myself, but several of my friends. Okay, Jim said. On the premise that you don't want to report this incident and expose yourself and your friends, I'll see that you get back your wallet and personal effects. Let's just keep it anonymous. You'll get it in the mail. When he got off the phone, he leaned back and took a deep breath. He looked at his mother and Dell and Kathy. Billy's in trouble, he said, and picked up the phone again. Who are you calling now? Kathy asked. I'm going to tell Billy I'd like to come over tomorrow and see his new place. Kathy said, I'm going with you. The following evening, Christmas Eve, Tommy greeted Kathy and Jim at the door in his bare feet. Behind him, in the corner, stood the brightly lit Christmas tree surrounded by presents. On the wall hung a plaque with decorative crossed swords. While Jim and Tommy talked, Kathy excused herself and went upstairs. She was going to see if she could find further evidence of what he'd been doing. "Hey, just one question," Jim said when they were alone. "Where are you getting all the bread for this stuff? This duplex apartment, all those presents, clothes, that watch?" "My girl's working," Tommy said. "Marlene's paying for all this stuff?" "Well, a lot of it's on credit, too. Those credit cards will get you if you don't watch out. I hope you're not getting in too deep." Jim, who had just completed an Air Force course in interrogation techniques, decided to put his skill to use now to help his brother. If he could get him to talk about it, admit he was wrong, maybe there would still be a way to keep him from going to prison. "Carrying credit cards around is dangerous," Jim said. "People steal them and bust them, and you're stuck with paying, there's a $50 liability. After that, it's the company gets stuck. They can afford it." "Like I've been reading in the papers," Jim said, "about these people who got held up in the roadside rest areas, had their credit cards stolen. I mean, it could happen to you." Jim saw the strange look in Billy's eyes, a clouding over, trance-like. It reminded him of the way Chalmer Milligan would look before he went into one of his violent fits of rage. "Hey, you all right?" Kevin looked up at him and wondered what Jim was doing here, how long he had been in the apartment. He glanced quickly at his new watch. 9:45. "What?" asked Kevin. "I said, are you all right?" "Sure. Why shouldn't I be?" "I was telling you to be careful with credit cards. All these holdups at roadside rest areas and stuff." "Yeah, I read about it. I've heard that some of those guys who were robbed were homosexuals." "Yeah, they deserved it." "What do you mean? Why should them faggots have all that money and stuff?" "But whoever did it has got to be careful. There's a long prison sentence attached to that kind of thing." Kevin shrugged. "They'd have to find the guys. They'd have to prove it." "Well, for example, you've got a sword on your wall just like the one the guys described. They can't tie that sword in with the one that was there." "Maybe so. But there was also a gun used in the robbery." "Hey, I didn't hold no peace. They can't get me." "Yeah, but they'll nail the other guy, and then whoever was in on it with him will take the fall just as well." "They can't connect me with it," Kevin insisted. "It's not the kind of thing the fags are going to press charges about. There aren't any fingerprints or anything like that." Kathy came down and sat with them a few minutes. When Billy went upstairs to the bathroom, she handed Jim what she had found. "Jesus Christ," Jim muttered. "All these credit cards with different names on them. How the hell are we going to get him out of this one?" "We've got to help him, Jim. That isn't like Billy." "I know. Maybe the only thing is to confront him directly." When Kevin came back downstairs, Jim showed him the credit cards. "This is what I meant, Billy. You did those robberies, and you've got the evidence right here in your own apartment." Kevin became furious and shouted, "You had no right to come into my house and go through my stuff." Kathy said, "Billy, we're trying to help you. This is my property, and you two came in here and searched it without a warrant. I'm your brother. Kathy's your sister. We're just trying to... Evidence obtained without a search warrant wouldn't be admitted in court." Jim told Kathy to wait for him in the car in case it came to blows. When Jim confronted him again, Kevin began to walk into the kitchen. "Billy, you're buying all this stuff on the credit cards. They get you on that." "They'll never know," Kevin insisted. "I go buy one or two things, and then I throw the card away. I only hold up queers and people who hurt other people. It's a crime, Billy. That's my affair. But you're getting yourself into trouble. Look, you got no right coming out here from Spokane and getting on my case about what I'm doing. I'm my own person. I'm old enough. I'm out of the house. What I do is my own business. Besides, you left the family a long time ago." "True, but we care about you. I didn't ask you to come over here. I want you to get the hell out of here right now." "Billy, I'm not leaving until we've had this out." Kevin grabbed his leather coat. "Well, fuck you. Then I'll leave." Jim, who had always been stronger than his younger brother, and had been trained in the martial arts in the Air Force, stepped between Kevin and the door. He grappled with him and threw him backward. Jim hadn't intended to be so hard or violent, but Kevin crashed into the Christmas tree, knocking it against the wall and onto the presents. Boxes were crushed,
bulbs shattered. The wire was yanked out of the outlet, and the lights went out. Kevin got up and started for the door again. He was no fighter, and he had no intention of battling Jim, but he had to get out of there. Jim grabbed him by the shirt, throwing him against the bar. Kevin lost the spot. As Reagan hit the bar, he saw very quickly who was attacking him, though he had no idea why. He had never liked Jim. He had never forgiven him for leaving home, for leaving the women and Billy to face Chalmer alone. Seeing that Jim was blocking the doorway, Reagan reached back, picked up a knife from the top of the bar, and threw it with such force that it stuck in the wall beside Jim's head. Jim froze. He had never seen such cold hate in Billy's face, or seen him respond with such swift violence. He looked at the knife, still quivering in the wall inches from his head, and realized that his brother hated him enough to kill him. He stepped aside as Reagan walked silently past him, barefoot, out into the snow. Danny found himself outside, wondering what he was doing walking on the freezing street in a torn shirt and without his shoes or gloves. He turned around and went back into the house, shocked to see Jim in the doorway staring at him as if he were crazy. Danny looked past him and saw the toppled Christmas tree and the broken presents. He felt a sudden fear.
"I didn't mean to knock your tree over,"
Jim said, startled by another incredible change in his brother's face. The cold rage had vanished, and now Billy was cowed, trembling.
"You broke my Christmas tree,"
Danny sobbed.
"I'm sorry." "I hope you have a very Merry Christmas,"
Danny whined.
"'cause you spoiled mine."
Kathy, who had been waiting in the car, came rushing in, her face pale.
"The police are coming."
Seconds later, there was a knock at the door. Kathy looked at Jim, and then at Billy, who was crying like a little boy.
"What are we going to do?"
she said.
"What if they—"
"I'd better let them in," Jim said. He opened the door and admitted 2 officers. "We got a report about a disturbance," one of them said, looking past him into the living room. "Your neighbors called in a complaint," said the other.
"I'm sorry, officer."
"It's Christmas Eve," the first one said. "People are with their kids. What's going on?"
"Just a family quarrel," Jim said. "It's over. We didn't know we were so loud."
The officer made a notation in his memo book. "Well, cool it, folks. Just keep it down." After they were gone, Jim got his coat.
"All right then, Billy. Guess I'll have to say goodbye. I'm only in Lancaster for another couple of days, and I've got to go back to the base."
As Jim and Kathy left, their brother was still crying. The door slammed shut, and Tommy looked around, startled. His hand was bleeding. He picked up the pieces of glass out of his palm and washed the cuts, wondering where Kathy and Jim had gone and why the place was such a mess. He'd worked so hard on that Christmas tree, and look at it now. All the presents he and the others had made with their own hands, not a single one bought. He had a painting upstairs for Jim, a seascape he knew Jim would love, and he'd wanted to give it to him. He picked up the fallen tree and tried to make it look decent again, but most of the ornaments were busted. It had been such a beautiful Christmas tree. He just had time to arrange Marlene's present before she arrived. He had taken it on his own to call her to come over for Christmas Eve. Marlene was shocked at the mess in the apartment.
"What happened?"
"I don't really know," Tommy said. "And to tell you the truth, I don't give a damn. I just know I love you." She kissed him and led him to the bedroom. She knew that at times like this, when everything was confused in his mind, he was most vulnerable, and he needed her. Tommy blushed and closed his eyes. He did wonder, as he followed her, how come he never kept the spot long enough to make it through the bedroom door. On Christmas Day, Alan, who had no idea what had happened the night before, gave up trying to make sense of the mess in the living room. He asked around inside his head, but no one answered. God, how he hated these mix-up times. He salvaged what presents he could, rewrapping the torn packages, and loaded them, along with the painting Tommy had done for Jim, into the car. When he got to Spring Street, he began to piece together quickly what had happened the previous night. Jim was sore as hell about him throwing a knife, and Kathy, Dell, and Mom jumped on him about some robberies.
"You did those roadside rest robberies," Dell shouted, "and used a car registered in your mother's name.
I don't know what you're talking about, Alan shouted back. Throwing up his hands in disgust, he stomped upstairs. While he was gone, Dell went through his jacket pockets and found the keys to the car. He, Kathy, Jim, and Dorothy went outside to check through the trunk of the car. They found credit cards, driver's licenses, and a highway map. The roadside rest areas along Route 33 were marked with X's. When they turned, they saw him at the door watching them. "You did it," Dell said, waving the evidence in his face. "Nothing to worry about," Kevin said. "I won't get caught. It's the perfect crime. I didn't leave any fingerprints or anything, and the fags won't report it."
"You goddamn fool!" Dell screamed. "Jim called the guy whose wallet you stole. He saw you in town. You dragged this whole family into your goddamn perfect crime."
They saw his face change. Panic replaced coolness. They decided to help Billy by getting rid of the evidence. Jim would take the Grand Prix back with him to Spokane and keep up the payments on it. Billy was going to move out of Summerford Square to a smaller apartment on Maywood Avenue. Through it all, Danny listened, wondering what in the world they were talking about, and when everyone was going to open the presents. Chapter 16. 1. On Wednesday, January 8th, as Tommy was meeting Marlene for lunch at the Memorial Plaza Shopping Center, he saw a delivery van pull up to the Gray drugstore. While he watched the delivery man walk into the store with a large box, Tommy muttered, "Narcotics delivery. The pharmacist will be working late tonight." Marlene looked at him curiously. He didn't know why he had said that. Kevin had been planning to rob the store. He'd gotten together with Wayne Luft and another friend, Roy Bailey, and laid it out for them. They would execute the robbery and get the lion's share of the money and drugs. For the planning, he would get 20%. That night, following Kevin's instructions, the two men waited until 1:30 in the morning, forced the pharmacist back into the store at gunpoint, and robbed the safe and the narcotics cabinet. Still following the plan, they drove out into the woods, spray-painted the white Dodge station wagon black, and drove out to pick Kevin up. Back at Bailey's place, Kevin checked out the drugs for them. Ritalin, Preludin, Demerol, Seconal, Quaalude, Dilaudid, and more. He estimated the drugs would bring in $30,000 to $35,000 on the street, and he saw their faces change from curiosity to greed. As the night wore on, they all got high, and each of the men secretly approached Kevin, suggesting the two of them team up to rip off the third partner. By morning, when both Bailey and Luft were out cold, Kevin stuffed the money and the drugs into 2 suitcases and took off for Columbus on his own. Neither one, he knew, would have the guts to stand up to him. They were afraid of him. Time and again they had talked about how crazy he was, how he had put his fist through a door and used a Thompson machine gun to shoot up a guy's car. They'd tip off the police. He expected that. But once he got rid of the dope, there was nothing they could do. The pharmacist had seen their faces, not his. There was nothing to tie him in with the robbery. When Marlene picked up the Lancaster Eagle-Gazette the next day and read of the Gray drugstore robbery, she had a sinking feeling. A few days later, Tommy came to meet her for lunch. She was surprised to see that he had painted the old Dodge black, and so sloppily. "You did it, didn't you?" she whispered. "What, painted the car?" Tommy asked innocently. "You did the Gray drugstore robbery." "Oh, for crying out loud, now you're calling me a criminal? Marlene, I don't know a thing about it, I swear." She was confused. Something told her he was guilty, but he seemed truly upset at being accused. Unless he was the world's greatest actor, his denial had to be real. "I just hope to God you're not involved in it," she said. After they parted, Alan grew nervous about Marlene's accusations. He had a feeling something was wrong. Driving back to work, he decided he needed help. "Come on, guys," he said out loud. "We're in trouble." "That's all right, Alan," said Arthur. "Keep driving. Don't you want to take over?"
"I'd rather not drive. I'm never steady on American roads. Just keep going."
You have any idea what's going on? Alan asked.
I've been so preoccupied with my research during this mix-up time that I don't really know. But I suspect some of the undesirables have been stealing time and committing crimes.
I tried to tell you.
I really do feel we need Regan, Arthur said.
Can you find him? I've tried. Jesus, he's never around when you need him. Let me try. Just keep your attention focused on your driving. Arthur searched his mind, peering inward into the darkness beyond the spot. He saw images of the others, some asleep in their beds, some sitting in the shadows. The undesirables refused to look at him. Having banished them from the spot, he no longer had any hold over them. Finally, he found Regan, playing with Christine.
You're needed, Regan.
I believe someone has committed a crime or crimes, and we may now be in danger.
It's not my problem, Regan said. I did not commit these crimes.
I'm sure that's true. But may I remind you that if one of our people is sent to prison, the children will go too. Imagine Christine in that environment, a pretty little girl locked up with all those sex maniacs and perverts.
All right, Regan said. You know my weakness.
We've got to figure out exactly what's going on. Arthur began a general inquiry. One after the other, he questioned the various people inside, and, though he was sure some of the undesirables were lying, he began to piece together a picture. Tommy told him of Marlene's suspicions that he had been involved in the Gray drugstore robbery, and also told of having observed a shipment of drugs earlier. Walter denied having touched Regan's guns since his own banishment from the spot for shooting a crow, but he recalled having heard a voice with a Brooklyn accent talking about a perfect crime at a roadside rest. Philip finally admitted the roadside rest assaults, but denied any involvement with the Gray drugstore robbery. Kevin then told of having planned it. But I wasn't there. I just set it up and then ripped them two guys off. It was a sting, that's all. Maybe those guys tipped off the police, but I'm clean. There's no way the cops can tie me to that robbery. Arthur reported back to Alan and Regan. Now both of you think. Is there anything to which they can connect us? Anything they can arrest us for? As far as they all knew, there was nothing. Several days later, Billy Milligan was fingered by a fence in Columbus who owed a detective on the narcotics squad a favor. The fence reported that a quantity of drugs matching the description of those stolen from the Gray drugstore had been sold to him by Milligan. The word was passed on to the Lancaster Police Department. A warrant was issued for Billy's arrest. 2. When Marlene came to the apartment on Monday after work, Tommy gave her an engagement ring. I want you to have this, Marvine, Tommy said, calling her by his pet name for her. If anything happens to me, I want you to know I'll always love you. She stared in disbelief as he put it on her finger. It was a moment she had dreamed of for a long time, but now it was painful. Had he gone out and bought it because he expected something to happen to him? She felt the tears in her eyes, but tried not to show her feelings. No matter what he had done, no matter what they did to him, she would stand by him. In her calendar for January 20th, 1975, she wrote, Got engaged. Really surprised me to death. They arrested Danny the following day. They pushed him into the cruiser and took him down to the Fairfield County Jail. They read him his rights and began questioning him. He had no idea what they were talking about. The questioning went on for hours, and from what the detective said, Danny began to piece together a picture. Wayne Luft had been picked up for drunken driving, and while being questioned, he had said that Milligan and Roy Bailey had robbed the drugstore. Danny looked up at them, dazed. They wanted him to give a voluntary statement. As they asked him questions, he heard Alan's voice in his head, telling him exactly what to answer. When the interrogation was over, Danny was asked to sign his statement. Laboriously, his tongue between his teeth, Danny pressed hard with his pencil as he signed the name William Stanley Milligan. Now can I go home? He asked. If you can post $10,000 bail, Danny shook his head, still very confused about all this, and they led him back to his cell. Later that day, Marlene got a bondsman to post bail. Tommy went back to stay with Dorothy and Dell, who got in touch with George Kellner, the lawyer who had represented him on the rape case in Pickaway County 2 years earlier. While awaiting trial, Arthur learned of other charges being brought against Milligan. 2 victims had identified him as one of the assailants who had robbed them at a roadside rest area. On January 27, 1975, the State Highway Patrol filed additional charges of aggravated robbery of motorists in the roadside rest areas of Fairfield and Hocking counties. Milligan was taken back to the Fairfield County Jail, 2 years to the day since he'd been sent to the Zanesville youth camp. 3. Alan wanted to take the stand in his own defense. Arthur wanted to try the case himself and prove that he was nowhere near Gray Drug Store the night of the robbery. "What about the roadside rest assaults?" Alan asked.
Reagan did it, but that was self-defense.
"They say there were others, just out-and-out robberies."
"Not true," Reagan insisted. "I not rob other victims at roadside rest areas."
"Well, someone did," Alan said.
"Can they prove it?" Reagan asked.
"How the hell do I know?" Alan said. "I didn't see it."
"What we do?" Reagan asked.
"It's a bloody mess," Arthur said. "Can we trust this attorney? He didn't keep us from being sent to Zanesville by the Ohio Youth Commission 2 years ago."
"This time he says we can plea bargain," Alan said. "The way I understand it, if I plead guilty to the Gray drug robbery, they'll give me shock probation, and we probably won't have to do any time in the slammer."
"What is this shock probation?"
"That's when they lock you up without letting you know how long you're going to be there, and then they shock you by letting you out unexpectedly, so you'll be grateful and stay out of trouble."
"Well, if that's the case," Arthur said, "let's follow the barrister's advice. That's what we're paying him for."
"All right," Alan said. "So that's it. We plead guilty in exchange for getting off on probation." On March 27, 1975, William Stanley Milligan pleaded guilty to and was convicted of robbery and aggravated robbery. 2 months later, Alan learned the court gave him shock probation only for the roadside rest assaults, but not for the lesser charge. He would have to serve a 2 to 5 year sentence for the Gray Drug Store robbery. They were all stunned. On June 9th, after 45 days in Mansfield Reformatory, Alan was put on a blue Ohio State Reformatory bus with 59 other inmates handcuffed in pairs to be transported to the Lebanon Correctional Institution. He tried to avoid the eyes of the armed guards sitting in the cage at the front of the bus. How would he survive for 2 years? The fear expanded inside him as the bus pulled up to the prison, and he saw the barbed wire fence and the watchtowers around the walls of Lebanon. The prisoners were taken off the bus and marched into the receiving entrance. The first of the 2 remote-controlled doors hissed open, then closed behind him. It reminded Alan of Chalmers' hiss, and the fear in his stomach exploded. He never got to the second door. Reagan heard a hiss as the second door opened. He nodded and shuffled along to the cell block in the line of handcuffed prisoners. Now Arthur no longer had dominance. Here, Reagan knew, he would finally rule. He and only he would decide who came on and off the spot for the next 2 to 5 years. Reagan Varaskevinich heard a loud clang as the iron door closed behind them. Chapter 17. 1. Reagan found Lebanon an improvement over Mansfield Reformatory. It was newer, cleaner, brighter. At the first day's orientation session, he listened to the lectures on rules and regulations, the descriptions of the prison schools and jobs. A big man with heavy jowls and a football player's neck got up and, arms crossed, rocked back and forth.
"All right," he said. "I'm Captain Leach. You guys think you're hot shit? Well, now you're mine. You done fucked up on the street, but you mess up down here, I'm gonna bust your heads. The hell with civil rights, human rights, everything else rights. Down here, you all nothing but a piece of meat. You get out of line, I'm gonna grind you.
He hammered away at them for 15 minutes. Reagan decided the man was trying to whip them into line with words, just blowing hot air. Then Reagan noticed that the psychologist, a thin, sandy-haired man with glasses, took the same tack. You men are nothing now. Just numbers. You have no identity. No one cares who you are or that you're here. You're nothing but criminals and convicts. As the little man insulted them, several of the new prisoners became upset and started shouting back. Who the hell are you to tell us that?
What kind of shit is that, man?
I ain't no number. You fucking crazy, man. Blow it out your asshole, shrink. Reagan observed the inmates' reactions to the verbal assaults. He suspected the psychologist was intentionally provoking them. See, the psychologist said, jabbing his forefinger at them. Look what's happening. You can't fit into society because when you're put into a pressure situation, you don't know how to control it. You counteract a verbal statement with raw hostility and violence. Maybe you can see now why society wants to lock you away in a cage until you learn to adjust. The men, realizing he'd been teaching them a lesson, sat back and grinned at each other sheepishly. In the main corridor, some of the veteran inmates watched and jeered as the new men walked out of the orientation room. Hey, look it! New meat! Hey, bitches! See you later.
That one's a good looker.
She's mine. Hell, I saw her first. She's my punk. Reagan knew they were pointing to him, and he stared back coldly. In his cell that night, he discussed things with Arthur. You're in charge here, Arthur said. But I'd like to point out that a great deal of that teasing and joking is merely prisoners letting off steam in a pressure cooker situation. Anything to get a bit of laughter. You would do well to discriminate between the prison comedians and those who might really be dangerous. Reagan nodded.
Is exactly what I am thinking.
I have another suggestion. Reagan listened with a half-smile. It amused him to hear Arthur making suggestions instead of issuing orders. I notice that those inmates wearing green hospital uniforms are the only ones, except for the guards, allowed to walk in the center of the corridors. When the time comes to apply for a work detail, it might be advisable to have Alan request assignment to the prison hospital.
For what reason?
Working as a medic could provide a margin of safety, especially for the children. You see, in a prison community, a medical attendant is respected, since every inmate knows that someday he might need emergency treatment. I would do the work, using Alan to communicate. Reagan agreed it was a good idea. The next day, when the guards talked to the new prisoners about work experience and previous specialization, Alan said he thought he would like to work in the prison hospital.
You all got training?
Asked Captain Leach. Alan answered as Arthur had coached him. When I was in the Navy, there was a pharmacist's school at Great Lakes Naval Base. I worked in the hospital there. It wasn't exactly a lie. Arthur had studied those things on his own. He hadn't exactly said he'd been trained as a medic. The following week, the call came down from the prison hospital that Dr. Harris Steinberg, the medical director, wanted to see Milligan. Walking the wide halls, Alan noticed that Lebanon was laid out in the form of a giant 9-legged crab. The central corridor was lined with offices, but at various intervals the cell block corridor branched off in all directions. At the hospital, Alan waited in the outer room separated by unbreakable glass partitions, watching Dr. Steinberg, an elderly white-haired man with a kind, ruddy face and a gentle smile. Alan noticed there were paintings on the walls. Finally, Dr. Steinberg waved him into his office. I understand you have lab experience. All my life I've wanted to be a doctor, Alan said. I thought with a big prison population like this, you might be able to use someone who could do blood counts and urine tests. Ever do that before? Alan nodded. Of course. It was a long time ago, and I probably forgot a great deal, but I can learn. I'm fast. And like I say, working in this field is my great ambition when I get out of here.
I've got medical books at home I've studied on my own. I'm particularly interested in hematology, and if you'd just give me a chance, I'd appreciate it." He could tell Steinberg wasn't really taken in by his fast talking, so he searched for other ways to impress the doctor. "Those paintings are fascinating," Alan said, quickly glancing at the wall. "I prefer oils to acrylics, but whoever did those has a good eye for detail." He saw Steinberg's expression change to one of interest. "You paint?" "All my life. Medicine is the career I've chosen, but ever since I was a kid, people said I had a natural talent. Maybe someday you'll let me paint your portrait. You've got a strong face."
"I collect art," Steinberg said, "and I paint a little myself."
"I've always felt art and medicine complemented each other."
"Ever sell any of your paintings?"
"Oh, quite a few. Landscapes, still lifes, portraits. I hope I'll get a chance to paint while I'm here." Steinberg toyed with his pen.
"All right, Milligan. I'll give you a chance to work in the lab. You can start by mopping up the floor, and when you're done with that, you can straighten up the place. You'll work with Stormy, the duty nurse. He'll show you the ropes."
2. Arthur was delighted. He didn't at all mind getting up earlier than the other prisoners to do the blood tests. Dismayed at what he considered inadequate medical records, he began to keep his own charts on the 14 diabetics he soon came to think of as his patients. He spent most of the day at the lab working with the microscope and preparing slides. When he went back to his cell at 3:30, tired but happy, he paid little attention to his new cellmate, a slight and taciturn man. Madalena decorated the bare cell by spreading patterned towels on the floor and hanging them on the walls. Alan soon began wheeling and dealing, trading a flowered towel for a carton of cigarettes, then lending cigarettes out at 2-for-1 interest and ending up with 2 cartons at the end of the week. He kept pyramiding his barter. Along with what his mother and Marlene sent or brought him, he was able to buy food from the commissary and thus avoid the dining room in the evenings. He would plug his sink with a rubber stopper borrowed from the lab, fill it with hot water, and let a can of chicken and dumplings, soup or beef stew, heat up until it was warm enough to be palatable. He wore his green uniform proudly, delighted at the privilege of being allowed to walk and even run down the main corridor instead of moving like a cockroach against the walls. He enjoyed being called Doc, and he sent Marlene the names of some medical books to buy for him. Arthur was serious about studying medicine. When Tommy learned that many of the other prisoners had their girlfriends on the visitors list as common-law wives, so they would be allowed to visit the prison, he told Reagan he wanted Marlene down as his wife. Arthur was opposed at first, but Reagan overruled him. As Milligan's wife, she could bring things to the prison.
"Write to her," Reagan said, "to bring oranges, but first to use hypodermic and inject vodka. It's very good."
Lee took the spot for the first time in Lebanon. Comedian, wit, practical joker, he exemplified Arthur's theory that laughter was a safety valve appreciated by most inmates. The teasing by other inmates that had at first frightened Danny and angered Reagan was now practiced by Lee. Now, Reagan had heard of Billy's father, the stand-up comic and MC who had billed himself as half music and half wit. Reagan had decided that Lee had a role to play in prison. But Lee went beyond funny stories. He loaded Alan's cigarettes by scraping the sulfur off a couple of matches, soaking a matchstick in sugar water, rolling it in sulfur, and burying it in the tobacco. He'd carry a couple of these in Alan's pack, and when an inmate would ask for a cigarette, Lee would hand over a loaded one. By the time he was down the corridor or leaving the cafeteria, he could hear the shout of rage from the victim as the cigarette flared. Several of them exploded in Alan's face. One morning, when the blood work was done, Arthur, thinking about the incidence of sickle cell anemia among black inmates, left the spot. Lee, finding himself with nothing to do, decided on some mischief. He opened a jar of onion oil extract, dipped a swab into it, and lined the eyepiece rims of the microscope. "Hey, Stormy," he said, handing the medic a slide. "Dr. Steinberg wants this white blood cell count quick. You better check this under the microscope. Stormy placed the slide on the microscope stage and focused. Suddenly, his head snapped up, eyes filling with tears. "What's the matter?" Lee asked innocently. "Is it that sad?" Unable to control himself, Stormy roared, laughing through his tears. "Goddamn son of a bitch! You're a real funny motherfucker, ain't you?" He went to the sink and washed his eyes. A short while later, Lee watched a prisoner come in and give Stormy $5. Stormy took flask 11C off a crowded shelf, pulled the cork, and handed it to the man, who took a deep swig. "What's that?" Lee asked when the prisoner had left. "White lightning. Make it myself. I get $5 a hit. If I'm ever not around when the customer comes in, you can handle the business for me, and I'll cut you in for $1." Lee said he'd be happy to oblige. "Look," Stormy went on, "Dr. Steinberg wants that first aid cabinet straightened out. Would you do it? I got some things to take care of." While Lee rearranged the first aid supplies, Stormy took flask 11C off the shelf, emptied the alcohol into a beaker, and filled the flask with water. Then he lined the rim with bittersweet concentrate. "I gotta see Dr. Steinberg about something," he said to Lee. "Mind the store, will you?" 10 minutes later, a huge black prisoner came into the lab and said, "Give me 11C, man. I paid Stormy $10 for 2 hits. He said you'd know where it is." Lee handed the flask to the black man, who quickly put it to his mouth and tilted it upward. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, and he spat and gagged. "God-damned honky son of a bitch! What kind of shit you pulling on me?" He kept puckering his mouth, making odd movements with his lips, trying to wipe the taste off with his sleeve. He grabbed the flask by the neck, brought it down sharply against the desk, shattering the bottom of it, splattering the liquid all over Lee's hospital greens. Then he brandished the jagged edge. "I'm gonna cut you up, honky!" Lee backed toward the door. "Reagan," he whispered. "Hey, Reagan!" Lee, feeling terror build, expected Reagan to come to his defense, but no one came. He dashed out the door and down the hall with the black man in pursuit. Reagan started to take the spot, but Arthur said, "Lee must be taught a lesson." "I cannot let him be cut," Reagan said. "If he's not taught proper restraint," Arthur said, "he might be a greater danger in the future." Reagan accepted the suggestion and made no move to intervene as Lee ran down the hall, terrified, shouting, "Where the hell are you, Reagan?" When Reagan felt Lee had had enough and the situation had become too dangerous, he bumped Lee off the spot. As the black man came abreast of a gurney, Reagan stopped and spun the hospital bed directly into his pursuer's path. The big man went down with the gurney and fell on the broken flask, cutting his arm. "He's finished!" Reagan roared. The black man jumped up, shaking with anger. Reagan grabbed him, threw him into the X-ray room, and slammed him against the wall. "It's over," Reagan said. "If you do not stop, I destroy you." The man's eyes opened wide at the sudden change. In place of the frightened white boy, he found himself cornered by a nut with a Russian accent and a wild look in his eyes. He was caught in a powerful lock from behind, an arm crushing his neck. "We stop now," Reagan whispered into his ear. "It's necessary to clean this up." "Yeah, man, that's cool. That's cool." Reagan let him go. The black man backed away. "I'm going now, man. No hard feelings. Everything's cool." He took off, walking fast. "That," said Arthur, "was a barbaric way of handling the situation." "What you would have done?" Reagan asked. Arthur shrugged. "If I had your physical capabilities, probably the same thing." Reagan nodded. "What about Lee?" Arthur asked. "Is it your decision?" "He is undesirable." "Yes. What good is a person whose whole life is made up of practical jokes? He is a useless android." Lee was banished, but rather than live in the limbo of the darkness around the spot, unable to face an existence without practical jokes and comic behavior, he made himself disappear completely. For a long time, no one laughed. 3. Tommy's letters began to show unpredictable swings of mood. He wrote Marlene, "My knuckles are swollen," and described a fight he'd had with some inmates who had been stealing his postage stamps. On August 6th, he swore he was going to commit suicide. 5 days later, he wrote to her to send him acrylics so he could start painting again. Arthur captured 4 mice that he kept as pets. He studied their behavior and began to write a long report about the possibility of grafting the skin of mice on human burn victims. One afternoon in the lab, while he was making some notes, 3 inmates came in. One stood guard, and the other 2 confronted him.
"Give me the package," one of them said. "We know you got it. Give it over."
Arthur shook his head and went back to writing his notes. The 2 prisoners came around the desk and grabbed him. Reagan pulled the 2 men down, kicking one and then the other. When the inmate who had been standing guard outside the lab came at him with a knife, Reagan broke his wrist. The 3 of them fled, one shouting, "You a dead man, Milligan! I'm contracting your ass!" Reagan asked Arthur if he knew what was going on.
"A package," Arthur said. "From the way they acted, I imagine it would be drugs."
He searched the lab and the dispensary. Finally, behind some books and papers on a top shelf, he found a plastic bag with white powder. Alan asked, "Is it smack?"
"I'll have to run some tests to be sure," Arthur said, putting it on the scales.
"There's half a kilo here." He discovered it was cocaine. "What are you going to do with it?" Arthur tore open the package and dumped the white powder down the toilet. "Someone's going to be awful sore," Alan said. But Arthur was already back to thinking about his skin graft report. Arthur had heard about the state prison blues. Most prisoners went through an anxiety period during the process of becoming institutionalized. As the inmate faced losing his independence and his identity and was forced to accept suppression, the change often led to depression and an emotional breakdown. For Milligan, it caused a mix-up time. The letters to Marlene changed. Philip and Kevin, who had been writing obscenities and drawing pornographic cartoons, stopped. Now the letters showed a fear of insanity. Tommy's letters said he was having strange hallucinations. He also wrote that he was studying medical books day and night. When he got his parole, he wrote he was going to study medicine, even if it takes 15 years. They would marry, he promised, and have a house, and he would do research and be a specialist. "How does that sound?" he wrote. "Dr. and Mrs. Milligan." On October 4th, because of the cocaine episode, Milligan was transferred to C Block and kept segregated in protective isolation. His medical books and portable TV set were taken away from him. Reagan ripped the steel bed rails from the wall and jammed them into the door. Workmen had to remove the door to get him out of his cell. He had difficulty sleeping and complained of frequent vomiting and blurred vision. Dr. Steinberg saw him from time to time and administered mild sedatives and antispasmodics. Though he felt that Milligan's problems were essentially psychological, on October 13th he ordered that Milligan be taken from Lebanon to the Central Medical Center in Columbus for treatment. While Allen was there, he wrote to the American Civil Liberties Union for help, but nothing came of it. After 10 days in Columbus, it was discovered that he had a peptic ulcer. He was put on a sippy ulcer diet and returned to protective isolation in Lebanon. He learned that he would not be eligible for parole until April 1977, a year and a half away. 4. Christmas and New Year's came and went, and on January 27, 1976, Allen took part with the other inmates in a hunger strike. He wrote to his brother, "Dear Jim, as I lay here in my cell, my thoughts are of you and I as children. As my own time goes by, my soul gains hatred for life. I am sorry, for I'm the fault of your family being broken, and which family I was hardly a part of. You have a great life ahead of you, with many goals. Don't blow it as I. If you hate me for this, I'm sorry, but I still respect you as I do the wind and sun. Jim, I swear to God as my witness, I didn't do what I am accused of. God says everyone has a place and a destiny. I guess this is mine. I'm sorry of the shame I have caused you and everyone around me. Bill." Tommy wrote to Marlene. To my Marvine. Okay, Marv. There is a hunger strike and big riot starting. I'm getting this letter to you in case the inmates take over. No mail will get out if they do. The screaming and glass breaking is getting louder. I would be killed if I tried to get food off the cart. Someone started a fire, but they got it put out. Guards are dragging people out right and left. The movement is slow, but the inmates will probably take over by the middle of next week. I told you so. They are standing outside with shotguns, but that still won't stop these guys. I miss you, Marvine. I just want to die. Things are getting bad. In the next few days, this thing may get on the 6 o'clock news. Right now, it's just on the Cincy radio. If it becomes a full scale, don't come around. I know there will be thousands of people outside. You wouldn't get in the front gate. I love you, Marvine, and miss you. Do me a favor. The guys around me told me to send this to my hometown radio. They need public support to get what they want. Send it to WHOK. Thank you from all the guys. Well, Marv, I love you very, very, very much. Take care. Love, Bill. If things are okay, bring Coco. Bobby scratched his name on the steel bunk in solitary confinement. Here he was able to indulge in his fantasies. He saw himself as an actor in a movie or on TV, traveling to far-off places and having heroic adventures. He hated being called Robert by the others, and would insist, "I'm Bobby." He had an inferiority complex, no ambition of his own, and he lived like a sponge, soaking up ideas and thoughts of others, passing them off as his own. But when anyone suggested he do something, he would say, "I can't do it." He alone lacked confidence in his ability to carry out a plan. When Bobby first heard about the hunger strike, he imagined himself leading it, setting an example for the other prisoners. Like the great Mahatma Gandhi of India, he would bring the repressive authorities to their knees by his fasting. When the strike ended a week later, Bobby decided he wouldn't stop. He lost a great deal of weight. One evening, when a guard opened his cell door to bring his food tray, Bobby pushed it back at him and threw the slop all over his face. Arthur and Reagan agreed that though Bobby's fantasies helped them survive the long months in prison, his fasting was weakening the body. Reagan declared him undesirable. Tommy walked out of the visiting room one afternoon after a visit from Billy's mom, who had come to celebrate her son's 21st birthday. He looked back through the window and saw something he hadn't noticed before. In different parts of the room, prisoners were sitting beside their women, hands out of sight behind the small square tables, not talking or even looking at each other, but staring straight ahead, nonchalantly, almost glassy-eyed. When he mentioned it to Johnsy, a prisoner in the cell next to his, Johnsy laughed. "Man, don't you know nothing? Hell, it's Valentine's Day. They's hand-fucking. I don't believe it. Man, when you got a woman who'll do anything for you, she comes up here with a skirt instead of pants. She don't got on no underwear. Next time we's visiting at the same time, I'll show you my honey's ass." The following week he was coming in to see Billy's mom when Johnsy and his beautiful red-haired girlfriend were heading out. Johnsy winked and flipped up the back of her skirt, showing her naked bottom. Tommy blushed and turned away. That night, in the middle of Tommy's letter to Marlene, the handwriting changed. Philip wrote, "If you love me, next time you come, wear a skirt, but don't wear no underwear." 5. By March 1976, Alan began to hope for parole in June, but when the parole board put the hearing off for 2 more months, he became worried. He'd heard through the prison grapevine that the only way to ensure parole was to pay off the clerk who filed the application in the central office. Alan wheeled and dealed, sketching in pencil and charcoal, then selling the sketches to inmates and guards for items that could be stockpiled and traded. He wrote to Marlene, begging her once again to bring oranges spiked by hypodermic with 100-proof vodka. One was for Reagan, and the others were to sell. On June 21st, 8 months after having first been put in protective isolation, he wrote Marlene that he was certain the parole hearing delay was some kind of psychological testing. Or else I'm so goddamn stone crazy I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, da-da-da. Still isolated, he was moved to C Block's Psych Range, a group of 10 cells reserved for inmates with mental problems. Danny stabbed himself shortly after, and when he refused treatment, he was taken once again to the Central Medical Center in Columbus. After a brief stay, he was returned to Lebanon. During his stay in C Block, Allen kept sending kites to Warden Dolman, official messages protesting his protective isolation, which he had been told had to be voluntary. His constitutional rights were being violated, he wrote, and he threatened to sue everybody. After a few weeks, Arthur suggested a change of tactics. Silence. Speak to no one, neither inmates nor guards. He knew that would worry them, and the children refused to eat. In August, after 11 months in protective isolation, being shifted back and forth from the psych range, he was told he could return to the prison population. We could put you to work where it isn't very dangerous, Warden Dolman said. He indicated the pencil sketches all over the cell wall. I've heard about your artistic talents. What if we put you to work in Mr. Reinert's art class? Allen nodded happily. The following day, Tommy went to the graphic arts room. It was a busy place, filled with people working on silkscreens, lettering, cameras, and a printing press. The thin, wiry man called Mr. Reinert looked at Tommy sidewise through thoughtful eyes as the prisoner sat around for the first few days, not interested in what was going on around him. What would you like to do? Reinert asked him. I'd like to paint. I'm good at oils. Reinert cocked his head and looked up at him. None of the prisoners do oil painting. Tommy shrugged. That's what I do. All right, Milligan, come with me. I think I know where we can get some stuff for you. Tommy was in luck. The graphic arts project at the Chillicothe Correctional Facility had recently closed down, and they had sent the oil paints, canvases, and stretchers to Lebanon. Reinert helped him set up an easel and told him to go ahead and paint. Half an hour later, Tommy brought him a landscape, and Reinert was stunned. Milligan, I've never seen someone paint so fast, and it's good. Tommy nodded. I had to learn to paint fast if I wanted to be able to finish anything. Though oil painting was not a part of the program and was generally not done in the graphic arts classes, Reinert realized that Milligan was most at ease with a brush in his hand. So Monday through Friday, he allowed him to paint all he wanted. The prisoners, the guards, and even some of the administrative staff admired Tommy's landscapes. He painted some fast hack work for bartering, and these he signed Milligan. Others he painted for himself, and he was allowed to send them out of the prison when his mother or Marlene came to visit. Dr. Steinberg began to drop into the graphic arts unit from time to time to ask Milligan's advice about his own painting. Tommy showed him how to handle perspective, how to paint rocks to make them look as if they were underwater. Steinberg came into the prison on his own time weekends and had Milligan taken out of his cell so that the two of them could paint together. Knowing that Milligan hated prison food, the doctor would always bring along submarine sandwiches or bagels with cream cheese and lox. I wish I could paint in my cell, Tommy said to Reinert one weekend. Reinert shook his head. Not with two prisoners in a cell. It's against the rules. But that rule didn't apply for long. Several evenings later, two guards came to shake down Milligan's cell and found marijuana. Ain't mine, Tommy said, afraid they wouldn't believe him, and that he'd be sent to the hole, a bare, isolated punishment cell. But when they questioned his cellmate, the young man broke down and admitted he'd smoked it because he was upset about his wife leaving him. He was sent to isolation, and Milligan had the cell to himself for a while. Reinert talked to Lieutenant Moreno, the officer in charge of the cell block, suggesting that Milligan be allowed to paint in his cell until they put another prisoner in with him. Moreno agreed. Thus, every day after the graphic arts room closed down at 3:30, Milligan would go back to his cell to paint until it was time to sleep. Days went by quickly, It was easier to do time. Then one day, a guard mentioned that a new prisoner would be put in his cell. Alan stopped by Lieutenant Moreno's office. "Mr. Moreno, if you put someone else in with me, I won't be able to paint my pictures."
"Well, you'll have to do it elsewhere then."
"Can I explain something to you?"
"Come back later in the day and we'll talk about it."
After lunch, Alan came back from graphic arts with a painting Tommy had just finished. Moreno stared at it. "You did that?" he asked. The lieutenant held up the painting and looked at the deep green landscape with the river winding off into the depths.
"Hey, I'd sure like to have one of these."
"I'd paint you one," Alan said. "Only I can't paint in my cell anymore."
"Oh, well, let's wait a minute here. You'd paint a picture for me?"
"Free of charge."
Moreno called to his assistant. "Casey, take that new man's name out of the slot for Milligan's cell. Put a blank slip in there and put X's on it."
Then he turned to Alan.
"Don't worry about it. You got about 9 more months. Then you go to the board. There won't be anyone else in your cell."
Alan was delighted, and Tommy and Danny and he painted every spare minute, making sure not to finish any single painting.
"You've got to be careful," Arthur suggested. "As soon as Moreno gets his painting, he might back down on his word."
Alan stalled Moreno for nearly 2 weeks, then walked into his office to present a painting of a wharf with boats tied to it. Moreno was overjoyed. "You're sure this'll keep anybody else from coming in my cell?" Alan asked.
"I put it right up on the board. You can go in and look at it."
Alan went into the security room, and beneath his name he saw the slip with the notation, "Do not put inmate in Milligan's cell." It was covered with transparent tape, and it looked permanent. Milligan painted in a frenzy of productivity. Paintings for the guards, for the administrators, for Mom and Marlene to take home and sell. One day he was asked to do one for the front lobby, and Tommy painted a huge canvas that was to be hung behind the admissions desk. He made the mistake of signing his own name to it, but before he presented it, Alan discovered the error, blacked out the name, and signed it Milligan. And most of these paintings did not satisfy him. They were for trading or selling quickly. But one day he became involved in a painting that was very important to him, adapted from a painting he saw in an art book. Alan, Tommy, and Danny took turns working on The Grace of Kathleen. It was originally planned to be a 17th century aristocratic lady holding a mandolin. Alan worked on the face and hands. Tommy worked on the background. Danny painted the details. When the time came to put the mandolin in her hands, Danny realized he didn't know how to paint one, so he painted in a piece of sheet music instead. For 48 hours, without stopping, they took turns working on it, and when they were done, Milligan collapsed in his bunk and slept. Steve had not spent much time on the spot before Lebanon. All expert and daring driver, he had been behind the wheel a few times when he was younger, and boasted of being the best driver in the world. Reagan allowed him on the spot in Lebanon after Lee was banished, because Steve, too, had the ability to make people laugh. He was, Steve liked to brag, one of the best mimics alive. He could imitate anyone and send an audience of inmates into spasms of laughter. Imitations were his way of mocking people. Steve was the Hellraiser, the perpetual imposter. It angered Reagan when Steve imitated his Yugoslavian accent, and it infuriated Arthur when he mocked him by talking in a lower-class British accent.
"I do not speak that way," Arthur insisted. "I do not have a Cockney accent."
"He's going to get us into trouble," Alan said. One afternoon, Steve was standing in the corridor behind Captain Leach, arms crossed, mimicking Leach's manner of rocking back and forth on his heels. Leach turned and caught him at it.
"All right, Milligan. You can practice your performance in the hole. Maybe 10 days in isolation will teach you a lesson." "Alan warned us something would happen," Arthur said to Reagan. "Steve is useless. He has no ambition, no talent. All he does is laugh at people, and while observers may laugh at his antics, the individual who is mocked becomes our enemy. You're in domination, but I put it to you that we hardly need more enemies." Regan agreed that Steve was undesirable and told him he was banished. Steve refused to get off the spot, and mocking Regan's accent, he growled, "What do you mean? You do not exist. None of you. You are all figments of my imagination. I am only one here. I am only a real person. The rest of you are hallucinations." Regan slammed him into the wall and bloodied his forehead. Then Steve left the spot. At Arthur's urging, Alan applied to take courses given at the prison by instructors from the Shaker Valley branch campus of the community college. He enrolled in English, industrial design, basic math, and industrial advertising. He got A's in the art classes and B+s in English and math. His ratings in graphic arts were all at the highest level: exceptional, highly productive, rapid learner, highly reliable, excellent relations, highly motivated. On April 5, 1977, Alan appeared before the parole board and was told he would be released within 3 weeks. When he finally got the letter of release, Alan was so overjoyed he couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth in his cell. Finally, he took the letter and made it into a paper airplane. The day before his scheduled release, passing Captain Leach's office, he whistled. When Leach looked up, Alan sailed the parole board letter airplane past him and walked off with a smile. The last day in Lebanon, April 25th, took forever. Alan had been up the night before until 3 a.m, pacing his cell. He told Arthur he felt he should have more to say over who was on or off the spot now that they were going to be on the outside again. "I'm the one who has to deal with people," Alan said. "The one who has to talk our way out of situations."
"It will be difficult for Regan to yield domination as it is," Arthur said. "After 2 years of absolute control, he would not take kindly to a triumvirate. I believe Regan has ideas of continuing to rule."
"Well, you'll be the boss as soon as we walk out those doors. I'm the one who's going to have to find a job and readjust to society. I need to have more say in things."
Arthur pursed his lips.
"That's not an unreasonable request, Alan. Though I cannot speak for Regan, you will have my support."
Downstairs, a guard handed him a new suit, and Alan was amazed at the quality and the fit.
"Well, your mother sent it in," the guard said. "It's one of your own."
"Oh, yeah," Alan said, pretending to remember. Another guard came in with a voucher for him to sign. Before he could leave, he had to pay 30 cents for a plastic cup missing from his cell. "They took that away from me when they moved me out of isolation," Alan said, "and they never gave it back."
"I don't know about that. You got to pay for it."
"Well, I can play that game too," Alan shouted. "I won't pay."
They took him down to Mr. Dunn's office, and the administrator asked what the trouble was on his last day there.
"They want to charge me for a plastic cup they took away from me. I don't have anything to do with that thing coming up missing."
"You've got to pay the 30 cents,
Dunn said. "I'll be damned if I will."
"You can't leave here until you do."
"I can camp right here," Alan said, sitting down. "I'm not paying for something I didn't do. It's the principle of the thing."
Dunn finally let him go, and as he walked to the holding cell where he was to be picked up by his mother, Marlene, and Kathy, Arthur asked,
"Did you have to do that?"
"Like I said to Dunn, it's the principle."
Bob Reinert came up to see him off, and so did Dr. Steinberg, who slipped him some money as final payment for one of his paintings. Alan was eager to get out the door, impatient as Billy's mother talked to Dr. Steinberg.
"Come on," Alan said to Dorothy. "Let's go." "Just a minute, Billy," she said. "I'm talking."
He stood there fretting, watching her talk on and on.
"Can we go?" "All right, just relax a minute."
He paced back and forth, grumbling as his mother kept talking. And finally, he shouted,
"Mother, I'm leaving. If you want to stay, you can." "Oh, well, goodbye, Dr. Steinberg. I want to thank you for all you've done for my Billy."
He headed toward the door, and she followed him. The steel door whooshed behind them, and Alan realized that on the way in he had never heard that second door close. By the time Kathy brought the car around, Alan was still angry. When a man is getting out of prison, he thought, what you do is just open the door and let him run.
You don't keep him inside by standing around gossiping. It was bad enough when the law kept you in the place, but when your gabby mother was doing it, that was too much. He sulked in the car. Pull over to the bank in Lebanon, he said, finally. I better cash my prison check here. No sense cashing it in Lancaster, having them all know I just got out of jail. He went inside, endorsed the paycheck, and put it on the counter. When the teller handed in the $50, he put the bills in his wallet, along with the money Dr. Steinberg had given him. Still angry, and now getting angry that he was angry, Alan just didn't want to deal with it. Tommy looked around and wondered what in the world he was doing inside a bank. Was he coming in or going out? He opened his wallet, saw close to $200, and shoved it back into his pocket. He figured he was going out. Glancing through the big window, he saw his mom and Marlene waiting in the car, Kathy behind the wheel, and he realized what day this had to be. He checked the calendar on the teller's counter. This was the day they set him free. He ran out the bank door, pretending to be clutching something in his hands. "Quick, let's make our getaway! Hide me! Hide me!" He squeezed Marlene and laughed and felt good. "God, Billy," she said, "as changeable as ever." They tried to fill him in on all the things that had happened in Lancaster in the past 2 years, but he didn't really give a damn. All he was looking forward to was spending some time with Marlene. After all those times in the visitor's room at the prison, he longed to be alone with her. When they reached Lancaster, Marlene told Kathy, "Drop me off at the Plaza Shopping Center. I've got to go to work." Tommy stared at her. "Work?" "Yeah. I took the morning off, but I've got to go back." Tommy was dazed and hurt. He had thought she would want to be with him on his first day out of prison. He said nothing, blinking back the tears, but the hollowness inside was so painful that he left the spot. When he was back in his room, Alan said aloud, "I always knew she was no good for him anyway. If she really gave a damn about Tommy, she'd have taken the rest of the day off. I say we don't have anything more to do with her." "That," Arthur said, "has been my position from the beginning." Chapter 18 1. A few weeks before Billy's parole, Kathy had moved back home to Lancaster, returning to her old job at Anchor Hawking. The only thing that made the job tolerable was her new friend, Bev Thomas. They worked together in the select and pack department, examining glassware as it moved along the belt, talking above the roar of glass-firing burners and air blowers. When Kathy quit Anchor Hawking to begin college at Ohio University in Athens, the two girls kept up their friendship. Bev was an attractive young divorcee about Billy's age, with brownish blonde hair and green eyes. Kathy found Bev independent, tolerant, and blunt. Bev was interested in psychology. She said she tried to understand the meanness in people and what in their backgrounds caused them to act the way they did. Kathy told her how her own family, especially Billy, had suffered from Chalmers violence. She invited Bev to her mother's house, showed her Billy's paintings, and told her about the crimes that had sent him to prison. Bev said she'd like to meet him. Kathy arranged for Billy to go for a drive with them soon after his return home. In the late afternoon, Bev pulled up in front of the Spring Street house in her white Mercury Montego, and Kathy called to Billy, who was working on his VW. She introduced them, but Billy just nodded and turned back to what he was doing. "Come on, Billy," Kathy said. "You promised we'd go for a drive." He looked at Bev, then at the VW, and shook his head. "Oh, I say, I don't really feel confident enough to get behind the wheel. Not quite yet." Kathy laughed. "He's in his British mood," she told Bev. "Oh, I do say, really." He glared at the two of them with a haughty look, and Kathy was annoyed. She didn't want Bev to think her brother was a phony. "Come on," Kathy insisted. "You can't clown your way out of keeping your promise. 2 years without driving isn't that long. It'll come back to you. If you're afraid to drive, I will." "Or we can take my car," Bev suggested. "I'll drive," he finally said, and stepped around to the passenger side of the VW, holding the door open for them. "At least," Kathy said, "you didn't forget your manners in prison." Kathy got in back and Bev slipped into the front. Billy walked around, got behind the wheel, and started the car. He let out the clutch too quickly. The VW lurched forward and pulled out onto the wrong side of the street. "Maybe I should drive," Kathy said. He said nothing, but hunched over the wheel as he pulled back to the right and drove very slowly. After several minutes of driving in silence, he pulled into a service station. "I do believe I need some petrol," he said to the attendant. "Is he all right?" Bev whispered. "He'll be okay," Kathy said. "He gets this way every so often. He'll snap out of it." As they watched, his lips moved silently. Then he looked around, quickly taking in his surroundings. Seeing Kathy in the back of the VW, he nodded and smiled. "Hi," he said. "Beautiful day for a drive." "Where are we going?" Kathy asked as he pulled out and drove smoothly and with sudden confidence. "I want to see Clear Creek," he said. "I dreamed about it so many times during the past 2 years in... Bev knows," Kathy said. "I explained to her all about what you did." He looked at Bev thoughtfully. Not too many people would go around driving with an ex-convict just out on parole. Kathy saw Bev looking him straight in the eye. "I don't judge people that way," Bev replied. "Just as I don't expect to be judged." In the rearview mirror, Kathy saw Billy's eyebrows go up and his lips purse. She could tell that Bev's remark impressed him. He drove to Clear Creek, where he'd gone camping so often, and gazed at it as if taking in the view for the first time. Kathy watched the water glinting in the sunlight through the trees, and she understood why he loved the place. "I've got to paint this again," he said. "But I'll do it different now. I want to see all the places I knew and do them over." "It hasn't changed," Bev said. "But I have." After they had driven around the area for 2 hours, Bev invited them to her mobile home for dinner later that evening. They drove back to Spring Street so that she could pick up her car, and she gave them directions to the Morrison trailer court. Kathy was pleased that Billy wore his new pinstriped suit to dinner. He looked handsome and dignified when he dressed up, trimmed his mustache, and brushed his hair back. At the trailer, Bev introduced Billy to her children, 5-year-old Brian and 6-year-old Michelle, and he turned his attention to them immediately, setting one on each knee, telling them jokes, pretending to be a little child himself. After she fed the children and put them to bed, Bev told him, "You have a way with children. Michelle and Brian took to you right away." "I love kids," he said, "and yours are particularly delightful." Kathy smiled, pleased to see that Billy was in his charming mood. "I've invited another friend for dinner," Bev said. "Steve Love lives in the trailer court too, but he's separated from his wife. We're best pals. I thought you'd like to meet him. He's a couple of years younger than Billy, half Cherokee, a real nice guy." When Steve Love came in a short while later, Kathy was struck by his handsome dark complexion, bushy black hair, mustache, and the darkest blue eyes she'd ever seen. He was taller than Billy. During dinner, Kathy sensed that Billy liked both Bev and Steve. When Bev asked him about life in Lebanon, he told them about Dr. Steinberg and Mr. Reinert, and how being able to paint had finally made prison endurable. After dinner, he told about some of the things that had gotten him into trouble, and Kathy had the feeling he was boasting. Suddenly, Billy jumped up and said, "Let's go for a drive." "At this hour?" Kathy said. "It's after midnight." "Great idea," Steve said. "I'll get my neighbor's niece to babysit," Bev said. "She sits for me at any hour." "Where'll we go?" Kathy asked. "Let's find a playground somewhere," Billy said. "I feel like swinging on a swing." After the babysitter arrived, they crowded into the VW, Kathy and Steve Love in the back, Bev beside Billy in the front. They drove to a small schoolhouse playground. At 2 a.m, they played tag and swung on the swings. Kathy was glad Billy was having such a good time. It was important for him to have new friends so he wouldn't become involved with the people he'd been associating with before he went to prison. That was one of the things his parole officer had tried to impress upon the family. At 4 a.m, after they dropped Bev and Steve back at the trailer court, Kathy asked Billy what he thought of the evening. "Real nice guys," Billy said. "I feel I've made some friends." She squeezed his arm. "And those kids," he said. "I just love those kids." "You'll make a good father someday, Billy." He shook his head. That's physically impossible. Marlene sensed a change in Billy. He was a different person now, she thought, with a hardened attitude. He seemed to draw away from her, as if wanting to avoid her. That hurt, because all the time he had been in Lebanon, she had never gone out with anyone else, dedicating herself to him alone. One evening a week after his release, he came by to pick her up after work. He seemed himself again, soft-spoken and polite, the way she liked him, and she was glad. They drove out to Clear Creek, one of their favorite drives, and then back to Spring Street. Dorothy and Dell were out, and they went to his room. It was the first time they had been really alone, without arguing, since his return. The first time there had been a chance to hold each other. It had been so long that she was frightened. He must have felt her fear, because he pulled away.
"What's the matter, Billy? What's the matter with you?"
"I'm scared," she said.
"That's all? What about?"
"It's been over 2 years since we've been together." He got out of bed and dressed. "Well," he grumbled, "that really turns me off." The break came suddenly. Billy surprised Marlene when he came by the store one afternoon, asking her to drive down to Athens and spend the night there with him. They'd pick up Kathy from school the next morning and drive back to Lancaster. Marlene said she didn't feel like going. "I'll call you later," he said, "to see if you've changed your mind." But he didn't call. And a few days later, she learned that Bev Thomas had made the trip with him. Furious, Marlene called him and told him she wasn't going to go on like this. "We might as well forget it," she said. "There's nothing there." He agreed with her. "Something might happen, and I'm afraid you might be hurt. I don't want to see you hurt again." She knew that now she had to take him at his word, and she felt the pain of breaking with someone she'd waited for more than 2 years. "All right," she said. "Let's end it." What bothered Dell more most about Billy was the lying. The boy would do stupid or crazy things and then lie to avoid the repercussions. Dr. Steinberg had told him not to let Billy get away with the lies anymore. Dell told Dorothy, "Hey, he's not that dull-witted. He's too bright to pull things that dumb." All he would get from Dorothy was the same answer. "Well, that's not my Bill. That's the other Bill." It seemed to Dell that Billy had no skills or aptitude of any kind except painting. He never took advice or listened to instructions. Dell said, "Billy would listen to a total stranger before he would listen to someone who had his well-being at heart." When Dell asked him who the people were that gave him information or advice, Bill would always say, "Some guy I know told me." Never a name or explanation who they were or where he'd met them. It irritated Dell that Billy often would not even bother to respond to simple questions, preferring to silently leave the room or turn his back. Dell also grew angry with Billy's fears and phobias. He knew, for instance, that Billy was terrified of guns, even though the boy knew nothing at all about them. As far as Dell was concerned, Billy knew nothing about anything. But there was one thing about Billy he could never explain. Dell knew he was much stronger than Billy. Time and again they would arm wrestle, and there was just no question in his mind that Billy was no match for him. But one evening, when Dell challenged him to an arm wrestling match, he was astonished when Billy put him down. "Let's do it again," Dell insisted. "But this time, let's do it right-handed." Billy put him down again without saying a word, then got up to leave. "Big, strong guy like you ought to be out working," Dell said. "When are you going to get yourself a job?" Billy looked at him, confused, and said he had been looking for work. "You're a liar," Dell shouted. "If you really were serious about getting work, you would." The argument went on for over an hour. Finally, Billy grabbed his clothes and most of his stuff and stormed out of the house. 2. Bev Thomas was now living with Steve Love, who had been evicted from his own trailer. When Bev heard about Billy's hassles at home, she invited him to move in with them. Billy checked with his parole officer and got the okay. Bev enjoyed living with two men. No one would believe there was nothing sexual going on, that they were just three best friends who went everywhere together, did everything together, and had more fun together than she'd ever had before. Billy was great with Michelle and Brian. He always took them swimming, or got ice cream for them, or took them to the zoo. He cared about those kids as if they were his own. And Bev was impressed that when she came home from work, he'd have the place cleaned up, all except the dishes. He never did the dishes. Sometimes he acted so feminine that she and Steve wondered if he was gay. Often Bev and Billy would sleep in the same bed, but he never touched her. When she asked him about it one day, he told her he was impotent. It didn't matter to her. She cared about him, and she loved the things they all did together, like going to Burr Oak Lodge for 3 days, camping out and spending $50 on junk food, or hiking through the woods at Clear Creek in the middle of the night, Billy holding the one flashlight and playing James Bond, trying to find secret caches of marijuana. It was fun, the way he would talk with his British accent, giving the Latin names of all the plants. It was all madness, the things they did together. But Bev felt free and happy for the first time in a long time with these two wonderful guys. One day, Bev came home to discover that Billy had painted his green VW black with crazy silver patterns. "No other VW in the world is like this now," he said. "But why, Billy?" Bev and Steve both asked. "Well, the sheriff's office is keeping an eye on me anyway. This'll just make their job easier." What he didn't tell them was that Alan was sick and tired of panicking when he couldn't remember where someone had parked the car. The distinctive black and silver pattern would make it easier to find. But when Billy met Steve's brother, Bill Love, a few days later, and saw the van he owned, Billy traded the VW for it. Then Billy traded the van to a friend of Steve's for a motorcycle that didn't run. But Steve, who had his own bike, and who was an expert at repairing motorcycles, got it in working order. Steve discovered that at times Billy rode the motorcycle like a demon. At other times he was afraid to ride it at all. One afternoon, when they were riding in the countryside, they passed a sharp incline of shale and rock. Steve skirted it and went ahead, but then he heard the roar of an engine above him. When he looked up, he saw Billy at the top of the cliff. "How'd you get up there?" Steve yelled. "Rode up," Billy yelled back. "That's impossible," Steve shouted. Seconds later, he could see that Billy had changed and was now trying to get down, acting as if he didn't know the first thing about riding a cycle. Several times the cycle went one way and he went the other. Finally, Steve left his own cycle below, climbed up the sheer face of the hill, and helped Billy walk the cycle down. "Can't believe you rode up there," Steve said, glancing back. "But there's no other way." Billy looked as if he didn't know what Steve was talking about. Another time, when Steve was alone with Billy, they went walking in the woods. After 2 hours of climbing hills, they still faced a peak up ahead. Steve knew he was stronger and a better athlete than Billy, but it was too much even for him. "We'll never make that, Billy. Let's rest and go back." But when he fell back against a tree, exhausted, he saw Billy suddenly gather incredible energy and run full speed up the steep hillside to the top. Not wanting to be outdone, Steve scrambled his way up. Up ahead, he saw Billy at the top, arms outstretched, shaking his hands and fingers as he looked down at the view below. He was talking in a strange language Steve couldn't make out. When Steve got up to the top beside him, Billy turned, looked at him as if he were a stranger, and then went running down the hillside toward the pond below. "Oh, Jesus, Billy!" Steve shouted. "Where are you getting the energy?" But Billy kept running, shouting something in that foreign language. He dove fully clothed into the water and swam quickly across the pond. Steve finally reached Billy, who was by now sitting on a rock on the far bank, shaking his head as if to clear the water from his ears. He looked up as Steve came toward him and said accusingly, "Why'd you throw me in the water?" Steve stared at him. "What are you talking about?" Billy looked down at his dripping clothes. "You didn't have to push me in." Steve stared at him and shook his head. He didn't trust himself to argue. After they went back to their motorcycles and Billy rode as clumsily as a beginner, Steve told himself he had to watch this guy, because he was surely crazy. "You know what I'd like to do someday?" Billy said when they reached the roadway between the pond and the hillside. "I'd like to stretch a canvas across the road between those 2 elm trees, high up so cars could pass under it." I'd paint it so it looked like the mountain, with shrubs and trees and a tunnel right in the middle.
Billy, you got some strange ideas.
I know, Billy said, but I'd like to do it.
Bev found her money dwindling away on food and repairs for the cycles and cars. Billy had bought an old Ford Galaxy. She began to hint that Steve and Billy should start looking for jobs. They applied at several factories around Lancaster. By the third week in May, Billy was able to fast-talk the people at Reichold Chemical into jobs for both of them. It was heavy work. As the strings of fiberglass came out of the vat and were rolled into wide mats, their job was to cut the mats when the roll reached a certain size. Then they would lift the 100-pound roll, place it on the cart, and begin the new roll. On their way home one night, Billy stopped to pick up a hitchhiker who carried an Instamatic camera hanging around his neck. Driving toward town, Billy offered to trade the young man 3 hits of speed for the camera. Steve saw Billy dig into his pocket and come up with 3 white tablets wrapped in a plastic bag.
I don't do speed,
the hitchhiker said.
You can sell these for $8 apiece, a quick profit.
The hitchhiker did some quick figuring and handed over the camera in exchange for the plastic bag. When Billy let the man off in Lancaster, Steve turned to him.
I didn't know you did chemicals.
I don't.
Where'd you get the speed?
Billy laughed.
Those were aspirins.
God, Steve said, slapping his thigh. I've never seen anything like you.
I once sold a whole suitcase full of phony pills, Billy said. I think it's time to do it again. Let's make some blotter acid.
He pulled into a drugstore to buy gelatin and a few other ingredients. Back at the trailer, he melted down the gelatin in one of Bev's pans to a patty 1/16 of an inch thick. When it was hard and dry, he cut it into 1/4-inch squares and put it on tape.
Blotter acid should sell for a few bucks apiece.
What's it supposed to do? Steve asked.
Speed you up, make you see hallucinations. But the beautiful thing is, if you get caught pushing these fake ones, there are no drugs involved.
And what's the poor sucker who buys them going to do? Go to the cops? Billy took off for Columbus the next day. When he came back, the suitcase was empty. He had sold a batch of aspirin and blotter acid, and he was flashing a roll of money. But Steve noticed that he looked scared. The following day, while Billy and Steve were working on Billy's motorcycle, a neighbor, Mary Slater, shouted at them to stop making so much noise. Billy threw his screwdriver against the side of her trailer. The sound of the screwdriver against the metal sounded like a gun going off. Mary Slater called the police, who hauled Billy in for criminal trespassing. Dell had to post bond. Though the charge was dismissed, Billy's parole officer told him to move back home.
I'll miss you guys, he said as he packed. And I'll miss the kids.
I don't think we're going to be here much longer either, Steve said. I've heard that the manager is going to evict all of us.
What'll you do? Billy asked.
Find a place in town, Bev said, and sell the trailer. Maybe you can come and live with us there.
Billy shook his head.
You don't need me around.
That's not true, Billy, she said.
You know we're a threesome.
We'll see. In the meantime, I've got to move back home.
When he left, Bev's children cried. 3. Alan was bored with the job at Reichold Chemical, especially now that Steve Love had quit. He grew sick of the foreman, who constantly complained that one day he'd do things right and the next day he couldn't do them at all. Arthur griped to Alan that once again they had taken a job of mindless labor beneath their dignity. In mid-June, he put in a workman's compensation claim and walked off the job. Dell sensed that Billy had lost the job at Reichold Chemical, and he phoned the company to find out. Keeping in mind Dr. Steinberg's advice to confront Billy with his lies, Dell asked him,
You lost the job, didn't you?
I think that's my business, Tommy said.
It's my business when you live under my roof, and I'm flipping for the bills. Money grows on trees for you. But you can't hold down a simple goddamn job, and you lied about it. You didn't tell us. You can't do anything right.
They argued about it nearly an hour. Tommy kept hearing Dell use the same put-down phrases Chalmer always used. He looked to see if Billy's mom would come to his defense, but she never said a word.
He knew he couldn't live there anymore. Tommy went to his room, packed his bags, and put them into his car. Then he just sat in the fort, waiting for someone to drive him away from the goddamn place. Eventually, Alan came, saw Tommy was upset, and realized what had happened. "It's okay," Alan said, driving off. "It's time we got out of Lancaster." They drove around Ohio for 6 days, job hunting, and then pulling off the road into the woods to sleep at night. Reagan insisted on keeping a gun under the seat and another in the glove compartment for protection. One night, Arthur suggested that Alan try to find a job as a maintenance man. It was the kind of work Tommy could handle easily, repairing electrical appliances, mechanical equipment, heating units, and plumbing. As Arthur understood it, a rent-free apartment and free utilities came with the job. He suggested Alan get in touch with a former inmate whom he'd once helped in Lebanon, and who now was a maintenance man in a suburb of Columbus called Little Turtle. "Perhaps he knows of an opening," Arthur said. "Call him. Tell him you're in town and would like to drop by." Alan grumbled about it, but followed Arthur's instructions. Ned Berger was glad to hear from him and invited him over. They weren't hiring at Little Turtle, he said, but Billy Milligan was welcome to spend a couple of nights at his place. Alan dropped by, and they partied and swapped stories about prison life. On the morning of the third day, Berger came back to the apartment with the news that Channing Way Apartments was about to advertise for outdoor maintenance help. "Call them," Berger said, "but don't say how you found out they were hiring." John Weimer, the youthful personnel manager of Kelly and Lemon Management Company, was impressed with Billy Milligan. Of all the men who answered his help wanted ad, he found Milligan the most qualified and personable. During the first interview on August 15, 1977, Milligan assured him he could do groundskeeping, carpentry, electrical maintenance, and plumbing. "If it works electronically or by combustion, I can fix it," he told Weimer. "And if I don't know how, I can figure it out." Weimer said he would get in touch with him after he interviewed the other applicants for the job. Checking Milligan's references later that day, Weimer called the most recent employer listed on Milligan's application, Del Moore. Moore gave him a glowing report, a fine worker and a dependable young man. He had left the job because meat cutting wasn't really in Billy Milligan's line. He would, Del Moore assured Weimer, make an excellent maintenance man. Unable to check the two personal references, Dr. Steinberg and Mr. Reinert, because Milligan had neglected to give their addresses, Weimer let it go. Since the job was limited to outdoor work, he had enough to go on with the excellent reference from his last employer. But he did instruct his secretary to run the standard police check made on all new employees. When Milligan came in for a second interview, Weimer's first impressions were confirmed. He hired him for outdoor maintenance at the Williamsburg Square Apartments, adjacent to the Channing Way Apartments, both of which were managed by Kelly and Lemon. He could begin right away. After Milligan left, Weimer handed his secretary the application and W-2 form to file. He did not notice that on both, Milligan had entered the day and the year, 1577 and 1877, but had left off the month of August. John Weimer had hired him, but Sharon Roth, a young woman with pale skin and long black hair, was Milligan's supervisor. She found the new employee an intelligent, handsome fellow. She introduced him to the other rental girls and explained the procedures to him. Each day he would come to the office in Williamsburg Square and pick up the work orders filled out by her, Carol, or Kathy. When the job was finished, Milligan was to sign the order and return it to Sharon. Milligan worked well the first week, putting up shutters, repairing fences and walks, and doing lawn work. Everyone agreed that he was an eager, ambitious worker. He slept at the Williamsburg Square apartment of Ned Adkins, one of the other young maintenance men. One morning during the second week, Milligan dropped by the personnel office to see John Weimer about renting an apartment. Weimer thought about it, and recalling Milligan's description of his strong background and qualifications in electrical, plumbing, and appliance repair, he decided to try him as an inside maintenance man on 24-hour call. He would have to live on the premises to be available for night and emergency calls. A rent-free apartment came with the job. You can pick up a set of master keys from Sharon or Carol, Weimer said. His new apartment was beautiful. It had a fireplace in the living room, a bedroom, dinette, and kitchen, and it faced a patio. Tommy took one of the walk-in closets for his electronic equipment, keeping it locked to prevent the children from getting into it. Alan set up a studio in the small dinette area facing the rear. Adelena kept the place clean and did the cooking. Reagan jogged around the neighborhood to keep fit. Life at the apartment and on the job was well organized. Arthur approved of the situation, pleased that they were finally settled. Now he could turn his attention to his medical books and research. Through an oversight on someone's part, the police check was never completed on Billy Milligan. 4. 2 weeks after the move to Channing Way, Reagan was jogging through the nearby poor neighborhood when he saw 2 black children without shoes playing on the sidewalk. He noticed a sharply dressed white man walking from one of the houses to a white Cadillac. He decided the man had to be a pimp. Moving quickly, he threw the man against the car. "What's the matter with you? You crazy?" Reagan reached into his belt and pulled out a gun. "Give me your wallet." The man handed him his wallet. Reagan emptied it and threw it back at him. "Now drive." When the car pulled away, Reagan handed the black children more than $200. "Here, buy shoes and food for families." He smiled as he watched the children run off with the money. Later, Arthur said Reagan had behaved badly that day. "You can't go around the city of Columbus playing Robin Hood, stealing from the rich to give to the poor children. It gives pleasure. But you know very well that carrying that gun violates the conditions of parole." Reagan shrugged. "It's not much better out here than prison." "That's a stupid thing to say. Here we have freedom. But what you do with freedom?" Arthur began to suspect Alan's hunch was right. Reagan had come to prefer any environment, even prison, in which he could control the spot. The more Reagan saw of the working-class district on the east side of Columbus, the angrier he became over the struggle of the people to survive in the shadow of the glass and steel office buildings of the wealthy corporations. One afternoon, as he passed a run-down house with a sagging porch, he saw a beautiful blonde-haired child with wide blue eyes sitting in a laundry basket, her withered legs bent at awkward angles. An old lady standing in the doorway came onto the porch, and Reagan asked her, "Why does child not have leg braces or wheelchair?" The old lady stared. "Mister, you know what them things cost? I've been begging the welfare for 2 years, and there ain't no way I can get them things for Nancy." Reagan went on his way, deep in thought. That evening he told Arthur to find out which medical supply warehouse would have children's wheelchairs and leg braces. Though he was irritated at being distracted from his reading, as well as at Reagan's demanding tone, Arthur humored him and made several phone calls to medical supply distributors. He discovered a company in Kentucky that had the size Reagan described. He gave Reagan the model numbers and the warehouse address, but asked, "What do you want this information for?" Reagan didn't bother to answer. That night, Reagan took the car, his tools, and a nylon rope and drove south to Louisville. He found the hospital supply warehouse and waited until he was certain everyone had left. It would not be difficult to break into. He would not even need Tommy's help. Strapping on the tools, Reagan climbed over the wire fence, slipped around to the side of the building hidden from the street, and examined the brickwork alongside the drainpipe. In TV shows he had seen, cat burglars always carried grappling hooks to climb up to the roof. Reagan sneered at such devices. He fished a steel shoehorn out of his bag and removed the lace from his left running shoe. With the lace, he tied the shoehorn so that its curved end turned downward near the tip of his shoe, creating a hook that served as a crampon. He climbed up to the roof, cut a hole in the skylight, reached in and unlocked it, and, using the nylon rope fastened to a bracket, slid down the line into the building. It reminded him of the times he'd gone mountain climbing with Jim years ago. With the model numbers Arthur had supplied, Reagan searched the warehouse for nearly an hour before he found what he wanted: a pair of leg braces for a 4-year-old child and a small collapsible wheelchair. He unlocked a window, lowered the braces and wheelchair to the ground, and climbed out. Then he put everything into the car and drove back to Columbus. It was morning when he pulled up to Nancy's house and knocked on the door. "I have something for little Nancy," he said to the old lady, who peered at him through the window. He brought the wheelchair up from the car, opened it, and showed them how it worked. Then he showed Nancy how to put on the leg braces. "It will take a long time to learn use them," he said, "but it is important to walk." The old lady began to cry.
"I won't never get the money to pay you for them things."
"It's not necessary to pay. It's contribution from rich medical supply company to needy child."
"Can I make you some breakfast?"
"Would like coffee."
"What's your name?"
Nancy asked, as her grandmother left for the kitchen.
"Call me Uncle Regan," he said.
She hugged him. The old lady brought out coffee and the best pie he had ever tasted. Regan ate the whole thing. In the evening, Regan sat up in bed and listened to unfamiliar voices, one with a Brooklyn accent, the other just plain foul-mouthed. Regan heard something about splitting the money from a bank robbery. He slipped out of bed, got his gun, and opened every door, every closet in the place. He put his ear to the walls, but the arguing was coming from right here in the apartment. He spun around and said, "Don't move! I kill you both!" The voices stopped. Then Regan heard a voice in his head saying, "Just who the fuck are you to tell me to shut up? If you do not show yourself, I will shoot." "Shoot what?" "Where you are. You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "What do you mean?" "I can't see where I'm at. I ain't got no idea where I'm at." "Why for you are talking?" "I was arguing with Kevin." "Who is Kevin?" "He's the one I was yelling at." Regan thought a moment. "Give me a description of things around you. What you see?" "I see a yellow lamp, a red chair near the door. The TV set's on." "What kind is TV? What is show?" "White cabinet, big color RCA set, all when the family's on." Regan saw his TV set, and he knew the strangers were here in the room, invisible. He searched the apartment again. "I look everywhere. Where you are?" "I'm right with you," Philip said. "What do you mean?" "I've been here all the time, always have been." Regan shook his head.
"All right, no more talk."
He sat down in the rocking chair and rocked all night, trying to figure it out, amazed that there were others he hadn't known. The next day Arthur told him about Kevin and Philip. "I believe they are a product of your mind," he said.
"What do you mean?"
"I'll give you the logical side of it first," Arthur said. "As the keeper of hate, you know what a destructive force you possess. Though hate can conquer much through violence, it is unmanageable. Now, if one wants to keep the physical power of hate but remove its evil side, one will still have hatred with some bad traits. Our mind wanted to control your violence, to keep the anger selective and manageable. Getting rid of your evil so that you could be strong without being angry led to shaving off some of your evil, and thus to the creation of Philip and Kevin."
"They are same as me?"
"They are criminals. As long as they have your guns, they would not hesitate to put fear into people to achieve their aims, but only with weapons. Their sense of power derives from weapons. This, they feel, brings them to your level. They're very vengeful people, and certainly commit crimes against property. I declared them undesirable after Zanesville because they committed unnecessary crimes. But you know what happens during the mix-up times. Regan, though you have shown goodness, you still have an evil aspect to your nature. There is no way to completely cleanse hate. It is the price we pay for maintaining strength and aggressiveness."
"Would not be mix-up times," Regan said, "if you controlled Spot properly. Was better in prison."
"There were mix-up times in prison, even when you were dominant, though you were often not aware of them until afterward. Philip and Kevin and some of the other undesirables stole time in prison. It's most important now that they not get in touch with their old criminal friends from Columbus or Lancaster. They would violate the terms of parole."
"I agree." We'll have to make new friends, begin a new life. Working here at Channing Way is a splendid opportunity. We must fit into society." Arthur looked around. "To begin with, we should really fix up the flat." In September, he bought furniture. The bill came to $1,562.21, and the first payment was due the following month. Things seemed to be going well at first, except that Alan was having problems with Sharon Roth. He didn't know why, but she bothered him. She looked so much like Marlene, and she was just as bossy and know-it-all. He sensed she didn't like him. By mid-September, the mix-up time was worse than ever, confusing everyone. Alan would go to the rental office, pick up the work order, drive to the job location, and wait at the apartment for Tommy to come and do the work. But more and more frequently, Tommy wouldn't show up. No one could reach him, and no one else could handle the job. Alan knew that he himself could never figure out how to do the plumbing or heating repair, and he was afraid that if he touched something electrical, he might blow his shoes off. Alan would wait as long as he could for Tommy to show up. When he didn't come, Alan would leave and sign the work order completed, or write that the apartment door had been deadlocked, which meant that he couldn't get in. But some tenants would call back 3 or 4 times to complain that the work hadn't been done. Once, after 4 callbacks, Sharon decided to drive to the apartment with Billy to see what the problem was. "For God's sake, Bill," she said, staring down at the dishwasher that wouldn't fill. "Even I can see how to fix that. You're supposed to be a maintenance man. You're supposed to repair appliances." "I did fix it. I repaired the drain line." "Well, that's obviously not where the problem is." When he dropped her off at the rental office, he knew she was angry with him. He suspected she was going to have him fired. Alan told Tommy it was important for him to get something he could hold over John Weimer and Sharon Roth to keep them from firing him. Tommy's first idea was to build a telephone blue box for John Weimer's car and bug it. "It'll be a simple thing to make," Alan told Weimer. "Then you'll have a car telephone you can use without the phone company even knowing about it." "Wouldn't that be illegal?" Weimer asked. "Not at all. The airwaves are free." "You can really do it?" "Only one way to prove it to you. You pay for the materials and let me make one for you." Weimer questioned him closely, surprised at Milligan's knowledge of electronics. "I'd like to look into it first," Weimer said. "But it does sound interesting." A few days later, while Tommy was buying some materials for his own blue box at an electronic supply shop, he discovered a taping bug that could be inserted into a telephone and activated by the phone ringing. All he would have to do was to dial the personnel or rental office, pretend he had called the wrong number, and hang up. Then the tape recorder would begin. By taping conversations in Roth's or Weimer's office, he might learn if there was something illegal going on, and he could use it to threaten them and get them off his back if they tried to fire him. Tommy charged the electronics bugs to Kelly and Lemon, along with other electrical supplies. That night, he slipped into the rental office and inserted the recording device into Roth's telephone. He did the same in Weimer's office. Then Alan took the spot and went through some of the filing cabinets to see if there might be any useful information. One folder caught his eye. A listing of what the front office called the blue-chip investors' stockholders in Channing Way and Williamsburg Square, normally kept secret. These were the people who employed Kelly and Lemon to manage the apartment complexes. Alan made copies of the names. With the bugs in the phones and the list in his pocket, he felt that whatever happened, his job was secure. Harry Coder first met Billy Milligan when he came to Coder's apartment to replace some broken screens. "You could use a new water heater," Milligan told him. "I could get one for you." "How much would it cost?" Coder asked. "Wouldn't cost you anything. Kelly and Lemon would never miss it." Coder looked at him, wondering how Milligan could suggest such a thing, knowing he was a Columbus police officer and a part-time security officer for Channing Way. "I'll think about it," Coder said. "Just let me know any time. I'll be glad to install it for you free of charge." When Milligan left, Coder decided he'd keep a close watch on him. There had been a sharp increase in burglaries in the Channing Way and Williamsburg Square apartments.
All indications were that whoever was doing it had a master key. John Weimer got a call from a maintenance man who had been hired about the same time as Milligan was. The man said he felt Weimer should know about Milligan. Weimer asked him to come to the office. "I feel bad about doing this," the man said, "but that guy's a weirdo." "What do you mean?" "He's been bugging the girls at the rental office." "By bugging, do you mean bothering, or?" "I'm talking about electronic bugging." "Oh, come on now." "I mean it." "Do you have proof?" The man looked around the room nervously. "Milligan told me himself, and then he repeated almost word for word a conversation I had in the rental office with Carol and Sharon. It was just the three of us, talking about how in high school almost everyone did drugs, stuff like that. He also said when the girls were alone, they used dirtier language than guys in a locker room." Weimer tapped his fingers on the desk thoughtfully. "Why would Billy do such a thing? He said he had enough on Sharon and Carol that if he got fired, he'd take them with him. If he went down, everyone, including Kelly and Lemon, would go down with him." "That's foolish. How could he do that?" "He told me he offered to make a blue box for your car, free of charge." "That's true, but I decided against it." "Well, he also told me he planned to bug that car phone so he could keep tabs on you, too." When the man was gone, Weimer called Sharon. "I guess you were right about Milligan," he said. "You'd better let him go." That afternoon, Sharon called Billy into the rental office and told him he was fired. "If I go, then you go too," he said. "I don't think you'll be working here much longer." At home later that afternoon, Sharon answered her apartment doorbell and was astonished to see Milligan, dressed in a blue business suit and vest, looking like an executive. "I just dropped by to tell you that you have to be at the district attorney's office tomorrow at 1 o'clock, he said. "I've also got to see John Weimer. If you can't get to the DA's office on your own, they'll send a car to pick you up." Then he turned and left. She knew it sounded absurd, but she was frightened. She had no idea what he was talking about or why the district attorney would want to see her. And what did Milligan have to do with it? Who was he, and what was he after? One thing she knew for sure. He was no ordinary maintenance man. Tommy went directly to the closed maintenance office at 5:30, let himself in, and removed the bug from the telephone. Before he left the office, he decided to leave a note for Carol. With the information he was giving Weimer, he knew she, too, would have to be fired. At the desk the two women shared, he flipped a page of the calendar to the next working day, Monday, September 26, 1977. Beneath the date, he printed a note. "A new day. Enjoy it while you can." Then he turned the page back to Friday. After John Weimer had left his office for the day, Tommy slipped in and removed the bug from his phone, too. On the way out, he ran into Terry Turnick, the district supervisor for Kelly and Lemon. "What are you doing here, Milligan?" Turnick asked. "I thought you were fired." "I came down to see John Weimer. There are some things going on in this company that I'm about to make public. I want to give John a chance to deal with these matters before I notify the authorities and the investors." "What are you talking about?" "Well, as John's supervisor, I guess you ought to hear about it first." A short time after John Weimer got home from the office and settled down for the evening, he got a call from Terry Turnick, asking him to come back to the office right away. "Something is strange. Milligan is here, and I think you should come out here and listen to what he's got to say." When Weimer arrived, Turnick told him Milligan had gone back to his apartment and would return in a few minutes to talk to both of them. "What did he say?" Weimer asked. "He's making some accusations. Better let him tell you." "I've got a funny feeling about this guy," Weimer said, opening his desk drawer. "I'm going to tape this conversation." He put a fresh cassette into the small tape recorder and left the drawer partly open. When Milligan walked through the door, Weimer stared in astonishment. Until this moment, he'd seen Milligan only in work clothes. Now he looked distinguished in a three-piece suit and tie, and he carried himself with authority. Milligan sat down and hooked his thumbs through his vest. "There are some things you ought to know about that are going on in your company." "Like what?" Turnick asked. A lot of it is illegal. I want to give you the opportunity to solve these problems before I go to the district attorney."
"Well, Bill, what are you talking about?"
asked Weimer. For the next hour and a half, Allen described how the records in the rental office were manipulated, how the Channing Way and Williamsburg Square investors were defrauded. Units reported as vacant were actually occupied by friends of certain employees who were collecting and pocketing the rents. Also, he said he could prove that Kelly and Lemon was illegally tapping into power lines to defraud the electric company. He assured them that he did not believe Weimer was involved in this fraud and embezzlement, but that almost everyone else in the company was, especially a certain rental office supervisor who was allowing her friends to occupy these apartments. "I intend to give you time to investigate these charges, John, and to bring the culprits to justice. But if you can't or won't do it, I'll make it public by reporting the matter to the Columbus Dispatch." Weimer was worried. It was always possible that dishonest employees were doing things that might create a scandal. From the way Milligan talked, it was obvious he was alleging that Sharon Roth was behind most of this. Weimer leaned forward.
"Just who are you, Bill?"
"Just an interested party." "Are you a private investigator?" Turnick asked. "I see no reason to reveal myself completely at this time. Let's just say I'm working in the interests of certain of the blue-chip investors."
"I always figured you weren't just a maintenance man," Weimer said. "I guess you always struck me as too brilliant. So you're working for the investors. Would you care to tell us which ones?"
Milligan pursed his lips and cocked his head. "I never actually said I was working for the investors." "If not," Turnick said, "then you've probably been sent by a rival management company to destroy Kelly and Lemon's credibility." "Oh?" Milligan said, tapping his fingertips together. "What makes you think that?"
"Will you tell us who you are working for?" Weimer asked.
"All I can tell you now is that you'd better get Sharon Roth in here and ask her some questions about the things I've told you."
"I certainly intend to look into your accusations, Bill. And I'm glad you brought this to my attention first. I can assure you, if there are any dishonest employees working for Kelly and Lemon, they'll be dealt with."
Milligan stretched out his left arm to show Weimer and Turnick a small microphone wire up his sleeve. "I should point out that this conversation is being recorded. This is the receiver, and there is another party, away from this location, taping all this."
"Well, good for you,"
Weimer said, laughing, and pointed to his open desk drawer.
"Because I'm taping it all, too."
Milligan laughed. "All right, John. You've got 3 days, starting Monday, to clear up the situation and fire the guilty parties. Otherwise, I make the information public." A short while after Milligan left, Weimer called Sharon Roth at home and told her of the accusations. She protested that it was a lie and swore that no one in the rental office was stealing from the company. Concerned now that Milligan had bugged her office, Sharon went in on Sunday to search it. She found nothing. Either he had sneaked in and removed it, or it was all a hoax. She glanced at her desk calendar and automatically turned the page from Friday to Monday. Then she saw the printed note. "A new day. Enjoy it while you can." "Oh my God," she thought. "He's going to kill me because I fired him." Terrified now, she called Terry Turnick and brought him the note. They compared it with samples of Milligan's writing. It matched. On Monday at 2:30, Milligan called Sharon and told her she would have to be at the Franklin County District Attorney's office at 1:30 on Thursday. If she didn't acknowledge his message, he said, he would have to come for her with the police, which, she pointed out, wouldn't look real good. That evening, Harry Coder called Milligan at the apartment to tell him he'd have to back off bothering the girls at the rental office. "What do you mean, back off? I'm not doing anything."
"Look, Bill," Coder said, "if the girls really have to show up at the DA's office, there should be a subpoena."
"What does this have to do with you?" Milligan asked.
"The girls know I'm a police officer. They asked me to look into it."
"Are they scared, Harry?"
"No, Bill. They ain't scared. They just don't want to be hassled."
Allen decided to let the matter drop for the time being, but sooner or later he was going to get Sharon Roth fired. In the meantime, he still had the apartment, but he would have to start looking for another job. For the next 2 weeks, Alan job hunted, but it was impossible to get anything decent. He found himself with nothing to do, no one to talk to. He kept losing time, and his depression deepened. On October 13th, 1977, he received John Weimer's eviction notice. He stormed around the apartment. Where was he going to go? What was he going to do? As he paced up and back, he suddenly noticed Reagan had left his 9mm Smith & Wesson out in plain sight on the mantelpiece. Why was the gun out? What the hell was wrong with him? That and the 25mm Italian gun in the closet could get him sent back to prison on a parole violation. Alan stopped pacing and took a deep breath. Maybe that was what Reagan wanted deep down, without even knowing it himself, to go back to prison, a place of danger, so he could rule the spot. "I can't handle this any more, Arthur," Alan said aloud. "It's just too much." He closed his eyes and left. Reagan's head snapped up, and he looked around quickly to make sure he was alone. He saw the bills on the table and realized that with no money coming in from the job, they were in great difficulty.
"All right," he said aloud. "Young ones must have clothes for coming winter and food to eat. I will commit robbery."
In the early hours of Friday, October 14th, Reagan slipped his Smith & Wesson into a shoulder holster and put on a brown turtleneck sweater, white running shoes, brown jogging jacket, jeans, and a windbreaker. He took 3 hits of biphetamine 20s, drank some vodka, and left before dawn, jogging west toward the Ohio State University campus. Chapter 19. 1. Reagan jogged 11 miles across the city of Columbus and at 7:30 Friday morning reached the Ohio State University East Belmont parking lot. He had no plan. His only thought was to find someone to rob. From the curb between the College of Medicine and the lot, he saw a young woman park a gold Toyota. As she got out of the car, he saw she wore a maroon pantsuit under an open buckskin coat. He turned away to look for someone else. He had no intention of robbing a woman. But Adelina, who had been watching, knew why Reagan was here. She knew he was tired from the cross-city run, and the amphetamines and vodka were getting to him. She wished him off the spot. As she approached the young woman, Adelina saw her lean over the seat to pick up some books and papers from the passenger side. She took Reagan's gun out of the holster and pressed it against the woman's arm. The woman laughed without turning to look. "Come on, guys, stop kidding around." "Would you please get into the car?" Adelina said. "We're going for a ride." Carrie Dreyer turned and saw it was not one of her friends, but someone she didn't recognize. She saw the gun in his gloved hand and realized this man wasn't joking. He motioned for her to slide into the passenger seat, and she scrambled over the stick shift. He took her car keys and slipped in behind the wheel. At first he had difficulty releasing the emergency brake, but he finally pulled out of the parking lot. Carrie Dreyer observed his appearance carefully. Reddish-brown hair, a mustache cut straight and neat, a mole on his right cheek. He was handsome and well-built, about 180 pounds, 5'10" or so. "Where are we going?" she asked. "For a ride somewhere," he said softly. "I don't know my way around Columbus very well." "Look," Carrie said, "I don't know what you want of me, but I got an optometry exam today." He pulled into a factory parking lot and stopped the car. Carrie noticed his eyes drifting from side to side, as though he had nystagmus. That was something she would have to remember to tell the police. He went through her purse, taking out her driver's license and other identification, and his voice turned harsh. "If you go to the cops, I'll get to members of your family." He pulled out a pair of handcuffs and secured her right hand to the Toyota door handle. "You said you're going to have a test," he murmured. "If you want to go ahead and study for it while I drive, that's fine." They drove north of the Ohio State University campus. After a while, he stopped on the tracks at a railway crossing. The train was slowly moving down the tracks. He jumped out of the car and went around to the trunk. Carrie was terrified that he was going to leave her stranded there. handcuffed, and with a train coming. She wondered if he was crazy. Outside the car, Kevin, who had taken the spot from Adelina when he heard the tires thudding over the tracks, went to the rear and saw that the tires were okay. If there had been a flat, he would have run off, but everything looked fine. So he got back in and drove away.
"Take your pants off," Kevin said.
"What?" "Take your fucking pants off," he shouted. She did as he said, frightened by the sudden change of mood. She knew he was doing this to keep her from running away, and rightly so. Even if she hadn't been handcuffed, she'd never run without clothes on. As they drove, she tried to keep her eyes on her optometry book so as not to upset him. But she noticed he was taking King Avenue west, and then he cut on to Olentangy River Road north. He was driving her out into the country, talking at times to himself.
"Just escaped this morning. Beat him up with a baseball bat."
They passed a cornfield, then a barricade in the roadway. He drove around it into a wooded area, past junked cars in a field. Carrie remembered a pair of sharp scissors she kept between the seat and the shift console, and she thought of grabbing it and stabbing him. But as she glanced at the scissors, he said, "Don't try anything funny," and pulled out a switchblade. He parked the car, unlocked the handcuffs from the door, but left them attached to her right wrist, and spread her buckskin coat on the muddy ground.
"Take off your underpants," he whispered, "and lay down."
Carrie Dreyer saw his eyes drift from side to side. Adelina lay back beside the woman, looking up at the trees. She didn't understand why she kept losing the spot to Philip and Kevin. Twice they had taken over while she was behind the wheel, and she had to keep wishing them off the spot. Everything was mixed up.
"Do you know what it's like to be lonely?" she asked the woman lying beside her. "Not to be held by anyone for a long time. Not to know the meaning of love."
Carrie Dreyer didn't answer, and Adelina held her as she had Marlene. But this young woman was very small, and something else was wrong with her as well. Try as Adelina might, each time she attempted to enter, Carrie Dreyer's muscles went into spasms and forced her out, rejected her. This was strange and frightening. Confused, Adelina lost the spot. Carrie explained to him tearfully that she had a physical problem, that she was seeing a gynecologist. Any time she tried to sleep with someone, she got these spasms. Carrie noticed the nystagmus again, and suddenly he turned angry and nasty.
"Of all the damn girls in Columbus," he snarled, "I had to pick one I couldn't do anything with."
He let her put her slacks back on and told her to get back into the car. Carrie noticed him change again. He reached over and handed her a paper towel.
"Here,"
he said gently.
"Blow your nose."
Adelina was now nervous. She remembered Ragan's original purpose for this trip, and she realized Ragan might get suspicious if she returned empty-handed. Carrie watched the rapist's concerned expression, the genuine worry on his face. She almost felt sorry for him as she wondered what was wrong.
"I've got to get some money," he told her, "or someone will be very angry." "I don't have any money with me," Carrie said, starting to cry again. "Don't take it so hard."
He handed her another paper towel.
"I'm not going to hurt you if you do what I tell you." "Do whatever you want to me," she said, "but don't bother my family. Take all the money I've got, but leave them alone."
He parked the car and went through her purse again until he found her checkbook. Her balance showed $460.
"How much do you think you'll need to live for the week?" he asked.
Carrie sniffled through her tears.
"About $50 or $60.
"All right," he said. "Leave yourself a balance of $60 and write a check for the $400. Carrie was surprised and pleased, though she knew there was no way she could replace the money she needed for books and tuition.
"We're going to rob a bank," he said suddenly. "You'll come with me."
"No, I won't," she said forcefully.
"You can do what you want to me, but I won't help you rob a bank."
"We'll go into a bank and cash your check," he said. But then he seemed to think better of it.
"With your crying, they'll know something's wrong. You're not mentally stable enough to go inside a bank and cash a check. You'll foul it up." "I don't think there's anything wrong with me," Carrie said, still crying. "I think I'm holding up pretty well for someone held at gunpoint all the time."
He just grunted. They found an Ohio National Bank branch with a drive-in window at 7070 West Broad Street. He kept the gun hidden between them, but pointed at her as she pulled out her identification. When she turned the check over to endorse it, Carrie thought of writing, "Help." But almost as if he'd read her mind, he said,
"Don't try anything like putting something on the back."
He passed the check, along with Carrie's identification, to the teller, who cashed it.
"You can report to the police that you were robbed. Then stop payment on the check," he said as he drove away. "Tell them you were forced to cash it. That way it'll be the bank that gets ripped off."
When they arrived downtown at Broad and High Streets, the car got caught in heavy traffic.
"Take over and drive," he said. "If you go to the police, don't give them my description. If I see anything in the newspapers, I won't come myself, but someone else will take care of your family, or you."
Then he opened the door and walked quickly away, disappearing instantly into the crowd. Reagan looked around, expecting to find himself in the Ohio State University parking lot. But instead, he was walking past Lazarus's department store in the middle of the afternoon. Where had the time gone? He reached into his pocket and found a roll of money. Well, he must have done it. He must have robbed someone and not remembered it. He took an eastbound bus to Reynoldsburg. Back at Channing Way, he put the money and the master charge card on the closet shelf and went to sleep. Half an hour later, Arthur awoke, refreshed, wondering why he had slept so late. He showered, and as he changed into fresh underwear, he noticed the money on the closet shelf. Now, where in the world did that come from? Someone had been busy. Well, as long as it was there, he might as well get some groceries and pay some bills. The car payment was most important. Arthur pushed the eviction notice aside. Now that the boys had been fired, John Weimer was demanding rent for the apartment. Well, the rent could wait. He had decided how to handle messengers Kelly and Lemon. He would let them keep sending eviction notices. When they took him to court, Alan would tell the judge that these people had made him quit his job, move into their apartment complex as a requirement for the maintenance job. Just as he was settling in with new furniture on credit, they fired him and attempted to put him out on the street. The judge, he knew, would give him 90 days to move. And even after the final eviction notice, he would still have 3 days to get out. That should give Alan enough time to get a new job, save a few dollars, and find a new apartment. That night, Adelina shaved off the mustache. She'd always hated hair on her face. Tommy had promised Billy's sister he would spend Saturday, the last day of the Fairfield County Fair, with her in Lancaster. Dorothy and Dell were running a restaurant concession, and they might need help closing things down. He took the money he saw on the dresser, there wasn't much, and told Alan to drive him to Lancaster. He spent a wonderful day with Kathy at the fair, going on the rides, playing the games, eating hot dogs, and drinking root beer. They talked over old times, speculating how Jim was doing with his new rock group in Western Canada and how Chala was doing in the Air Force. Kathy told him she was glad he'd shaved off his mustache. When they came back to the concession, where Dorothy was working over the grill, Tommy slipped up behind her and handcuffed her to the pipe. "If you're going to slave over a hot stove all day," he said, "you might as well be chained to it." She laughed. He stayed at the fair with Kathy until it closed. Then Alan drove back to Channing Way. Arthur spent a quiet Sunday reading his medical books, and Monday morning Alan set out to look for a new job. He made phone calls and filled out job applications for the rest of the week, but no one was hiring. 2. Friday evening, Reagan jumped out of bed, thinking he had just gone to sleep. He went to the dresser. The money he didn't even remember stealing, was gone. He ran to the closet, pulled out a .25 caliber automatic, and searched the apartment, kicking open doors, looking for the burglar who had broken in while he was asleep. But the apartment was empty. He tried to reach Arthur. When he got no response, he angrily broke open the piggy bank, took out $12, and left to buy a bottle of vodka. He came back, drank, and smoked a joint. Still worried about the bills, he realized that whatever he had done to get that money, he had to do it again. Reagan took a few amphetamines, strapped on his gun, put on his jogging top and a windbreaker. Again, he jogged west to Columbus, reaching the Ohio State University Wiseman parking lot at about 7:30 in the morning. Off in the distance, he recognized the horseshoe-shaped football stadium of the Buckeyes. Behind him, he noticed the sign on the modern concrete and glass building opposite the lot, Upham Hall. A short, chubby nurse stepped through the doorway. She had an olive complexion and high cheekbones and wore her black hair braided in a long ponytail down her back. As she walked toward a white Datsun, he had the odd impression that he recognized her. Someone, Ellen, he thought, had seen her a long time ago in a student hangout called the Castle. Reagan turned away, but before he could leave, Adelena wished him off the spot. Donna West felt exhausted after her 11 to 7 shift at the University Psychiatric Hospital. She had told her fiancé she would call him from the hospital to meet him for breakfast, but she'd worked late this morning after a terrible night, and all she wanted was to get out of there. She'd call Sydney when she got back to her apartment. As she walked toward the parking lot, a friend passed, waved, and shouted hello. Donna headed up for her car, always carefully parked in the first row, facing Upham Hall. "Hey, wait a minute!" someone yelled. She looked up to see a young man in jeans and a windbreaker waving to her from the other side of the lot. Handsome, she thought, like some actor whose name she couldn't recall. He wore brown-tinted sunglasses. She waited as he came over and asked directions to the main parking lot. "Listen, it's hard to explain," Donna said. "I'm going around that way. Why don't you get in and I'll drive you around?" He sat on the passenger side. While Donna was backing the car out, he pulled a gun from inside his jacket. "Just drive," he said. "You're going to help me out." Seconds later, he added, "If you do what I say, you're not going to get hurt, but believe me, I'm willing to kill." This is it, Donna thought. I'm going to die. She felt her face burn, her blood vessels constrict, sick deep down. Oh, Christ. Why hadn't she called Sydney before she left? Well, at least he knew she was supposed to call him. Maybe he'd notify the police. Her abductor reached behind the seat and picked up her purse. He took out her wallet and looked at her driver's license. "Well, Donna, drive to Interstate 71 North." He took the $10 out of her wallet. She had the impression he was making a big show of taking it, conspicuously folding the bills and slipping them into his shirt pocket. Then he took a cigarette out of her pack and pushed it toward her lips. "I bet you want to smoke," he said, and lit it with her car lighter. She noticed his hands had some kind of stain all over them, and under the fingernails. Not dirt or grime or oil, but something. And ostentatiously, he wiped his fingerprints off the lighter. That terrified Donna. It meant he was probably a professional with a police record. He noticed her startled reaction. "I'm a member of a group," he said. "Some of us are involved in political activities." Her first impression was that he was alluding to the Weathermen, though he hadn't actually mentioned that name. She assumed, since he was making her take I-71 north, that he was headed for Cleveland to make his escape. He was, she decided, an urban guerrilla. She was surprised when he told her to get off I-71 at the Delaware County area and made her drive on a back road. She saw him relax, as if he knew the area. When they were out of sight of all cars, he told her to park. When Donna West saw how deserted the area was, she realized this abduction had nothing to do with anything political. She was going to be raped, or shot, or both. He leaned back in the seat, and she knew something really bad was going to happen. "I want to sit here a minute and get my head together," he said. Donna sat with her hands on the wheel, staring straight ahead, thinking of Sydney and of her life, wondering what was going to happen. The tears started down her cheeks. "What's the matter?" he said. "What's the matter?" he said. "You afraid I'm going to rape you?" Those words and his sarcastic tone cut through her, and she looked at him. "Yeah," she said. "I am." "Well, you're so fucking stupid," he said. "Here you are worried about your ass when you ought to be worried about your life." That was a sobering, shocking thing to hear, and Donna stopped crying immediately. "By God," she said.
You're absolutely right. I am worried about my life.
She could barely see his eyes through the sunglasses as his voice softened. Take your hair out of the ponytail. She sat gripping the wheel. I said take your hair down. She reached up and pulled the barrette out. Then he undid the braid, caressing her hair, saying how pretty it was. Then he changed again, becoming loud and mouthy. You are so fucking stupid, he said. Jeez, look how you got yourself in a situation like this. How did I get myself into this situation? Look at your dress. Look at your hair. You ought to know you would attract attention from someone like me. What were you doing in the parking lot at 7:30 in the morning? You're so fucking stupid. Donna thought he was right in a way. It was her fault for offering him a ride. She had herself to blame for what was going to happen. Then she caught herself and realized he was taking her on a guilt trip. She'd heard of rapists doing this before, and she knew better than to fall for it. But still, she thought, when you're helpless and scared to death, it's easy for the guy sitting there with a big gun to make you feel guilty. She resigned herself to what was going to happen. The thought went through her mind, well, rape isn't the worst thing that could ever happen to me. By the way, he said, shocking her out of her thoughts, my name is Phil. She looked straight ahead, not turning to see his face. He shouted at her. I said my name is Phil. She shook her head. I don't really care what your name is. I don't think I want to know it. He told her to get out of the car. Then, as he searched her pockets, he said, as a nurse, I bet you could get a lot of speed. She didn't answer. Get into the back of the car, he ordered. Donna began to talk quickly as she got into the rear, hoping she could distract him by conversation. Do you like art? She asked. I really like art. I'm a part-time potter. I work with clay. She talked on and on hysterically, but he seemed not to hear what she was saying. He made her pull down her white pantyhose. She was almost grateful he didn't make it even more humiliating by forcing her to disrobe completely. I don't have any diseases, he said as he unzipped his fly. It stunned Donna that he would say such a thing. She felt like screaming at him. I have diseases. I have all kinds of diseases. But by now she felt he was mentally ill, and she was afraid of agitating him further. Well, diseases were the last thing on her mind right now. She just wanted this over and done with. She was surprised and relieved at how quickly he finished with her. You're fantastic, he said. You turned me on. He got out of the car, looked around, and told her to get back behind the wheel. This is the first time I've ever raped anybody. I'm more than a gorilla now. I'm a rapist. After a short while, Donna said, May I get out of the car? I have to urinate. He nodded. I can't do it with someone watching me, she said. Could you walk away out of sight? He did as she asked, and when she returned, she noticed his behavior had changed. He was relaxed, joking. But then he suddenly changed again, assuming the same commanding tone and attitude he'd done before the rape, frightening her with violent talk, using foul language. Get into the car, he snapped. Get back on the freeway and go north. I want you to cash checks and give me some money. Thinking as quickly as she could, wanting desperately to get back to familiar territory, she said, Look, if it's money you want, let's go back to Columbus. You're not going to get any out-of-town checks cashed on a Saturday. She waited for his reaction, telling herself that if he insisted on heading north on I-71, it would mean they were headed for Cleveland. She decided then and there that she would crash the car and kill both of them. She hated what he had done to her, and she was going to make sure he would have no use for her money. All right, he said. Take I-71 south. She hoped he wouldn't see how relieved she was, and she decided to press her luck. Why don't we take Route 23? There are lots of banks on 23, and we could get to one before they close at noon. Again, he accepted her suggestion, and though she still felt her life was in danger, she hoped that if she could keep talking and keep him off balance, she might get through it alive. Are you married? He asked suddenly. She nodded, realizing it was important for him to think someone was waiting for her, that someone would know she was missing. My husband's a doctor. How is he? He's an intern. That's not what I mean. What do you mean? What's he like?
She was about to describe Sidney when she suddenly understood that he wanted to know how adequate her husband was sexually.
"You're much better than he is,"
she said, realizing that if she complimented him, he might be nicer to her.
"You know, my husband must have a problem. It takes him forever. It's great that you were so fast."
She could see he really got a big kick out of that. She was more certain than ever that this young man was a schizophrenic, out of touch with reality. If she kept humoring him, perhaps she might get out of this. He went through her purse again, taking her master charge card, her university clinic ID, and her checkbook.
"I have to have $200, he said. "Someone needs the money. Write a check for cash and go to your bank in Westerville. We'll go in together. But if you make one funny move, you try to do anything, I'll be standing right behind you with the gun. I'll shoot."
Walking into the bank, Donna was shaking all over. She found it hard to believe that the tellers she passed didn't catch on. She was grimacing and rolling her eyes frantically, trying to attract attention. But no one noticed a thing. Donna used her master charge card to make 2 withdrawals of $50 each, until the machine receipt indicated she'd reached her limit. As they drove off, he tore up the bank receipts carefully, then tossed the pieces out the car window. Donna looked through the rearview mirror and nearly choked. The Westerville police cruiser was right behind them.
"Oh, my God," she thought, clenching a fist to her temple. "We're going to be picked up for littering."
Reacting to her agitation, he turned and saw the police.
"Oh, hot damn! Let the fucking pigs come up here and I'll blow them away. Too bad you have to see this, but that's the way it goes. I'll waste them. And if you try anything, you'll be next."
Mentally, she crossed her fingers, hoping the police hadn't seen the paper thrown out of the car. She felt certain he would shoot it out with them. The police cruiser ignored them, and she slumped back, trembling.
"Let's find another bank," he said.
They tried several banks, then Kroger and Big Bear stores, all unsuccessfully. She noticed that he would become agitated and aggressive before they entered each one, but once inside he would be playful, as if it were all a game. At the Kroger store in Raintree Center, he put his arm around her and pretended he was her husband.
"We really need the money," he told the clerk. "We're going out of town."
Donna was finally able to cash $100 using a check-cashing machine.
"I wonder," he said, "if all the computers are connected."
When she told him that he seemed to know a lot about the way banks and bank machines worked, he said, "I need to know all these things because it's useful information for my group to have. We share information. Everyone adds to the group." Again, she assumed he was talking about the Weathermen or some other radical organization, and she decided to divert him with talk about politics and current issues. When he thumbed through a copy of Time that had been lying on the floor of the car, she asked his opinion on the voting for the Panama Canal Treaty. He looked confused and flustered. She realized after a few seconds that he knew nothing at all about something that had been in the headlines and on the TV news. He was not the political activist he had led her to believe. She decided he knew very little about what was going on in the world.
"Don't go to the police about this," he said suddenly, "because I or someone else will be watching, and we'll find out. I'll probably be in Algeria, but someone else will be watching you. That's the way we work. We all look out for one another. The brotherhood I belong to will get you."
She wanted to keep him talking and to keep him diverted, but decided to keep away from politics.
"Do you believe in God?" she asked,
figuring that was a topic someone could talk about for hours.
"Well, do you think there's a God?" he shouted, pointing the gun right at her face. "Is God helping you right now?" "No," she gasped. "You know, you're right. God isn't helping me now."
He suddenly calmed down and stared out the window.
"I guess I'm really confused about religion. You'll never believe this, but I'm Jewish." "Gee," she said, without thinking. "It's funny. You don't look Jewish. My father was Jewish."
He rambled on, seeming less upset, but finally he said,
"All religion is bullshit."
Donna kept silent. Religion had definitely not been the right topic of conversation.
"You know," he said softly, "I really like you, Donna. It's too bad we had to meet under these circumstances.
Donna decided that he was not going to kill her, and she began to think about helping the police catch him.
It would be wonderful, she said, if we could meet again. Phone me. Write me a letter. Send me a postcard. If you don't want to sign your own name, you could sign it G for Gorilla.
What about your husband? She had him, she thought. She had manipulated him, and now she had him hooked.
Don't worry about my husband, she said. I'll take care of him. Write me. Phone me. I'd love to hear from you again.
He pointed out that she was almost out of gas and suggested they pull into a station to fill up.
No, that's okay. I'll have enough.
She was hoping she would run out of gas so that he would have to leave the car. How close are we to where I picked you up this morning?
Not far.
Why don't you take me back there? She nodded, thinking how appropriate it was to be going back to where it had started. When they were near the College of Dentistry, he told her to pull over. He insisted on leaving her $5 for gas. She didn't touch it, so he slipped it under the visor. Then he looked at her tenderly.
I'm sorry we had to meet under these circumstances, he whispered again. I really love you.
He hugged her tightly and ran out of the car. It was 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon when Reagan got back to Channing Way Apartments, once again remembering nothing of the robbery. He put the money beneath his pillow and the gun on the table beside him.
This money stays with me, he said,
and went to sleep. Alan woke later that evening, found $200 under his pillow, and wondered where in the world it had come from. When he saw Reagan's gun, he figured it out. Well, he said, might as well go have a good time. He showered, shaved his 3-day growth of beard, dressed, and went out for dinner. 3. Reagan woke Tuesday evening thinking he had slept for just a few hours. He quickly put his hand under the pillow, only to find the money gone again. Gone. And he still hadn't paid the bills or bought anything for himself. Once again he asked questions inside, and this time he reached Alan and Tommy.
Yeah,
Alan said. I saw some money laying there. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to spend it. I bought some art supplies, Tommy said. We needed stuff.
Fools,
Reagan shouted.
I stole it only to pay bills, to buy food, for car payment.
Well, where's Arthur? Alan asked. He should have told us.
I cannot find Arthur. He's off somewhere with scientific studies instead of controlling sport. I am one who has to get money to pay bills.
What are you going to do now? Tommy asked.
I do it once more. His last time. No one must touch money.
God, Alan said. I hate these mix-up times. In the early hours of Wednesday, October 26th, Reagan put on his leather jacket and made his way, for the third time, across the city of Columbus toward Ohio State University. He had to get money. He had to rob someone, anyone. At about 7:30, he paused at an intersection where a police cruiser had also stopped. Reagan gripped his gun. The officers might have some money. As he started toward them, the light changed, and they drove away. Walking along East Woodruff Avenue, he saw an attractive blonde woman pulling a blue Corvette up the driveway of a brick apartment building. The sign on the wall said Gemini. He followed her up the driveway around to the back parking area, certain she hadn't seen him. He'd never considered robbing a woman, but now he was desperate. It was for the children.
Get into car.
The woman turned, startled.
What?
I have gone. I need you to take me someplace.
Frightened, she followed his instructions. Reagan got on the passenger side and pulled out 2 guns. Then Adelina wished him off the spot for the 3rd time. Adelina was becoming worried that Arthur might discover she had been stealing Reagan's time. She decided that if Reagan was ever caught, he might as well be blamed for the whole thing. Since he had come out with guns, and certainly had intended to commit robbery, everyone would believe he had been out the whole time. If he couldn't remember what had happened, It would be blamed on the vodka and the drugs. She admired Regan, his aggressiveness, as well as his tenderness with Christine. There were qualities about Regan she wished she possessed herself. As the young woman drove her Corvette, Adelina talked about herself as if she were Regan.
"I want you to stop at that office building over there," she said. "There should be a limousine parked in the back lot."
When they saw the limousine, Adelina picked up one of the guns and aimed it at the car.
"I'm going to kill the man who owns that car. If he were here now, he'd be dead. That man deals in cocaine, and I happen to know he killed a little girl by giving her cocaine. He does it to children all the time. That's why I'm going to kill him."
Adelina felt something in her jacket pocket. She found Tommy's handcuffs and laid them on the floor of the car.
"What's your name?"
Adelina asked.
"Polly Newton." "Well, Polly, I see you're low on gas. Pull into that service station."
Adelina paid for 5 gallons of gas, then told Polly to take I-71 north. They drove until they reached Worthington, Ohio, where Adelina insisted they stop at the friendly ice cream store for a couple of Cokes. As they drove on, Adelina noticed a river along the right side of the road and some old one-lane bridges crossing it. She knew Polly Newton was studying her face carefully, probably so she could identify her to the police. Adelina talked, pretending to be Regan, making up stories. It would confuse Arthur and the others and cover her trail. No one would know she had been on the spot.
"I killed 3 people, but I killed a lot more than that during the war. I'm a member of the Weathermen's terrorist group, and I was dropped off in Columbus last night to complete a mission. I had to make a man disappear who was going to testify in court against the Weathermen. I should tell you, I completed my mission."
Polly Newton listened quietly, nodding.
"I have another identity," Adelina boasted, "where I dress up, and I'm a businessman, and I drive a Maserati."
When they came to a deserted country road, Adelina had Polly drive across a deep ditch and through the high weeds of an overgrown field near a small pond. Adelina got out with her, looked at the water and at the surrounding area, came back, and sat on the hood of the car.
"I want to wait for about 20 minutes before I have you drop me off."
Polly looked relieved. Then Adelina added,
"And I want to have sex with you."
Polly began to cry.
"I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not the kind who beats women and throws them around. I don't even like to hear about that being done to women. Look, you mustn't scream and kick when you're being raped, because that makes a rapist freak out and get violent. The best thing to do is lay back, say, 'Go ahead,' and the rapist won't hurt you." "I have a soft spot for tears," Adelina said. "But you don't have a choice. I'm going to do it anyway."
She took 2 bath towels that were in the car and laid them on the ground along with her jacket.
"Lie down on them. Put your hands on the ground. Look up at the sky and try to relax."
Polly did as she was told. Then Adelina lay down beside her, unfastened her blouse and her bra, and kissed her.
"You don't have to worry about getting pregnant or anything like that," she said. "I've got Huntington's chorea, and I've had a vasectomy. Look."
Adelina pulled down her jogging pants to her knees and showed Polly a scar on the lower abdomen, right above the penis. It wasn't a vasectomy scar at all. It was a diagonal line on the abdomen itself, a hernia scar. As Adelina lay on top of her, Polly cried,
"Please don't rape me!"
The girl's cry of rape struck deep in Adelina's mind. She remembered the things that had happened to David and Danny and Billy. My God, what a horrible thing rape was. Adelina stopped, rolled off onto her back, and looked at the sky with tears in her eyes.
"Bill,"
she said aloud,
"what's wrong with you? Get yourself together."
She got up and put the towels back into the car. Then she took the larger gun from the front seat and threw a beer bottle into the pond. But at first the gun wouldn't go off. She tried again, firing at the beer bottle twice and missing both times. Well, she wasn't a marksman like Regan.
"We'd better get going,"
Adelina said. As they drove off, Adelina rolled down the car window and fired twice at a telephone pole. Then she reached over and searched the young woman's handbag.
"I need to get some money for someone," she said. "About $200.
She held up the check-cashing card.
"We'll go into Kroger's and cash a check."
At the Kroger office, Paulie was able to cash a check for $150. Then they went to the State Savings Bank on North High Street, which refused to cash her checks. Finally, after a few other futile attempts at drive-in bank windows, Adelina suggested they use her father's Union Company card and try to cash a check with the card as a backup. The Union store at Graceland Shopping Center permitted her to cash a $50 check.
"We could cash another check,"
Adelina suggested.
"and you could keep the money yourself."
In a sudden change of mood, Adelina tore a check out of the checkbook to write Paulie a poem. But when she was done, she said,
"I can't give it to you because the police might be able to match my handwriting."
She destroyed the check and then ripped a page out of Paulie's address book.
"I'm going to keep this page," Adelina said. "If you notify the police about me or give them the right description, I'll send the page to the Weatherman Group, and they'll come to Columbus and kill your family."
Just then, Adelina saw a police car passing on her left. Startled, she slipped away. Philip found himself looking out the window of a moving car. He turned and saw a strange young blonde woman at the wheel. "What the fuck am I doing here?" he said aloud. "Where you at, Phil?"
"Is that your name, Bill?"
"Nah, Phil." He looked around. "What the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ, just a few minutes ago I was—" Then Tommy was there, looking at her, wondering why he was here. Maybe someone was out on a date. He looked at his watch. It was almost noon. "You hungry?" Tommy asked. She nodded. "There's a Wendy's over there. Let's go get a couple of hamburgers and some fries." She placed the order, and Tommy paid for the food. She talked about herself as they ate, but he didn't really listen. She wasn't his date. He'd just have to wait until whoever was out with her came back and took her wherever they were going.
"Is there any place in particular you want me to drop you off?" she asked.
He looked at her. "The campus area is okay." Whoever's date it was had just jilted him. When they got back to the car, he closed his eyes. Alan looked up quickly at the young woman driving, felt the gun in his pocket, and the roll of money. "Oh, Jesus Christ, no."
"Look," he said, "whatever I did, I'm sorry. Real sorry. I didn't hurt you, did I? Don't give the police my description, will you?"
She stared at him. He realized he had to confuse the issue in case she went to the police.
"Tell the police I'm Carlos the Jackal from Venezuela." "Who's Carlos the Jackal?" "Carlos the Jackal is dead, but the police don't know it yet. You tell them I'm Carlos, and they'll probably believe you."
He jumped out of the car and walked quickly away. Back home, Reagan counted the money and made an announcement. "No one is to touch money. I have robbed this for to pay bills." Arthur said, "Wait a minute. I pay those bills with the money I found on the dresser." "What? Why don't you tell me? Why I am going around robbing people?" "I thought you'd know when you saw the money gone." "So? And what about money from second robbery? It was gone, but not from paying bills." "The boys explained that to you." Reagan felt he'd been made a fool of, and he stormed around the apartment in a rage. He demanded to know who had been stealing his time. Arthur reached Tommy, Kevin, and Philip, but all three denied stealing time from Reagan. Philip described the blonde girl he had seen in the car. "She looked like a cheerleader type." "You were not supposed to take the spot," Arthur said. "Well, shit, I didn't want to. I just found myself sitting with this broad in the goddamn car without knowing why. And I took off as soon as I realized what was going down." Tommy said he'd bought the same girl a hamburger at Wendy's, figuring she was someone's date. "But that was just for about 20 minutes. The money was in my pocket already." Arthur said, "Everybody stay home for a few days. We've got to figure out what's going on. Nobody's to leave until we find out who's been stealing time from Reagan." "Well," Tommy said, "tomorrow's Dorothy and Dell's 4th anniversary. Kathy called and reminded me. I promised I'd meet her in Lancaster, and she'd help me pick out a present.
Arthur nodded. All right. Call her and tell her you'll meet her, but don't take too much money with you. Just what you'll need. And get back here as soon as possible.
The next day, Tommy went shopping with Kathy in Lancaster, where they bought a beautiful chenille bedspread for a present. Kathy pointed out that this was just about the date 14 years ago that their mother had become Mrs. Chalmer Milligan. After dinner with Dorothy and Dell, and a quiet, pleasant visit with Kathy, Tommy sat in the car and waited until Alan came to drive him back to Channing Way. As soon as Alan got back to the apartment, he flopped into bed. And David woke up. He didn't know why he was feeling so bad. Something was wrong around here, but he didn't know what. He wandered around the apartment and tried to reach Arthur or Alan or Reagan, but nobody would come. Everybody was mad at everybody else. Then he saw the bullets from Reagan's gun in the plastic bag under the couch, and the gun under the red chair, and he knew that was very bad, because Reagan always kept his guns locked away. He remembered what Arthur had always told him. If there's ever any trouble or somebody's doing something bad, and you can't reach anyone for help, call the Bobbies. He knew Bobbies was Arthur's way of saying police, because Arthur had written the police number on the paper beside the telephone. He picked the receiver up and dialed the number. When a man answered, David said,
"Somebody is doing bad things around here. Something is going on. Everything's wrong."
"Where are you at?"
"Old Livingston Avenue, the Channing Way Apartments. There's something awfully wrong. But don't tell anybody I called you."
Then he hung up. He looked out the window and saw how foggy it was, sort of spooky. After a while, he left the spot. Danny came and started to paint, even though it was getting late. Then he sat down in the living room to watch TV. When he heard the knock on the door, he was surprised. Through the peephole, he saw a man with a Domino's pizza box in his hand. He opened the door and said,
"I didn't order pizza."
While Danny was trying to help the man and was looking for Billy, the man slammed him against the wall and put a gun to his head. The police came in through the door with guns, and a pretty lady told him he had the right to remain silent, so he did. Then two men put him into a car and drove very slowly through the thick fog to the police station. Danny had no idea why he was arrested or what was going on, but he sat in the jail cell until David came to watch cockroaches running in circles. Arthur or Reagan or Alan would come soon and get him out of there. David knew he hadn't been a bad boy. He hadn't done anything bad at all. Book 3. Beyond Madness. Chapter 20. 1. In the early weeks of 1979, the writer visited Billy Milligan frequently at the Athens Mental Health Center. As the teacher spoke to him of the past, describing what the others had seen, thought, and done from the beginning, they all, except Sean, who was deaf, listened and learned their histories. Now answering to the name of Billy, the teacher became increasingly confident. Though he still switched from time to time when he wasn't talking to the writer, Billy felt that the longer he could remain fused and free of the hostility and fear that led to the mix-up times, the sooner he would be able to hold himself together and start a new life. Money from the sale of his paintings would enable him to start a new life after he was cured. Billy read, studied medical books, exercised in the gym, jogged around the building, and painted. He sketched Arthur and painted Danny, Sean, Adelena, and April. He bought molecular models at the university bookstore and studied chemistry, physics, and biology on his own. He bought a citizens band radio and started broadcasting at night from his hospital room, talking to other CBers about combating child abuse. After reading in the local newspaper that My Sister's Place, the Athens Organization for Battered Women, was having difficulty paying bills and might have to close, he donated $100. But when they discovered who the money was from, they refused his contribution. On January 10th, A little more than a month after his transfer to Athens, Billy opened a bank account in the name of the Foundation Against Child Abuse and deposited $1,000. It was part of the 5-figure payment he had received from a woman in Columbus who was planning to open an art gallery and who came to the Athens Mental Health Center to buy the painting of the lady with the sheet music in her hand, The Grace of Kathleen. He then had a bumper sticker printed, black letters on a yellow background. Hug your child today. It's painless. Please help stop child abuse. Billy. Billy talked often with the young female patients. The nurses and mental health technicians knew that the young women were playing up to him, competing with each other for his attention. Nurse Pat Perry noticed that Mary, a former anthropology student, came out of her depression when Billy was around and talked to her. Billy admired Mary's intelligence, often asking her advice, as she asked his. He missed her when she was discharged in January, but she promised to come back to visit him. When he wasn't talking to Mary, Dr. Call, or the writer, the teacher would find himself bored and irritated by the confinement, and he would drop down to the level of Danny, David, or the unfused Billy. It was easier for him to relate to the other patients this way. Some of the staff who had become close to Billy noticed that when he was Danny or David, he had a special empathy for other patients. He knew when they were upset, hurting, or feeling fear. When one of the young women would leave the open ward in a state of panic or hysteria, Billy could often tell the staff where to find her. David and Danny are the parts of me that have empathy, the teacher explained to the writer. They can feel where the hurt is coming from. When someone leaves and is upset, it's like a beacon around where they are, and Danny or David will just point in the right direction. One evening after dinner, David was sitting in the living room when suddenly he imagined one of the female patients rushing toward the stairway railing outside the ward door. A steep, 3-floor drop down the center staircase. Reagan, who always thought David was weird for thinking these kinds of things, realized that what David was seeing was probably happening. He took the spot, dashing down the corridor and up the steps, slamming open the door and running out into the hallway. Catherine Gillot, the mental health technician who had been sitting in the office near the exit, jumped up from her desk and ran after him. She reached the corridor in time to see him grab the girl who had already gone over the railing. He held on and pulled her up. When Gillot brought her back inside, Reagan slipped away. David felt the pain in his arms. In addition to the general therapy he had been giving Billy from the beginning to strengthen his control of the consciousness, Dr. Cole used hypnotherapy and taught his patient autosuggestion techniques to help alleviate tension. Weekly group therapy sessions with 2 other multiple personality patients enabled Billy to understand more about his condition by seeing its effects on other people. His switching was less and less frequent, and Cole felt his patient was improving. As Billy the teacher began chafing at his restrictions, Dr. Cole systematically extended his privileges and freedom, first allowing him to leave the building with an attendant, then letting him sign himself out, as other patients did, for short walks, but only on hospital grounds. Billy used this time to test the pollution levels at various points along the Hocking River. He made plans to attend classes at Ohio University in the spring of 1979 to study physics, biology, and art. He began to keep a chart of his moods. In mid-January, Billy pressed Dr. Cole to extend to him the privilege many other patients had of going into town. He needed to have his hair cut, to go to the bank, to see his lawyer, to buy art supplies and books. At first, Billy was allowed to leave the grounds only when accompanied by 2 hospital employees. Things went well, and soon Cole decided to allow him to leave with only 1 attendant. There seemed to be no problem. A few college students, recognizing him from his pictures in the newspapers and on television, waved to him. It made him feel good. Maybe not everyone hated him for what he had done. Maybe society wasn't totally against him after all. Finally, Billy asked that his therapy take the next step. He had been a good patient, he argued. He had learned to trust others around him. Now his doctor had to show him that he was trusted as well. Other patients, many of them with more severe mental illness than his own, were allowed to go into town unattended. He wanted the same privilege. Cole agreed that Billy was ready. To make certain there would be no misunderstandings, Cole checked with Superintendent Sue Foster and concerned law enforcement officials. Conditions were set. The hospital was to notify the police in Athens and the Adult Parole Authority in Lancaster each time Milligan left the grounds unattended or returned to the hospital. Billy agreed to abide by the rules.
"We've got to plan ahead, Billy," Cole said. "We've got to consider some of the things you might face out on the street alone."
"What do you mean?"
"Let's think of things that might happen and how you might respond. Suppose you were walking down Court Street and a female saw you, recognized you, and just walked up to you and slapped the hell out of you right across your face without any warning. Do you understand that's a possibility? People know who you are. What would you do?"
Billy put his hand to his cheek.
"I would just step aside and walk around her." "All right. Suppose a man walked up to you and called you a dirty name, called you a rapist, and then punched you, knocked you down on the street. What would you do?"
"Dr. Cole," Billy said, "I would just lie there rather than go back to prison. I would just lie there and hope that he would go on and leave me alone."
Cole smiled. "Maybe you've learned something. I guess we're just going to have to give you the chance to show you have."
The first time Billy went to town alone, he felt a mixture of headiness and fear. He crossed the streets carefully at corners so that the police wouldn't cite him for jaywalking. He was aware of the people who passed him, praying that no one would come up and attack him. If anyone did, he wouldn't respond. He would do exactly what he told Dr. Cole. He bought art supplies and then went into Your Father's Mustache Barbershop. Norma Dishong had called ahead, alerting the manager and staff to the fact that Billy Milligan was coming to have his hair cut. People there greeted him with, "Hi, Billy." "How's it going, Billy?" and "Hey, you're looking good, Billy." Bobby, the young woman who cut and styled his hair, spoke to him sympathetically and refused to accept payment. He could come in at any time, she said, without an appointment, and she'd cut his hair free of charge. Out on the street, several students, recognizing him, waved and smiled. He went back to the hospital feeling terrific. None of the terrible things Dr. Cole had prepared him for had happened. Everything was going to be all right. On February 19th, Dorothy visited her son alone. Billy taped their conversation. He wanted to learn more about his childhood, to understand why his father, Johnny Morrison, had committed suicide.
"You built your own image of your father," Dorothy said. "Sometimes you would ask me questions, and I'd answer them to my best ability. But I never tore him down. I never told the sad things. Why hurt you kids? You built your own image, and that was your dad."
"Tell me again," Billy said. "About the time in Florida when you gave him every bit of money you had so he could go on the road. And there was nothing in the house but a can of tuna and a box of macaroni. Did he come back with the money?"
"No. He went on to the Borscht circuit. I don't know what happened there. He came back with his—"
"The Borscht circuit? Is that a show?"
"It's up in the mountains. The hotel's in the Jewish section of the Catskills. He went up there to do his work, his show business. That was when I got the letter from his agent saying, 'I never believed you'd do this thing, Johnny.' I don't know what happened up there. When he came back, he was more despondent than ever. And it went on this way."
"Did you read his suicide note? I heard from Gary Schweikert that it had all the names of the people."
"There were names of some of the people he owed money to. Not any of the Shylocks. He didn't name them. But I knew they were there, because I'd go with him. I sat in the car when he went to pay them off, and each time it was a different place. He had to pay off gambling debts. At first I thought I was accountable for those gambling debts, but I wasn't going to pay them. I didn't make the damned debts. I helped out as much as I could. But I couldn't take it away from you kids."
"Well," Billy snickered,
"we had a can of tuna and a box of macaroni." "I went back to work," Dorothy continued. And then we had a little bit more. I bought the groceries by that time, and I kept on working and supplying the home. That's when I cut off giving him my salary. I'd give him the money for the rent, and then he'd go off and pay only half of it. And gambled away the other half? That, or paid off the Shylocks. I don't know what he did with it. Confronting him with it, I never got the straight, honest truth. One day the loan company was going to take the furniture. I told him, go ahead and take it. But the guy couldn't do it because I was crying. And here I was, pregnant with Kathy. It wasn't very nice of Johnny. Hey, Dorothy said. That's it.
After 2.5 months in the Athens Mental Health Center, as Billy lost less and less time, he pressured Dr. Cole to take the next promised step in his therapy, a furlough. Other patients, many showing less improvement than he, were allowed to spend weekends at home with relatives. Dr. Cole agreed that his behavior, his insight, the long period of stability, indicated that he was ready. Billy was allowed to take a series of weekends at Kathy's house in Logan, 25 miles northwest of Athens. He was overjoyed. One weekend, Billy pressed Kathy to show him a copy of Johnny Morrison's suicide note, which he knew she had gotten from the public defender's office. She had resisted showing it to him up to this point, afraid it would upset him. But hearing Billy talk of Dorothy's suffering, what a rotten father Johnny Morrison had been, Kathy became annoyed. All her life, Kathy had worshipped Johnny's memory. It was time for Billy to know the truth. Here, she said, tossing a bulky envelope on the coffee table. Then she left him alone. The envelope contained a letter to Gary Schweikert from the Office of the Medical Examiner in Dade County, Florida, along with several documents. 4 separate pages of instruction addressed to 4 different people. An 8-page letter to Mr. Herb Rao, reporter for the Miami News, and a 2-page note found torn but subsequently pieced together by the police. This appeared to be part of a second note to Rao, which had never been completed. The instructions concerned payment of outstanding debts and loans, the smallest of which was $27 and the largest $180. A note to Louise ended with, "One last joke. Little boy, Mama, what's a werewolf? Mother, shut up and comb your face." The note to Miss Dorothy Vincent began with instructions for payment of debts to be made from his insurance, and ended, "My final request is to be cremated. I couldn't stand your dancing over my grave." The photocopy of the letter to Mr. Herb Rao of the Miami News was unreadable in spots, indicated here by asterisks. Mr. Herb Rao, Miami News. Dear Sir, writing this is not an easy task. It might seem the cowardly way out, but as my entire world has collapsed about me, there is nothing left. The only hope for temporary security for my 3 children, James, William, and Kathy Jo, can be derived from what little insurance I have. If it is possible, can you see that their mother, Dorothy Vincent, does not get her hands on it? She is mixed up with a crowd that hangs around where she works. Place Pigalle on Miami Beach that will gladly share it with her. Procurers, Shylocks, etc. These are the people she has broken up the home for, and believe me, I did all in my power to hold it together. The story is sordid enough. The children I love with all my heart, and the fact that they are born without the benefit of marriage is something she wants to use as a gimmick to get some publicity she thinks will further her career. As follows, since before our first child was born, I tried several times to get her to marry me. This is after she accused me of making her pregnant when we first met. But she always found one excuse after another to avoid it. All this and the following can be proven by a deposition given my lawyer, M.H. Rosenhaus of Miami. I introduced her to my family as my wife, so that when the baby arrived, I had planned to go to some small town, marry her, and legitimize the baby. By this time, I was so much in love with the little boy.
Again, she found one excuse after another. Somebody might read the marriage column that knows us, etc. Well, eventually the second boy arrived, and for the first 2 weeks it was touch and go whether he lived or not. But God was with us, and he is now fine and healthy. As if that were a warning, I suggested marriage again. By this time she had other excuses, and was getting entirely out of line, drinking continually, disappearing from the club, and when she was in these conditions the children weren't safe with her. More than once, when she hit the children, it was with her arm instead of the flat of her hand. I had to threaten her with a beating to get her to stop. Believe me, my life was a living hell. It began to show up in my work. I was slipping fast. I knew if this kept up, I would eventually kill her. I wanted, but she begged me to have patience. We put the children in a wonderful nursery in Tampa, Florida, went on the road, and again with me she was able to work decent nightclubs and theaters. Then the little girl was on the way. We came back to Miami, and after the third baby was born, she hired a woman to take care of the children, and on her oath, she wouldn't mix with the customers. I let her go back to the Place Pigalle to sing. It was no time at all before she was back in the same groove, drinking and fighting, continually ill until she collapsed and was sent to the hospital with the first stages of hepatitis. She almost didn't make it. She was under constant care of the doctor for several weeks after leaving the hospital, when she came back and said the doctor, Sapphire of NMB, told her it would be good for her to get back to work to ease her mind, as the expenses were mounting up, and also a cocktail now and then wouldn't hurt her. I was against the idea, so without telling me, she signed a contract back at the Pigalle. Well, work had slacked off at the hotel, so we talked it over, and I decided to go up to the mountains, New York, for a few weeks to work. We had never been separated before, and of course at the time I didn't know the type of people she had been cultivating, the pimps, lesbians, Shylogs, etc. These to her had become a symbol of sharp living. And when I came home and saw the type of clothing she was buying, mannish-looking shirts, the severe suits, certain type toreador pants that seems to be a signal between these type women, well, I blew my top. From then on it was a living hell. Her continued drinking put her back into the hospital for a hemorrhoid operation, and in view of the fact that her liver, that by this time was beyond repair, they couldn't operate. She was there for weeks. I traveled 150 miles a night so I could be with her during day visiting hours, painting the home, etc. She was planning even then to break up our home so she could be with her new type of life. On the day of her operation, when she started to come out of it, still under the anesthetic, she thought I was somebody else. Her admissions were sickening. It was like a degeneration of an unknown class. I tried to stop her by telling her it was me she was in a ward. But again, it didn't quite penetrate, and she started boasting how she played me for a sucker all these years. I never mentioned this to her because of the children, and I begged the asterisk. Well, when she started to get better, I mentioned the marriage again, and she said she had talked to a priest. And she claimed he said, "You don't have to worry about that. They are children of God." This to me does not sound plausible. But as I have aforementioned, she wants to build this into a gimmick. She went so far as to sue me for divorce so it would hit the papers, and without warning had a peace bond, which she tried to have served on Xmas Day so I could not be with the children. And on New Year's Eve, my little girl was celebrating her second birthday. She refused to let me see her, and then called me on the phone to tell me what a wonderful time they were having at her party. Mr. Rao, you can inquire of the show people in MB as to my sincerity and loyalty to this woman, but it is more than I can shoulder. You know the nightclub business down here is a woman's world, and she has been instrumental in causing me to lose 2 jobs. You can guess how. She has continually bragged if I fight for the children, she can have me run out of Miami. She has disappeared from 1 to 3 days at a time, and I am at the point where I can't face life and see what these children will face. I tried this once before and failed, but this time I hope it will be a success. In order to protect the children, I would have to put up with her, and I would rather pay for my sin with the Almighty than go through that. As a last request, please have this looked into by the various agencies that can protect my children.
And may God have mercy on my soul.
Johnny Morrison. Billy was stunned by his father's suicide letter. He read it over and over, trying to be skeptical about it. But the more he read it, the more he wanted to know. Billy later told the writer of his attempt to check it out. Before he left his sister's house in Logan, Billy phoned the Florida Bar Association to track down Johnny Morrison's lawyer, only to discover that the lawyer was dead. He called the Hall of Records and found there was no record of a marriage license for Johnny Morrison or Johnny Soriner. He kept making calls until he reached the former owner of a nightclub at which Johnny had worked. The man was retired now, but had a boat in Key Biscayne and still brought seafood to the club. He said he had known that someday one of Johnny's kids would be asking about him. He'd fired Billy's mother from the nightclub, he said, because of the caliber of people she was bringing in. Johnny had tried to keep her away from the people she was associating with, but it was an impossible task. He said he had never seen a woman push a man around like that. Billy said he found somebody else, a man who had worked at the Midget Motel and who remembered his father. He recalled that the phone calls during that Christmas holiday had depressed Johnny. It seemed to fit with Johnny's claim in the note that Dorothy had been calling him, taunting him. When he returned to the hospital, he began to lose time again. Monday morning, he called the writer to ask that their appointment be postponed. The writer arrived on Wednesday, and he knew immediately that the teacher was gone. He was facing the unfused Billy. They spoke for a while, and the writer, hoping to recapture the teacher's interest, asked Billy to explain the radio telephone he had been working on. As Billy fumbled for words, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the voice strengthened, the language became more articulate, and the discussion became more technical. The teacher had come back.
"Why are you so upset and depressed?" the writer asked. "I've been tired. I'm not getting any sleep."
The writer gestured toward the book from the Cody Electronics and Radio School.
"Who's been working on that equipment?"
"That's the reason this thing was built, because Tommy's been here most of the day. Dr. Cole's been talking to him."
"Who are you right now?"
"The teacher, but in a very depressed state."
"Why did you leave? Why did Tommy come?"
"My mom and her husband now, and her past. I'm at a point where not a whole lot matters to me. I'm so tense. I took a Valium yesterday and slept the whole day. I was up all last night until 6 o'clock this morning. I wanted to get away. I was upset about the parole board. They want me back in Lebanon. Sometimes I feel I'd rather let them take me back and get it over with. Somehow I've got to get them to leave me alone."
"But unfusing isn't the answer, Billy."
"I know. I've seen myself struggling day to day, trying to achieve more and more and more. I try to do all the things every one of my personalities did. It's very tiring. I'll be here painting a picture, and as soon as I finish it and put it away and wipe my hands off, I'll pull down a book, turn my chair around and take notes, read for a few hours. Then I'll stop and get up and start working on this radio telephone thing."
"You're pushing yourself too hard. It doesn't have to be all at once."
"But I've got such a drive to do it. I've got so many years to make up for and so little time. I just feel I've got to push." He got up and looked out the window. "Another thing. I've got to confront my mother eventually. I don't know what I'm going to say to her. I can't act the same as I did before. Everything's different now. The parole board, my upcoming sanity hearing, and now reading my father's suicide letter. It's very hard to stay in one piece. It tore me apart." On February 28th, Billy called his attorney and told him he didn't want his mother present at his commitment review hearing the next morning. Chapter 21. 1. After his March 1, 1979 review hearing, Billy Milligan was recommitted to the Athens Mental Health Center for another 6 months. All those working with him were aware of the threat hanging over him. He knew that as soon as he was cured and discharged, he would be arrested by the Adult Parole Authority of Fairfield County as a parole violator and returned to prison to serve the remaining 3 years of his 2 to 5 year term for the Gray drugstore robbery. He might also be declared a probation violator and then be forced to serve a consecutive 6 to 25 year sentence on the roadside rest assaults. L. Allen Goldsberry and Steve Thompson, his Athens attorneys, filed motions in Fairfield County Court to have his pleas of guilty dismissed. They argued that in 1975, unknown to the court, he had been a multiple personality, and because he had been insane and unable to assist in his own defense at that time, there had been manifest justice. Goldsberry and Thompson held out the hope that if the judge in Lancaster would vacate the guilty plea, Billy would be a free man after he was cured. He lived on that hope. At about the same time, Billy was delighted to learn that Kathy and her longtime sweetheart, Bob Baumgart, had decided to marry in the fall. Billy liked Rob, and he began to plan for the wedding. As he walked the hospital grounds and saw the signs of spring, he began to feel the bad times had passed. He was getting better. On weekend leave, staying at Kathy's house, he started painting a mural on her wall. Dorothy Moore denied the allegations in the suicide note and agreed to its publication. Johnny Morrison had been mentally ill before he died, she said. He'd been involved with another woman, a stripper, and he had probably confused this woman with her when he wrote about the people she'd been hanging around with. Billy made his peace with his mother. On Friday afternoon, March 30th, back in the ward, Billy noticed unusual glances, hushed talking, and a general sense of uneasiness. "Did you see the afternoon paper?" one of the female patients asked, handing it to him. "You're in the news again." He stared at the bold banner headline across the top of the front page of the March 30th Columbus Dispatch. "Doctor says rapist allowed to roam from center," by John Switzer. William Milligan, the multi-personality rapist who was sent to the Athens Mental Health Center last December, is allowed to roam free and unsupervised daily, the dispatch has learned. Milligan's doctor, David Call, told the dispatch that Milligan is allowed to leave the hospital grounds to roam Athens and is even given weekend leaves to visit relatives. Athens Police Chief Ted Jones was quoted as saying that he'd had numerous expressions of concern from the community and that he was concerned about the mental patient roaming around the university community. The reporter also quoted Judge Flowers, who had found Milligan not guilty, as saying he was not in favor of Milligan being free to roam at will. The article ended with reference to the man who spread terror among women in the OSU area during late 1977. The Columbus Dispatch began a series of almost daily follow-up articles deploring that Milligan was allowed to roam free. An editorial on April 5th, referring to Milligan, was headlined, "Legislation Needed to Protect Society." Frightened readers from Columbus and anxious parents of students at Ohio University in Athens began to call the university president Charles Ping, who then called the hospital requesting clarification. 2 state legislators, Claire Buzz Ball Jr. of Athens and Mike Stinziano of Columbus, criticized the hospital and Dr. Call and began to press for hearings to reconsider the statute under which Milligan had been sent to Athens in the first place. They also demanded a change in the not guilty by reason of insanity laws. Some of Billy's enemies on the hospital staff, outraged that he was making money by selling his paintings, leaked stories to the Columbus Dispatch, the Columbus Citizen Journal, and the Dayton Daily News about the large sums of money he had at his disposal. When he used some of the money from the sale of The Grace of Kathleen to buy a compact Mazda to help carry his paintings, it hit the headlines. Representatives Stinziano and Ball demanded an investigation hearing at the Athens hospital. Mounting attacks and criticism stirred up by almost daily articles and front-page headlines forced Dr. Call and Superintendent Sue Foster to ask Milligan to give up his furloughs and his privilege of leaving the grounds unattended until the furor died down. Billy was unprepared for this. He had obeyed the hospital rules, kept his word, and broken no laws since his illness had been diagnosed and treated. Yet now his privileges had been taken away. Saddened, the teacher gave up and left the spot. When Mike Roop came on duty at 11 o'clock, Milligan was sitting in a brown vinyl chair, huddled and rubbing his hands as if frightened. Mike wondered if he should approach him. He had been warned of Milligan's fear of males. He knew about Reagan, and he had seen Dr. Call's training tapes about multiple personalities. Up to now, he had just laid back and let the patient be. Unlike a lot of others on the staff who thought Milligan was faking, Mike Roop believed the diagnosis. After reading the history and nursing notes, he just couldn't imagine that all those professional psychologists and psychiatrists could be taken in by a young man without even a high school education. Milligan usually seemed stable to him, and that was all he really cared about. But for the past week, ever since the dispatch headlines, he had gotten more and more depressed. Roop felt bad about those lousy headlines, and the fact that Milligan had been shafted by the politicians. Roop came around from behind the counter and sat on a chair near the terrified boy. He had no idea how Milligan would react, so he had to be as easy and as subtle as possible.
"How are you feeling?" he asked. "Anything I can do for you?"
Milligan looked at him with frightened eyes.
"I can see you're upset. I just want you to know if you need someone to talk to, that's what I'm here for."
"I'm scared."
"I can see that. Do you want to talk to me about it?"
"It's the younger ones. They don't know what's happening. They're frightened too."
"Would you tell me your name?" Roop asked.
"Danny."
"Do you know me?"
Danny shook his head.
"I'm Mike Roop. I'm the mental health technician on night duty. I'm here to help you if you need it."
Danny kept rubbing his wrists and looked around. Then he stopped, listened to an inner voice, and nodded.
"Arthur says we can trust you."
"I've heard about Arthur," Roop said. "You can tell him I appreciate that. I sure wouldn't do anything to hurt you."
Danny told him he thought Reagan was very angry about what was happening with the newspapers and all, and wanted to end it by killing himself. That frightened the younger ones. Roop could tell by the fluttering lids, the drifting, glazed eyes, that Milligan was switching again. And then, a little boy cringed and sobbed and looked as if he was in pain. The switching went back and forth, and they spoke until 2 in the morning, when Roop led Danny back to his room. From that time on, Roop found he could relate to several of Milligan's personalities, though the male RN was pretty strict about bedtime, 11:30 weekdays and 2 o'clock in the morning on weekends. Roop knew that Milligan slept very little, and he spent long night hours talking with him. He was pleased that Danny and the unfused Billy would seek him out to talk, and he began to understand why Billy was so difficult to deal with. Billy, he realized, felt that once again he was being punished for someone else's crimes. On Thursday, April 5th, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Danny found himself walking the hospital grounds. He looked around, trying to figure out where he was and why. Behind him he saw the old Victorian red-brick mansion with the white columns, and in front of him the river and the town. Strolling along the grass, he realized that before Rosalie Drake helped him at Harding Hospital, he could not walk outside like this, without terror. Suddenly, he noticed some pretty little white flowers. He picked a few, but saw that on the higher ground the blossoms were larger. Following the flowers up the hill and around the gate, he found himself near a small cemetery. The markers had no names, only numbers, and he wondered why. The memory of being buried alive when he was 9 years old made him tremble, and he backed away. There would have been neither a name nor a number on his grave. Danny saw that the blossoms were largest at the top of the hill, so he kept climbing until he reached a cliff that dropped off sharply. He moved to the edge,
and braced himself against a tree as he looked at the road below, the river, and the houses. Suddenly he heard cars screeching and saw flashing lights in the curved road beneath him. Looking down made him dizzy, very dizzy. He started to sway forward when he heard a voice behind him say, "Billy, come down!" He looked around. Why were all these people surrounding him? Why wasn't Arthur or Regan here to protect him? His foot slipped and pebbles under his feet bounced down the cliffside. Then a man reached for his hand. Danny took it and held on as the man pulled him back to safety. The nice man walked back with him to the big building with the pillars on it. "Were you going to jump, Billy?" someone asked him. He looked up at a strange lady. Arthur had told him never to talk to strangers, but he could tell there was a lot of excitement in the ward, and people were looking at him and talking about him. He decided to go to sleep and let someone else have the spot. Alan walked the ward that evening, wondering what had happened. His digital watch said 10:45. He hadn't been out for a long time, satisfied, along with the others, to listen and learn from the teacher's story of their lives. It was as if each of them had possessed just a few pieces in the giant puzzle of consciousness. But now the teacher, in trying to make the writers see it clearly by putting it all together, had made all of them aware of the lives they had lived. There were still gaps, because the teacher hadn't told everything, just the memories that would answer the writers' questions. But now the teacher was gone, and the lines of communication between the teacher and the writer, and between himself and the others, were broken. Alan felt confused and alone. "What's the matter, Billy?" one of the female patients asked. He looked at her. "I'm kinda groggy. Guess I took too many pills," he said. "I think I'll go to sleep early." A few minutes later, Danny woke to see several people rushing into his room, pulling him out of bed. "What'd I do?" he begged. Someone held up a pill bottle, and he saw some had spilled on the floor. "I didn't take any," Danny said. "You've got to go to the hospital," he heard, and someone yelled for a wheeled cart to take Milligan away. Danny left, and David came. When Mike Roop approached him, Regan, thinking he was going to hurt David, took the spot. As Roop tried to help him to his feet, Regan grappled with him, and they fell back onto the bed. "I will break your neck," Regan roared. "No, you won't either," Roop said. They had each other by the arms and rolled over onto the floor. "Let go! I break your bones!" "In that case, I sure as hell ain't letting go." "I hurt you if you don't release me." "I ain't letting go as long as you're telling me that shit," Roop said. They wrestled back and forth, neither able to subdue the other. Finally, Roop said, "I'll let go of you, if you let go of me, and promise not to break my bones." Seeing it was a stalemate, Regan agreed. "I will let go if you let go and you move back away." "We both let go at the same time," Roop said. "And everything's cool." They looked into each other's eyes, then each released the other and moved away. Dr. Call, who had appeared in the doorway, gave instructions for the other attendants to move the wheeled cot in. "I do not need that," Regan said. "No one took overdose." "You're going to the hospital to be checked out," Dr. Call said. "We have no way of knowing how much of his leave medication Billy saved up. Someone said something about taking too much medication. We've got to be sure." Call spoke to Regan until he finally slipped away. Then Danny's knees buckled, and as his eyes rolled back, Roop caught him and helped him onto the stretcher. They went out to the waiting ambulance. Roop sat inside with Milligan as they drove to the Oblenis Memorial Hospital. Roop felt that the emergency room doctor didn't much like the idea of having Billy Milligan there to treat. He tried to explain to the doctor, as well as he could, that Milligan had to be handled carefully. If he starts to talk in that Slavic accent, the best thing is to back away from him and let a female nurse deal with him. The doctor ignored him and watched as Danny's eyes rolled back. Roop could see he was switching from David to Danny. "He's faking," the doctor said. "He's just switching, and—" "Listen, Milligan, I'm going to pump your stomach. I'm going to put some tubes down your nose and pump your stomach." "No," Danny moaned. "No tubes. No hose." Roop guessed what Danny was thinking. He had told Roop of an incident with a hose pipe being shoved up his rear end. "Well, I'm going to do it," the doctor said. "Whether you like it or not, it's going to be done." Roop saw the switch. Regan sat up quickly, completely alert. "Listen," he said. "I do not allow two-bit doctor working his way through medical school practice on me." The doctor took a step back, his face suddenly pale. He turned and walked out of the room. "Fuck him," he said. "I don't care if the son of a bitch dies." Roop heard him phone Dr. Call a few minutes later, explaining what had happened. Then the doctor came back, less nasty and mouthy, and had one of the nurses bring a double dose of Ipecac to make Milligan vomit. Regan left, and Danny came back. When Danny threw up, the doctor had the vomit checked. No signs of medication. Roop rode back with Danny in the ambulance. It was 2:00 in the morning, and Danny was quiet and confused. All he wanted to do was sleep. The next day, the therapy team informed Billy that they had decided to transfer him to Ward 5, the men's locked ward. He didn't understand why. He knew nothing about the alleged overdose or the trip with Mike Roop to the hospital. As several strange male attendants started through his door, Regan jumped up on the bed, smashed a drinking glass against the wall, and held up the sharp edge. "Do not approach," he warned them. Norma Dishong ran to the phone and called for help. Seconds later, the words "Code Green" reverberated over the loudspeaker. Dr. Cole came to the doorway and saw the tense expression, heard the voice of an angry Regan. "I have not broken bones in a long time. Come, Dr. Cole. You are first. Why are you doing this, Regan? You have betrayed Billy. Everyone here has betrayed him. That's not true. You know all these problems are because of the dispatch articles. I will not go to Ward 5. You'll have to go, Regan. It's out of my hands. It's now a security matter." He shook his head sadly and walked away. 3 guards, holding a mattress in front of them, rushed Regan, pinning him to the wall. 3 others pushed him, face down on the bed, holding his arms and legs. Arthur stopped Regan. Nurse Pat Perry heard Danny scream, "Don't rape me!" Arthur saw another nurse with a hypo and heard her say, "A shot of Thorazine will stop him." "Not Thorazine," Arthur shouted, but it was too late. He had heard Dr. Wilbur say that antipsychotic drugs were bad for multiple personalities and caused worse splitting. He tried slowing the flow of blood to keep the Thorazine from going to his brain. Then he felt himself being lifted by 6 pairs of hands and dragged out of his room, down into the elevator, out onto the 2nd floor and Ward 5. He saw curious faces peering into his. Someone stuck out his tongue. Someone talked to a wall. Someone urinated on the floor. The smell of vomit and feces was overwhelming. They threw him into a small bare room with a plastic-covered mattress and locked the door. When Regan heard the door slam, he got up to break it down, but Arthur froze him. Samuel took the spot, dropping to his knees, wailing, "Oy vey! God, why have you forsaken me?" Philip cursed and threw himself to the floor. David felt the pain. Lying on the mattress, Christine wept. Adelina felt her face wet in a pool of tears. Christopher sat up and played with his shoes. Tommy started to check the door to see if he could unlock it, but Arthur yanked him off the spot. Alan started calling for his lawyer. April, filled with desire for revenge, saw the place burning. Kevin cursed. Steve mocked him. Lee laughed. Bobby fantasized that he could fly out the window. Jason threw a tantrum. Mark, Walter, Martin, and Timothy raved wildly in the locked room. Sean made a buzzing sound. Arthur no longer controlled the undesirables. Through the observation window, the young Ward 5 attendants watched Milligan bang into walls, spin around, babble in different voices and accents, laugh, cry, fall to the ground, and get up again. They agreed that they were witnessing a raving lunatic. Dr. Call came in the next day and gave Milligan a shot of Amatil, the one drug that had a calming and restorative effect. Billy felt himself coming together into partial fusion, but something was missing. Without Arthur and Dragon, who stood apart, as they had before the trial, he was the unfused Billy, empty, frightened, and lost.
Let me go back upstairs to AIT, Dr. Cole,
he begged. Staff on the open ward is afraid of you now, Billy.
I wouldn't hurt anyone.
Reagan almost did. He had a broken glass. He was going to cut the security guards. He was going to break my bones. The hospital staff has threatened to go out on strike if you're brought back to an open ward. They're talking about sending you away from Athens.
Where to?
Lima. The name frightened him. In prison he had heard stories of the place. He remembered Schweikert and Stevenson fighting to keep him from being sent to that hellhole.
Don't send me away, Dr. Cole. I'll be good. I'll do whatever they say.
Cole nodded thoughtfully. I'll see what I can do. 2. Continuous information leaks from somewhere in the Athens Mental Health Center kept the headlines sizzling. On April 7th, the Columbus Dispatch proclaimed, Milligan in security ward after faked drug overdose. The Dispatch's attacks on Milligan were now also directed against the Athens Mental Health Center and Dr. Cole. Cole began to receive abusive telephone calls and threats. One caller shouted, How could you stand up for that rapist, you jive, no-good, dope fiend motherfucker? I'm gonna kill you! After that, Dr. Cole always looked around carefully before getting into his car, and he slept with a loaded revolver on the bedside table. The following week, the Dispatch reported Stinziano's protests against the attempt by the Athens Medical Health Center and Hospital Superintendent Sue Foster to find a new hospital for Milligan. Stinziano doubts Athens' aids on Milligan transfer. State Representative Mike Stinziano, Democrat, Columbus, is skeptical about efforts by Athens Mental Health Center officials to downplay the possibility that William S. Milligan could be transferred to another institution. The Columbus Democrat is convinced that newspaper publicity early last week stopped state officials from quietly transferring the 24-year-old mentally ill rapist and robber. Frankly, without the publicity, I feel certain he, Milligan, would have been transferred out of state or to Lima State Hospital, Stinziano said. During the Wednesday press conference in Athens, Mrs. Foster said, treatment of Billy Milligan has been compromised by the press and his reaction to the press. The superintendent referred to the numerous reports which followed the Dispatch's revelation that Milligan had been allowed on unsupervised leaves from the Athens hospital. Mrs. Foster's comment brought a rebuff from Stinziano. Blaming the press for reporting the facts is irresponsible, he said. When Stinziano and Ball demanded that the Ohio Mental Health Department call in outside experts to evaluate Milligan's treatment, Dr. Cornelia Wilbur agreed to come to Athens. Her report praised Dr. Cole's treatment program. Setbacks like this, she explained, occurred often with multiple personalities. The Columbus Dispatch reported on April 28, 1979, Sybil psychiatrist approves of leaves in Milligan therapy, by Melissa Widner. The psychiatrist asked by the Ohio Department of Mental Health to consult on the case of mental health patient William Milligan has recommended that no major changes be made in his treatment. In her report to the department, made public Friday, Dr. Cornelia Wilbur supported Milligan's therapy, which until recently included frequent furloughs from the Athens Mental Health Center, where he is a patient. Dr. Wilbur said he is no longer dangerous after 13 months of therapy in state and private mental institutions. She suggested his treatment at the Athens facility be continued. She said the unchaperoned leaves as part of his treatment were well conceived, but publicity about those leaves had had a negative effect. The following article appeared in the Columbus Citizen Journal on May 3, 1979. Milligan doctors' objectivity questioned. State Representative Mike Stinziano, Democrat, Columbus, is questioning the objectivity of a psychiatrist who recommended treatments for William Milligan. In a letter to Myers Kurtz, acting director of the Ohio Department of Mental Health and Mental Retardation, Stinziano said Dr. Cornelia Wilbur should not give advice on the Milligan case, since she was originally responsible for the placement of William Milligan in Athens. Stinziano said the selection of Dr. Wilbur as an outside physician makes about as much sense as asking Miss Lillian what kind of job Jimmy Carter is doing in the White House. On May 11th, the Columbus chapter of the National Organization for Women wrote a 3-page letter to Dr. Cole and sent copies to Myers Kurtz, Mike Stinziano, Phil Donahue, Dinah Shore, Johnny Carson, Dr. Cornelia Wilbur, and the Columbus Dispatch. It opened with the following. Dr. Cole, the treatment program you have prescribed for William Milligan, which according to newspaper accounts includes unsupervised furloughs, unrestricted use of an automobile, and assistance in financial arrangements for books and movie rights, displays a deliberate and flagrant disregard for the safety of women in the surrounding communities. It cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. The letter went on to say that not only did Dr. Cole's treatment program not teach Milligan that violence and rape are unconscionable, but he was in fact getting positive reinforcement for his reprehensible actions. It charged that with Cole's collusion, Milligan had learned the culture's subliminal but actual message that violence against women is an accepted occurrence, a commercialized and eroticized commodity. The letter argued that Cole's lack of clinical insight is as misogynist as it is predictable. The claim that the rapist personality was a lesbian is a transparent ruse to excuse the patriarchal culture. The fictionalized, lesbian character is a convenient but fallacious, stereotypic scapegoat who can be blamed for Milligan's own retaliative, violent, aggressive sexuality. Once again, the male is relieved from responsibility for his actions, and the woman gets victimized. As a result of Dr. Wilbur's recommendation, the decision was made to keep Billy in Athens. The staff on the admissions and intensive treatment ward, upset by the publicity and Billy's reaction to it, demanded changes in his treatment plan or, they warned, they would strike. Because some of them felt he was spending too much time with Billy, they insisted that Dr. Cole turn over authority for day-to-day management to the staff team and limit his own involvement to medical and therapeutic concerns. To keep Billy from being sent to Lima, Cole reluctantly agreed. Social worker Donna Hudnall drew up a contract for Billy to sign in which he promised to abide by a series of restrictions, the first of which was that there would be no threats of alienation nor deprivation of character and position made toward any staff member. The penalty for the first violation of this clause would be the restriction of the writer's visits. Milligan was not to have glass or sharp objects in his room. No general privileges without prior agreement by the morning treatment team. No incoming phone calls. Outgoing calls were limited to once a week to his attorney and twice a week to either his mother or his sister. Visitors were to be limited to his sister and her fiancée, his mother, his attorney, and the writer. He was forbidden to give advice of any nature, whether it be medical, social, legal, economical, or psychological, to any other patient on AIT. He would not be allowed to withdraw more than $8.75 per week from his account at the business office, and he was not to have more than that in his possession at any time. His paint supplies could be given to him for limited amounts of time, but he had to be supervised while painting. The finished paintings had to be removed weekly. Only if he complied with the rules for 2 weeks would his privileges be restored in stages. Billy agreed to their terms. The unfused Billy followed the rules, feeling that the staff had turned the hospital into a prison. He felt he was again being punished for something he hadn't done. With Arthur and Reagan still gone, the unfused Billy spent most of his time watching television with the other patients. The first of his privileges to be restored after 2 weeks was visits by the writer. The teacher had not reappeared since the beginning of the dispatch attacks. Unable to provide memories or details of what had been happening to him, Billy was embarrassed. To avoid confusion, he and the writer decided to refer to the unfused Billy as Billy U when the writer asked who he was talking to.
"I'll be all right,"
Billy U said to the writer.
"I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. But I'll be all right when my Arthur and Reagan come back."
3. When the writer arrived the following Friday, May 22nd, he was still facing the unfused Billy. The halting speech, the distracted gaze, the general air of depression saddened the writer.
For the record, he asked, who am I talking to?
It's me, Billy U. Still unfused. I'm sorry, but Arthur and Regan are still gone.
No need to apologize, Billy.
I won't be much help.
That's okay. We can talk. Billy nodded, but he looked listless and drained. After a while, the writer suggested they ask if he would be permitted to take Billy out for a walk. They found Norma Dishong, who agreed, as long as they stayed on hospital grounds. It was a bright afternoon, and as they strolled along, the writer urged Billy to walk the route Danny had taken the day he went to the cliff. Uncertain of the path, but with a general sense of the direction, Billy tried to reenact what had happened that day. But it was no use. His memory was vague.
There's a place I like to go when I want to be alone, he said. Let's go over there.
As they walked, the writer asked, what's happening to the other people in your head when you're only partially fused? What's it like?
I think it's changing, Billy said. What they call consciousness. It's like I'm piercing co-consciousness with some of the other people. I think it's happening gradually. I don't think everybody has co-consciousness with everybody else, but things are opening up. Every so often, so-and-so knows what's going on with so-and-so, and I don't know why or how. Like last week there was a big argument in one of the meetings upstairs with Dr. Call, another psychiatrist, and that client's rights advocate. Alan was there, arguing with them. But then he got up and said, "To hell with you. I'll see you in Lima," and walked out. I was out in the lobby sitting in a chair, and all of a sudden I heard exactly what he just said. And I shouted, "What? Hey, wait a minute here. What do you mean, Lima?" I'm sitting on the edge of my chair, getting scared because I'm hearing the conversation that just happened seconds ago, like an instant replay. And it was somebody else saying that. I saw the other psychiatrist who came out of the room standing there, and I said, "Look, you guys, you gotta help me." He says, "What do you mean?" And I started shaking and told him what I just heard in my head. And I asked him if it was true. "Did I just say to send me to Lima?" He said yes. And then I started crying. "Don't listen to me. Don't listen to what I'm saying."
Is this a new development? Billy looked at the writer thoughtfully.
I guess it's the first sign of co-consciousness without complete fusion.
That's very important.
But it's scary. I was crying and yelling. Everybody in the room turned and looked at me. I didn't know what I just said, and I'm wondering, why is everybody looking at me? Then I heard it over again in my head.
You're still the unfused Billy?
Yes. I'm Billy U.
Are you the only one who gets this instant replay? He nodded.
Guess I'm the host, the core. I'm the one developing the co-consciousness.
How do you feel about it?
It means I'm getting well, but it's scary. Sometimes I wonder, do I want to get well? Is all this fear, all this shit I'm going through now worth it? Or should I bury myself back here in the brain and forget about it?
What's your answer?
I don't know.
Billy became quieter when they reached the small cemetery near the Beacon School for the Mentally Retarded.
This is where I come sometimes to try and sort things out. It's the saddest place you can imagine.
The writer looked at the little headstones, many of which had fallen over and were overgrown with weeds. I wonder why they just have numbers, he said.
Well, when you don't have family or a friend in the world, Billy said, and nobody really gives a damn, and you die here, all your records are destroyed. But there's a list of who's buried where in case anybody shows up again. Most of these people died during the fever of 1950, I think it was. But there's some markers over there from 1909 and earlier.
Billy began to wander among the graves.
I'd come up here and sit on the bank over there near those pine trees to be alone. It's depressing to be in this graveyard and know what it's about. But it's also got a kind of peace to it. You notice how that dead tree hovers over it? There's a kind of grace and dignity about it.
The writer nodded, not wanting to interrupt.
What they did when they started to build this graveyard was to make it in a circle. See how they go around like a big spiral? And then when that big fever came and they started running out of space, you had to start burying them in rows.
Do they still use this graveyard?
If someone dies and they have no family, it's painful. How would you like to come up here looking for a long-lost relative and find out he or she's number 41? And there are so many of these stones lying over there on the bank, just thrown in piles. It's really depressing. No respect for the dead. The good markers haven't been put up by the state. They're set up by people who discovered their relatives. They have names on them. People like to chase back and want to know where they're from. When they find their ancestors and relatives have been planted out here with a number over their heads, it kind of pisses them off. They'll say, "That's my family. There's got to be a little more respect than that." Doesn't matter if they were the black sheep or sick or whatever. It's sad that there are only a few nice stones out there. I spent a lot of time around here when I was able to roam around.
He stopped, chuckled, and said,
"When I could roam around."
The writer knew he was referring to the word used in the dispatch headline.
I'm glad you can laugh at it. I hope you don't let it get you anymore.
It doesn't. I got over that hump. I realize there's going to be a lot more, but I don't think they'll be sprung on me, and I'll be able to handle them easier.
During their conversation, the writer realized he had been sensing a barely perceptible change in Billy's expression. His gait was quicker, his speech had become more articulate, and now the mocking reference to the headline.
Let me ask you something, the writer said. In talking to you now, if you hadn't told me you were Billy, you could have fooled me, because you sound like the teacher.
His eyes brightened, and he smiled.
Well, why don't you ask me?
Who are you?
I'm the teacher.
You son of a bitch. You like to spring things on me.
He smiled.
That's the way it goes. When I become relaxed, it happens. It's got to take an inner peace. That's what I found out here, talking with you, being able to see these things again and relive and remember.
Why did you wait for me to ask you? Why didn't you say, "Hey, I'm the teacher"?
He shrugged.
It's not as if I'm re-meeting you. The unfused Billy has been talking to you. And then all of a sudden Reagan joins the conversation, and then Arthur, because they have something to contribute. And in a way, it's also very embarrassing to say, "Oh, hey, hi, how are you?" as if I haven't been talking to you all the while.
They walked on, and the teacher said,
Arthur and Reagan really want to help Billy explain to you what happened during the last mix-up time.
Go ahead, the writer said. Tell me.
Danny was never going to jump off that cliff. He was only following the flowers up the hill to where the bigger ones were growing.
The teacher walked ahead, showing the writer the path Danny had taken and the tree behind which she had braced himself. The writer looked down. Had Danny jumped, he would surely have killed himself.
And Reagan never intended to hurt those guards, the teacher said. The broken glass was for him. He knew Billy had been betrayed, and he was going to ice himself.
He held his hands up to show that what had been seen by outsiders as a threat to them was actually the glass at his own neck level.
Reagan was going to cut his own throat and end it all.
But why did you tell Dr. Cole you were going to break his bones?
What Reagan actually intended to say was, "Come, Dr. Cole, you first watch me break some bones." I wasn't going to hurt that little man.
Stay fused, Billy, the writer said. The teacher is needed. We have work to do. Your story is important.
Billy nodded.
That's what I want now, he said, for the world to know.
As therapy went forward, outside pressure on the hospital administration continued. Billy's 2-week contract with the staff was renewed. Privileges were slowly restored. The Columbus Dispatch continued to run hostile Milligan stories. The state legislators, in response to the newspaper reports, pressed on with hearings. When Stinciano and Ball learned that a book on Milligan was being written, they introduced House Bill 557 to prevent offenders, including those found not guilty by reason of insanity, from keeping any of the money they might make from the stories of their lives or from revelations about the crimes they committed. The hearings on this bill before the State Judiciary Committee were to begin in 2 months. 4. By June, despite the ongoing newspaper attacks and upheavals they caused in his living conditions and treatment, Billy remained stable. He was once again allowed to sign himself out to exercise on the hospital grounds, but not to go to town unattended. His therapy sessions with Dr. Cole continued. He started painting again. But now, both the writer and Dr. Cole agreed that there was a noticeable change in the teacher. His memory was less accurate. He was becoming as manipulative as Alan and as antisocial as Tommy, Kevin, and Philip. The teacher told the writer that one day, when he'd been working with Tommy's CB equipment, he'd heard himself say aloud, "Hey, what am I doing? Broadcasting without a license is illegal." Then, without switching to Tommy, he said, "What the hell do I care?" He was shocked and worried at his own attitude. He'd come to believe that these personalities, as the teacher, he now accepted the term personalities rather than people, had been part of him. Suddenly, for the first time, without switching, he felt like them. This, then, was the real fusion. He was becoming the common denominator of all 24 personalities, and that made him not a Robin Hood or a Superman, but a very ordinary, antisocial, impatient, manipulative, bright, talented young man. As Dr. George Harding had earlier suggested, the fused Billy Milligan would probably be less than the sum of his parts. At about this time, Norma Dishong, his morning case manager, felt she no longer wanted to handle Billy's case. Pressure had gotten to her. None of the other mental health technicians wanted the case either. Finally, Dishong's case buddy, Wanda Pancake, new to the AIT unit, although she had been at the hospital for 10 years, agreed to be his case manager. A young divorcee with a square-shaped face and a short, stocky figure, Wanda Pancake approached her new patient with trepidation. "When I first heard he was coming here," she later admitted, "I thought to myself, that's all we need. I was scared to death of him because of what I had read in the papers. I mean, he was a rapist, and he'd been violent." She recalled the first time she saw him, a few days after he'd been admitted to AIT the previous December. He was in the recreation room painting. She went in to talk to him and found herself trembling so hard that she could see a lock of her hair that had fallen across her forehead was vibrating. She had been one of those who didn't believe in multiple personalities, but after he had been there a few months, she lost her fear of him. He made it a point to tell her what he'd told all the women on the unit, that they should not worry if he ever switched to Reagan, because Reagan would never harm a woman or a child. She got along well with him now. She would check on him in his room from time to time, and they would have long talks. She found herself starting to like him and to believe he was a tormented, multiple personality. She and Nurse Pat Perry defended him to those of the staff who were still hostile. Wanda Pancake met Danny for the first time when she saw him lying on the couch trying to pull the buttons off the tufted vinyl back. She asked him why he was doing that.
"Just trying to pull them off," he said in a boyish voice.
"Well, stop it. Who are you anyway?" He laughed and pulled harder.
"I'm Danny."
"Well, if you don't stop, Danny, I'm going to slap your hands." He looked up at her and gave a few extra tugs to have the last lick, but when she came closer, he stopped. The next time she met Danny, he was throwing clothes and some of his personal possessions into the trash can. "What are you doing?"
"Throwing stuff away."
"Why?"
"Ain't mine. I don't want 'em."
"Now you've got to stop it. Take that stuff back into your room, Danny." He walked away, leaving the things in the trash, and Wanda had to pull them out and put them back in his room. Several times she caught him throwing away clothes and cigarettes. Other times people would bring back things he had thrown out the window. Later, Billy would always ask who had been taking his things. One day she brought her 18-month-old niece, Misty, back to the recreation room where Billy was painting. When he leaned over and smiled,
The baby drew back and cried. Billy looked at her ruefully and said,
"You're kind of young to be reading the newspapers, aren't you?"
Wanda looked at the landscape he was working on.
"That's really good, Billy," she said. "You know, I'd like to own one of your paintings. I don't have much money, but if you paint me a deer, just a small picture, I'd be glad to pay for it." "I'll work on something," he said. "But first I'd like to do a portrait of Misty."
He began painting Misty, pleased that Wanda liked his work. She was down to earth, easier to talk to than most of the others. He knew she was divorced, had no children, and that she lived in a trailer near her family in the small Appalachian town where she'd been born. She was rugged, a tough young woman with a dimpled smile and probing eyes. He was thinking about her one afternoon while he jogged around the building when she pulled up in her pickup truck, a sharp new four-wheel drive.
"You've got to let me drive that someday,"
he said, jogging in place as she got out of the truck.
"No way, Billy."
He saw the CB antenna and the call number on the back window.
"I didn't know you were a CB'er."
"Yep," she said, locking up and turning to walk into the hospital.
"What's your handle?"
he asked, following her inside.
"Deer Slayer." "That's a strange handle for a woman. Why'd you choose that?"
"Because I like to hunt deer." He stopped and stared at her.
"What's the matter? You hunt deer? You kill animals?"
She looked him in the eye.
"I shot my first buck when I was 12 years old, and I've hunted every year since. I didn't have much luck last season, but I can tell you, I'm looking forward to going out next fall. I hunt for the meat. I think it's right.
So don't start arguing about it." They rode up together in the elevator. Billy went to his room and tore up the sketches for her deer painting. On July 7th, 1979, boxed in red on the front page, the Columbus Dispatch ran a banner headline story by Robert Ruth. Rapist Milligan could be free within few months. Describing the possibility that Milligan might be found sane in 3 or 4 months, and that he might be released under U.S. Supreme Court interpretations of federal law, the article concluded, "He, Representative Mike Stinziano, predicted Milligan's life might be in danger if some Columbus residents found him wandering in the city." After reading the story, Dr. Call said, "I'm afraid that newspaper article is going to put ideas into some people's heads." Kathy's fiancé, Rob Baumgart, and his brother Boyce, wearing army fatigues from work as extras in Robert Redford's movie Brubaker, came to pick Billy up a week later for his chaperoned weekend leave. As he walked down the steps with the uniformed men, Billy saw the officers staring through the window of the security office. He tried to keep from smiling while he was driven off by what must have looked like a military escort. Billy told the writer of disturbing changes he was noticing in himself. Without switching to Tommy, he opened locked doors without keys. He rode his new motorcycle without switching to Reagan. Yet he rode it as Reagan would have, up steep hills. He felt the pulsating adrenaline as Reagan had felt it, physically aware of himself, every muscle working well to do the things he was now able to do, though he himself had never been on a bike before. He also found himself becoming antisocial, annoyed at the other inmates, impatient with the staff. He had the strange sense of wanting desperately to get a 6-foot metal rod with a hook at the end and go down to the electric terminal. He knew where the U80 current transformer was. By pulling it down, he could turn the juice off. He argued with himself that it was wrong. If the pole lights went off in the street, someone might have a wreck. But why did he want to do it? Then he remembered one night when his mother and Chalmer had been arguing. Unable to stand it, Tommy had gone off on his bicycle down Spring Street. He'd ridden to the terminal, crawled in, and knocked the electricity out. Tommy knew that when the lights went out, people got calmer. They'd have to stop fighting. 3 streets had lost power: Hubert Avenue, Medhoff Drive, and Spring Street. When he got back, it was dark, but the argument was over, and Dorothy and Chalmer were sitting in the kitchen, drinking coffee by candlelight. That's what had made him want to do it again now. He'd heard from Kathy that Dorothy had been having some bad arguments with Dell. Billy smiled as he looked up at the power transformer.
Just a case of sociopathic déjà vu. He also suspected there was something else wrong with him now, because he had little interest in sex. He'd had opportunities. Twice when he was supposed to be on leave at his sister's house, he had checked into motels in Athens with young women who had shown interest in him. But both times, seeing the police cars watching him from the road, he had given it up. He felt like a guilty kid anyway. He intensified his study of himself, watching the faces of the others inside him, and he knew their influence was getting milder. He had bought a drum set during the weekend, after playing on it in the store and being amazed at his skill. Alan used to play the drums, but the ability now belonged to the teacher, and even the unfused Billy. He also played the tenor sax and the piano, but the drums gave him a more powerful emotional release than any of the other instruments. They stirred him. When the news reached Columbus that Milligan's treatment plan once again included furloughs, the attacks against Dr. David Cole were renewed. The Ohio Ethics Commission was instructed to begin an investigation with a view to pressing charges against Cole for improper conduct in the performance of his duties. It was alleged that Milligan was receiving special privileges because Cole was secretly writing a book about him. Since the law required that a complaint be lodged before such an investigation could take place, the Ohio Ethics Commission had one of its own attorneys file the complaint. Finding himself now attacked from another quarter, his efforts to treat his patient compromised, and his reputation and medical career threatened, Dr. Cole filed an affidavit on July 17, 1979. Events of the past several months concerning the Billy Milligan case have created issues and upheavals that reach proportions beyond appropriateness and beyond what I believe to be within the bounds of logic, reason, and even the law. My clinical decision as to how the patient was treated is the thing that generated most, if not all, of the controversy. My clinical decision was supported by all the professionals who are knowledgeable on this subject. It is my belief that I have been abused and attacked for some very base motives, the least of which is publicity for a legislator, and material for some very questionable journalism. Later, after many months of complex and expensive legal maneuvering, including subpoenas, depositions, and countersuits, Dr. Cole was unanimously cleared of any wrongdoing. But during this period, he found that more and more of his time and energy had to go into protecting himself, his reputation, and his family. He knew what everyone wanted, and that he could stop the threats by keeping Billy locked away. But he refused to give in to the emotional demands of the legislators and the newspapers when he knew Billy's therapy demanded that he treat him as he would any other patient. 5. On Friday, July 3rd, Billy was given permission to carry some of his paintings to the Athens National Bank, which had agreed to display his art in the lobby for the month of August. Billy worked happily, preparing new work, mounting canvases, painting, and framing. He also spent time making arrangements for Kathy's wedding, now set for September 28th. He used some of his money from the painting sales to hire a wedding hall and had himself fitted for a tuxedo. He looked forward to the celebration. The news of his art exhibit brought reporters and TV cameras from Columbus. With his attorney's approval, Billy granted interviews for the evening news to Jan Ryan of WTVN-TV and Kevin Berger of WBNS-TV. To Jan Ryan, he talked of his artwork and of his feeling that therapy at the Athens Mental Health Center was helping him. When she asked how much of the artwork was done by his other personalities, Billy said, "Basically, it's a touch of all. They're all part of me, and I have to learn to accept that. Their abilities are my abilities. But I am the one responsible for my own actions now, and I want to keep it that way." He told her that the proceeds from his artwork would go to pay his state hospital bill and his lawyer, and to contribute to work against child abuse. He also told her he felt his personalities were joining into one whole, and he was now able to turn his attention to his future work, the prevention of child abuse. "I would like to see more foster homes adequately investigated," he said, "to make sure that they're safe and a comfortable environment. A child's needs must be taken care of emotionally as well as custodially." The biggest change Jan Ryan found in Billy from the previous December, when she had filmed a half-hour documentary on him, was in his attitude toward society. Despite the severe abuse he had suffered as a child, he now faced the future with hope. I have put a little bit more faith in our judicial system as it stands. I don't feel that everyone in the world is against me now. On the 6 o'clock news, Kevin Berger pointed out that Milligan's therapy program at the Athens Mental Health Center had been controversial and harshly criticized, but that Billy felt a sense of belonging in the community now. I feel a lot better about the people in Athens, he told her. They're not as hostile because they're getting to know me. They're not afraid of me as they were when I first came here. That was stirred up by other means. He pointed out that he had selected very carefully paintings he was putting on public view. He was holding others back because he feared people would try to analyze him through his artwork. He was worried, he admitted, about how people would judge his work. If they come to see my work, he said, I hope it's not because they're thrill-seeking, but because they're interested in art. He wanted to go to school, he said, to improve his techniques, but because his reputation had preceded him, he felt he wouldn't be accepted in a college classroom. Perhaps that would change someday. He would wait. I'm facing reality now, he told her, and that's what's important. Billy felt the staff at the hospital reacted well to the evening newscasts, which showed him hanging his paintings and talking to the newscasters. Most of the staff had become warm toward him. Few were openly critical. He'd even gotten word that some people who had been openly hostile before had recently written positive statements about him in the progress notes. It amazed him that some would tell him what went on in team meetings and what had been reported in his charts. He knew he'd made a lot of progress since Ward 5. On Saturday, August 4th, he was heading out the door of AIT when he heard the elevator alarm. The elevator was stuck between the 3rd and 4th floors. A mentally retarded young girl was trapped inside. Billy could see the sparking and hear the crackling and sputtering and humming of the outer electrical box, and he realized there must have been a short circuit. As several of the patients gathered in the hallway, the girl began screaming inside the elevator and banging on the panels. Billy shouted for help, and with the assistance of one of the workmen, he pried the outer door open. Catherine Gillott and Pat Perry came out to see what the commotion was about. They watched as Billy went down into the elevator shaft, squeezing through the overhead trap door. Billy dropped down beside the girl and began talking to keep her calm. They waited while an elevator serviceman was called. Billy worked on the electrical box from the inside. Do you know any poems? He asked her. I know the Bible. Recite some psalms for me, he said. They talked about the Bible for nearly half an hour. When the elevator maintenance man finally got it moving, and they came out on the 3rd floor, the girl looked up at Billy and said, Can I have a can of pop now? The following Saturday, Billy rose early. Though he felt good about his art exhibit, he was upset about the Dispatch article that described the exhibit, rehashing, as they always did, the 10 personalities and calling him a multi-personality rapist. He had to get used to handling mixed emotions. It was a new kind of feeling, confusing but necessary to his mental stability. This morning, he decided to jog to the Ohio University Inn, adjacent to the hospital grounds, and get a pack of cigarettes. He knew he shouldn't be smoking. In the old days, only Alan had smoked cigarettes, but he needed it. There would be time enough to give up the habit when he was cured. He walked down the front steps of the hospital and noticed 2 men in a car parked opposite the entrance. He assumed they were visiting someone, but when he crossed the road, the car passed him. Coming around the building to a secondary road, he saw it again. Cut across the freshly mowed field, walked toward the footbridge over the creek that bordered the hospital property, and saw the car for the 4th time, turning up Derry Lane, the road between the creek and the inn, the road he would have to pass after he crossed the footbridge. As he stepped on the bridge, the car window rolled down. A hand held a gun. Someone yelled, "Milligan!" He froze. He defused. The shot missed Reagan as he turned and jumped into the creek. The second shot also missed. Then another. Reagan grabbed a broken branch from the creek bed,
scrambled up the bank, and, using the branch as a club, shattered the rear window of the car before it sped off. He stood there for a long time, trembling with rage. The teacher had frozen on that bridge, weak and indecisive. Not for his own quick action on the spot, they would all have been dead. Reagan walked back slowly to the hospital, discussing with Alan and Arthur what to do. Dr. Call had to be told. Here in the hospital, they were an easy target. They could be found and killed any time. Alan told Dr. Call about it. Furloughs from the hospital were now more important than ever, he argued, because he had to find a place that would be safe until his hearing in Lancaster to vacate his guilty plea. Then he could arrange to leave Ohio and go to Kentucky to be treated by Dr. Cornelia Wilbur.
It is important, Arthur told Alan, not to release word of this attack. If those men read nothing about it in the newspaper, they will be off balance. They will fear that Billy is doing something. Do we tell the writer? Alan asked.
No one but Dr. Call must know, Reagan insisted.
Well, the teacher has his regular 1 o'clock appointment with the writer. Will the teacher be there?
I don't know, Arthur said. The teacher is gone. I believe he's ashamed of freezing on the bridge.
So what do I tell the writer?
You are a good talker, Reagan said. Pretend you are a teacher.
He'll know.
Not if you tell him you're the teacher, Arthur said. He'll believe you.
You mean lie?
It will upset the man if he knows the teacher is unfused and disappeared. They've become friends. We cannot take a chance of jeopardizing the book. Everything must go forward just as before this attempt on Billy's life.
Alan shook his head. I never thought you'd tell me to lie.
If it's done in a good cause, Arthur said, to keep someone from being hurt, it's not really a lie.
But during the meeting, the writer found himself uncomfortable with Billy's attitudes and actions. He seemed too arrogant, too manipulative, and demanding. He had always been taught to look for the worst, Billy said, and hope for the best. Now his hopes had been turned around. He was sure he'd be sent back to prison. The writer felt this was not the teacher, but he couldn't be sure. Billy's lawyer, Alan Goldsberry, arrived, and the writer sensed it was Alan explaining why he wanted to make out his will, leaving everything to his sister.
At school, there was a bully who always picked on me. One day he was going to punch me, but then he didn't. I discovered later that Kathy gave him her last 25 cents not to hit me. That's something I'll never forget.
That weekend at Kathy's, Danny and Tommy painted a mural, while Alan worried about the upcoming court hearing in Lancaster. If he won, Dr. Call sent him to Kentucky. He knew Dr. Wilbur could help him. But what if Judge Jackson ruled against him? What if he were destined to spend the rest of his life in mental hospitals and prisons? The state was sending him hospital bills now at the rate of over $100 a day. They wanted all his money. They wanted him broke. He couldn't sleep Saturday night. At about 3 a.m, Reagan went outside, wheeling his motorcycle silently from the house. The fog was drifting into the alley, and he felt like riding until early light. He started down the road toward Logan Dam. He loved the fog best in the dark of night. Often he would wander out into the densest, deepest fog, whether in the middle of the forest or the center of a lake, watching the foreground blend into nothing. 3 a.m. was his favorite hour. As he approached the top ledge of Logan Dam, a narrow ridge just wide enough for his cycle wheel, he turned his headlight off. Its reflection in the fog would blind him. With the headlight out, he could see black on 2 sides and the light strip of the ridge down the middle. He kept his wheel centered. It was dangerous, but he needed the danger. He needed once again to conquer something. It didn't have to be something illegal. Every now and then he had to do something dangerous, had to feel the adrenaline pumping. He needed to be a victor. He had never ridden the dam ridge before. He didn't know how long it was. He couldn't see that far ahead. But he knew he had to go across it fast enough, with high enough torque, to keep from falling to either side. He was terrified, but he had to give it one hell of a try. He kicked off and roared down the center of the narrow ledge. When he was safely across, he turned and came back again. Then he screamed and cried, and the tears rolled down his cheeks, chilled by the wind in his face. He went home exhausted and dreamed he was shot and dying on the footbridge because the teacher had frozen and let them all down. Chapter 22. 1. On Monday, September 17th, the day of the hearing, as the writer walked down the corridor of AIT and saw Billy waiting for him, he could tell by the knowing smile, the clear-eyed look and nod, that it was the teacher. They gripped each other's hands. "Good to see you," the writer said. "It's been a long while." "A lot's been going on. Let's talk privately before Goldsberry and Thompson get here." They stepped into a small conference room, and the teacher told the writer of the shooting, of unfusing, of Alan leasing a new sports car so that he could take off for Lexington to be treated by Dr. Wilbur as soon as the judge reversed the guilty plea. "Who's been talking to me? Pretending to be you in the last month while you were gone?" "It was Alan," he said. "I'm sorry. Arthur knew you'd be hurt to find out that I'd unfused. Normally, he would not have concerned himself with a person's emotions. I can only assume he reacted like that because his judgment was impaired by the shock of the shooting." They talked until Goldsberry and Thompson arrived. Then they all drove to the Fairfield County Courthouse in Lancaster. Goldsberry and Thompson had provided the court with depositions from doctors George Harding, Cornelia Wilbur, Stella Carlin, and David Call, and psychologist Dorothy Turner, all agreeing that there was a reasonable medical certainty that Billy Milligan had been a mentally ill multiple personality when the roadside rest assaults and the Gray drugstore robbery were committed in December 1974 and January 1975. They agreed that he had probably not been able at that time to assist his attorney, George Kellner, in his own defense. The Fairfield County prosecutor, Mr. Luce, called only Dr. Harold T. Brown, who stated on the witness stand that he had treated Billy at the age of 15 and had sent him to the Columbus State Hospital for 3 months. He would, he said, in the light of current knowledge, have changed his diagnosis from hysterical neurosis with passive-aggressive features to a new diagnosis of dissociative disorder with possible multiple personality. However, Brown told the court, he had been sent by the prosecuting attorney to interview Billy in Athens, and during that visit, Billy Milligan seemed to have knowledge of the acts he had committed. Brown said Milligan was probably not really a multiple personality, since multiple personalities were not supposed to have knowledge of the actions of the alter egos. When they left the courtroom, Goldsberry and Thompson were optimistic, and Billy was elated. He was sure Judge Jackson would take the testimony of 4 highly regarded psychiatrists and a psychologist over the testimony of Dr. Brown. The judge told a reporter he would make his decision within 2 weeks. On September 18th, seeing Billy's agitation after his return from Lancaster and aware of his fear of being shot at again, Dr. Call allowed him a furlough. Since Billy realized he would be a target at his sister's house as well as at the hospital, it was understood he would stay at the Hocking Valley Motor Lodge in nearby Nelsonville. He would take his easel, paints, and canvas to work undisturbed. He checked in on Tuesday under a false name and tried to relax, but the tension was too strong. He heard noises while he painted. After searching the room and the hall, he decided it was in his head, his own voices. He tried not to listen, concentrating on his brush strokes, but they were still talking. It wasn't Regan or Arthur. He'd have recognized their accents immediately. It had to be the undesirables. Now what was wrong with him? He couldn't work, he couldn't sleep. He was afraid to go back to Kathy's or to Athens. He phoned Mike Roop on Wednesday and asked him to come out. When Roop got there and saw how nervous Billy was, he phoned Dr. Call. "You're on night duty anyway," Call said. "Stay with him tonight and bring him back tomorrow." With Mike Roop there, Billy relaxed. They had a drink at the bar, and Billy talked of his hope of being treated by Sybil's physician. "I'll check myself into a hospital for a couple of weeks until Dr. Wilbur thinks I can stay in an apartment by myself. I think I can.
because even while I'm having trouble, I'm still able to function. Then I'll start my treatment and follow her guidelines."
Roop listened as he spoke about his plans for the future, about the new life ahead of him if Judge Jackson wiped the slate clean in Lancaster. They talked through the night, fell asleep in the early hours, and after a late breakfast, drove back to the hospital Thursday morning. Back on the ward, Billy sat in the lobby and thought about how he couldn't do anything right anymore. He felt like a dunce because he was losing all the things his other personalities had given him. Arthur's intelligence, Reagan's strength, Alan's smooth talking, Tommy's electronics knowledge. He was feeling more and more stupid. Pressures were building and building. The stress and the fear were getting to him. Noises were amplified, colors became unbearably intense. He wanted to go into his room, slam the door, and scream and scream and scream. The following day, Wanda Pancake was finishing her lunch in the coffee room when a friend jumped out of his chair and ran to the window. Wanda turned and peered through the rain to see what he was staring at. "I saw somebody," he said, pointing. "A guy in a tan trench coat ran across the Richland Avenue Bridge and then went under it." "Where?" She stood on tiptoe, stretching her short, stocky frame, but all she could see through the rain-streaked window was a car parked on the bridge. The driver got out, looked over the side of the bridge wall, went back to his car, and then to the wall, looking down as if watching something or someone below. Wanda had an odd sinking feeling. "I'd better go check where Billy is." She went up and down the ward, asking staff and patients, but no one had seen him. She checked his room. His tan trench coat was gone from his closet. Charlotte Johnson, the unit supervisor, came to the nurses' station to say that she'd been told on the phone that another employee, who'd been uptown, had seen Billy on Richland Avenue. Dr. Cole emerged from his office. He'd gotten a call about Billy being on the bridge. Everyone began shouting at once. They didn't want security to go after him because they knew the uniforms would upset him. "I'll go," Wanda said, grabbing her coat. Clyde Barnhart of security drove her out to the Richland Bridge. She climbed down and looked under the bridge among the pipes. Then she walked along the riverbank, peering in all directions. Nothing. When she came back, she saw the driver of the parked car and was surprised he was still there. "Did you see a guy in a tan trench coat?" she asked. He pointed to the nearby University Convocation Center. The security cruiser picked her up and drove her to the modern brick and glass building shaped like a birthday cake with a dome. "There he is," Security Officer Barnhart said, pointing to the third-level concrete walkway that circled the building. "Wait here," she told him. "I'd better handle him myself." "Don't go inside the building with him." "Don't be alone with him," Barnhart said. She ran up one of the ramps and saw him trying door after door to get into the building. "Billy!" she shouted, running from the ramp to the walkway. "Wait for me!" He didn't answer. She tried other names. "Danny! Alan! Tommy!" He ignored her, moving quickly around the walkway, trying one door after another, until finally he found an open one and disappeared inside. She'd never been inside the Convocation Center. Frightened, not knowing what to expect of him or why he was here, she raced in and caught up to him as he started up a steep staircase. She stayed at the foot of the stairs. "Come on down, Billy." "The hell with you! I ain't Billy!" She'd never seen him chew gum before, but now he was chomping away hard and fast. "Who are you?" she asked. "Steve." "What are you doing here?" "Shit, what the hell does it look like? I want to get to the top of the building." "Why?" "To jump." "Come on down, Steve, and let's talk about it." He refused to come down, though she tried to reason with him. It was no use. She believed he was determined to kill himself. She noticed how different he was. Cocky now, his voice higher, speech faster, macho arrogance in his expression and tone. "I'm going to go to the bathroom," he said, and went through the lavatory door. She ran quickly to the exit and stepped out on the circular walk to see if Clyde was still there with the security cruiser. He wasn't. He'd gone. When she got back inside, Steve came out of the men's room and disappeared through another door. She tried to follow, but he locked it from the inside. She found a wall phone, dialed the hospital, and asked for Dr. Cole. "I don't know what to do," she said. "He's Steve, and talking about killing himself." "Calm him down," Cole said. "Tell him everything's going to be okay.
Tell him it's not going to be as bad as he thinks. He'll be able to go to Kentucky for treatment with Dr. Wilbur. Tell him to come on back." She hung up and went back to the door, banging and calling, "Steve, open this door! Dr. Cole says you'll be able to go to Kentucky." Seconds later, a student coming through unlocked the door. Wanda discovered it led to a narrow circular corridor. She stuck her head into offices and lounges as she ran, feeling like someone on a nightmare merry-go-round. Can't find him. Keep looking. Keep going. When she passed two students talking, she shouted, "Did you see a guy go by here? 6 feet tall, tan trench coat, dripping wet." One of them pointed ahead. "He went that way." She kept running along the circular corridor, checking exit doors to the outer walk from time to time, in case he'd gone back outside. Finally, through one exit, she saw him on the outside walkway. "Steve!" she shouted. "Wait a minute! I've got to talk to you!" "Ain't nothing to talk about!" She circled him, wedging herself between him and the concrete balustrade to keep him from jumping. "Dr. Cole says to come back." "Fuck that fat-bellied son of a bitch!" "He says things aren't as bad as you think they are." "Shit, they ain't!" He was pacing back and forth, chewing his gum furiously. "Dr. Cole says you'll be able to go to Kentucky and Dr. Wilbur can help you." "I don't trust any of them shrinks. They're trying to tell me that bullshit about I got multiple personality. That's goddamn crazy. They're the ones that's nuts." He stripped off his wet trench coat, plastered it against a large window pane, and drew his fist back to smash it. She dove for him, caught his arm, and hung on to keep him from swinging. She knew he wanted the glass to cut himself with, though it was too thick to smash. He'd probably just break his fist. But she clung to him, and he fought to shake her off. As they grappled, she tried to talk him into going back, but there was no reasoning with him. Drenching wet and freezing, she finally said, "I'm tired of it. I'm giving you a choice. Either you come back with me right now, or I'll kick you in the fucking balls." "You wouldn't," he said. "I will," she said, still holding his arm. "I'm going to count to 3. If you don't quit and start walking with me back to the hospital, I'm going to kick you." "Well," he said, "I don't hit females. 1, 2... She drew her knee back. He crossed his legs to protect himself. "You would, wouldn't you?" "Yeah." "Well, I'm going to do it," he said. "I'm going to the top." "No, you're not. I'm not letting you." He struggled against her, then broke loose and ran to the concrete balustrade. It was 3 flights to the ground. When he reached the edge, she rushed him, got one arm around his neck and the other through his belt, and pulled him back against the concrete, tearing his shirt as they wrestled. Then she saw something snap in him. He wilted and dropped to the floor, his eyes glazed, and she knew it was someone else. He began to cry, shivering and shaking. Scared, she thought. She knew who he was. Wanda hugged him and told him there was nothing to worry about.
"Everything's going to be okay, Danny."
"I'm gonna get a whipping,"
he whined.
"My shoes is untied and all muddy. My pants and my hair is wet. My clothes is muddy and all messed up."
"You want to go for a walk with me?"
"Yeah,"
he said. She picked his coat up from the floor, put it on him, and guided him around the walkway toward the front of the building. Through the trees, she could see the hospital up on the hill. He must have seen this round building often from up there. The security cruiser had returned. It was parked in the lot below, doors open, no one inside.
"You want to go sit in the car with me? Let's get out of the rain."
He hung back.
"It's okay. It's security. Clyde Barnhart is driving. You get along okay with him? You like him, don't you?"
Danny nodded and started into the back seat. But when he saw the wire protection frame that made the back look like a cage, he drew away, trembling.
"Okay,"
Wanda said, understanding what was bothering him.
"You can both sit up front and wait for Clyde to come and drive us."
He slipped inside and sat quietly beside her, looking dazed at his wet trousers and muddy shoes. Wanda left the doors open, but reached over to turn the headlights on as a signal. A short while later, Clyde came down the ramp of the Convocation Center with Norma Dishon. "I went back to the hospital and got her," Clyde Barnhart explained. "We were inside looking for you and Bill." Wanda said,
"This is Danny. He's all right now."
2. On Tuesday, September 25th,
Nurse Pat Perry watched Billy talk to Gus Holston in the lounge. Holston had been admitted a few weeks earlier. He and Billy knew each other from Lebanon. Laurie and Marcia walked by, flirting with the two young men. Laurie, who had never made any attempt to hide her attraction for Billy, now pretended to be interested in Holston to make Billy jealous. Nurse Perry, who was Laurie's case manager, knew the girl had been all over Billy from the time he'd come to Athens. A pretty, not too bright young woman, she followed him around, leaving him notes and telling the staff of the things she and Billy were going to do someday. She'd even spread the rumor that she and Billy were eventually going to be married. Billy, for his part, never really paid much attention to her. His grandest gesture had been to give both Laurie and Marcia $50 earlier in the week, when they told him they were broke. In exchange for the money, they picked up his Hug Your Child Today bumper stickers from the printer and passed them out downtown. Eileen McClellan, Billy's afternoon case manager, was off that day, and her case buddy, Catherine Gillott, looked after him. Shortly after the grandmotherly Gillott came on duty, Billy asked her if he could go for a walk. "We'll have to include Dr. Cole on this decision," she said, "because I'm not going to make it." Billy waited in the TV room while she consulted with Dr. Cole, who decided to talk to Billy. But after a few questions about his mood, they both agreed he could go out for a walk with Gus Holston. Billy and Gus came back within half an hour, then went out for a second walk. When Billy returned the second time, about 6 o'clock, Gillott was busy with a new admission, but she heard him say, "That girl was screaming." She knew it wasn't Billy talking. She recognized David's voice. "What did you say?" "She's going to get hurt." Gillott followed him down the hall. "What are you talking about?" "There was a girl. I could hear a girl screaming somewhere when I was outside." "What girl?" "I don't know. There were two of them. One of the girls told Gus to bring me back because I was in the way." Gillott smelled his breath to see if he'd been drinking, but there was no indication that he had. A few minutes later, the downstairs switchboard called for her. Mrs. Gillott went down to see a security officer bring Marcia in. She could smell the liquor on Marcia's breath as she brought her upstairs and took her to a room. "Where's Laurie?" Gillott asked. "I don't know." "Where have you been?" "I don't know." "You have been drinking, haven't you?" Marcia hung her head. She was sent to Ward 1, the women's maximum security ward. In the meantime, Billy switched from David to Danny. He seemed disturbed when he saw Marcia alone, without Laurie. Suddenly, he took off out of the building to go find the missing Laurie. Gillott went puffing after him. By the time she had caught up to him behind the Beacon School cottage, Security Officer Glenn was bringing Laurie in. She'd been throwing up and had been lying on the grass, her face in the vomit, Glenn told Gillott. "She could have strangled," he said. And Gillott could see that Danny was worried about the women. She heard people in the corridor whispering the word rape, but she felt that neither of the young men had been out long enough to do anything to either Laurie or Marcia. She just didn't believe it. When she left at 11 that night, everything seemed calm, both women in Ward 1, and Milligan and Holston off in their rooms asleep. When Pat Perry came on duty at 7 the next morning, rumors had spread over the ward and the hospital. The two young women had been found drunk and unconscious out on the hill. Laurie's clothes had been ripped. Some said she'd complained of having been raped. Others said there had been no mention of rape. Billy and Gus Holston had been out for a walk at the same time, and suspicion pointed to them. But almost everyone on the admissions and intensive treatment ward agreed that there could not have been a rape. The State Highway Patrol was called to investigate, and they requested that AIT be locked temporarily to ensure that all the males on the ward be available for questioning. Dr. Cole spoke to several of the staff. Billy and Holston weren't awake yet. The question was, who would tell Billy about the accusations being made against him and Holston? Pat Perry could see he didn't want to do it himself. Everyone else refused. Perry hadn't been on duty the day last spring when Reagan exploded, threatening the attendants with the broken drinking glass, but others who had been feared the same violence might happen when Billy heard the news. Dr. Cole had the ward door locked before he talked to either of them. Holston was the first one up, The doctor told him what he was being accused of. Then he went into Billy's room and told him the same thing. Both young men seemed confused at first and hurt at the accusations. But as the morning wore on, they became more agitated, more frightened. He spoke of people coming after them to take them to Lima, of the FBI out to get them, of being sent back to Lebanon. Throughout the day, the staff tried to keep them calm. The staff was angry, too. They didn't believe it at all. Wanda Pancake and Pat Perry kept assuring Holston and Billy that no one was coming to take them away. But they both knew they weren't talking to Billy. It was one of the others. Wanda felt sure it was Steve. Pat Perry gave Billy a lot of Amidol that day, trying to keep him under control. At one point he took a nap and seemed all right, but by 2 p.m, both young men were agitated again. Billy was switching from Steve to David, whining and crying, and then he'd be tough again, and he and Holston would pace up and back, edgy about anyone walking near them. Every time the phone rang, Billy jumped and said, "They're coming after me!" Billy and Holston moved to the back of the lobby near the locked rear door leading to the fire escape. They pulled the tables and chairs around them to form a barricade, and took off their belts, wrapping them around their fists. "I don't want any men coming towards us," Steve said, "or we'll bust out the back door." He picked up a chair in his left hand, holding it like a lion tamer. The staff realized they could no longer handle the situation. They called for a code green. Pat Perry heard it over the loudspeaker system. She expected the usual wait, and then to see 8 or 10 guards and attendants from other wards come through the door of the ward to help out. "My God!" she gasped as the door burst open. There was a mob of men, security guards, attendants, aides, supervisors, men from health care and from psychology who had no business there, men from geriatrics who would never come on a regular code green. There were at least 30 of them. It was, she thought, like trapping an animal, as if everyone had just been waiting for the signal. She and Wanda stood close to Billy and Holston, who made no attempt to touch or harm them. But as the wave of men approached, the 2 patients brandished chairs and gestured menacingly with their belt-wrapped fists. "I'm not going to Lima," Steve shouted. "Just when everything was going all right, I get blamed for something I didn't do. Now I'll never get my chance. Now I've got no more hopes." "Billy, listen to me," Cole said. "This isn't the way to handle it. You've got to settle down. If you come after us, we'll bust the door and get the car and leave." "You're wrong, Billy. This behavior isn't going to help you. You've been accused of this thing, and it might come out bad, but this isn't the way to behave. We're not going to put up with it." Billy refused to listen. Dave Malawista, the senior psychologist, tried to reason with him. "Come on, Billy. Have we ever let anything happen to you before? We've invested so much time in you. Do you think we're going to let them take you away from us over this? We want to help you, not make things worse for you. The staff doesn't believe all that stuff. We've documented your charts and the girls' charts as well. The time is accounted for. The investigation should go in your favor." Billy put the chair down and came out of the corner. He calmed down, and the men left the ward. But Billy soon began whining and crying again, and Holston was still acting out his hostility. He ranted and raved about being taken away, and that was upsetting Billy even more. "We won't get our chance," Holston said. "I've been accused unjustly before. You just wait. They'll sneak up here without telling us. We'll be whisked off and never seen again." The staff was more on edge than Pat had ever seen before. They sensed that something was going to happen. The 3 o'clock shift took over, and the younger women were replaced by the elderly Eileen McClellan and Catherine Gillott. And Mrs. Gillott had been surprised to hear about the rape investigation. Forewarned by the morning shift, she tried to keep the 2 young men calm. But as the afternoon wore on, their nervous glances and movements began again, the talk of being interrogated and taken off to prison, the threats of ripping out phones if anyone tried to call security, of busting out the fire escape door if anyone came after them. "I don't want to have it end this way," Billy said. "I'd rather be dead than have it end this way." Gillott was sitting talking to Billy when he asked for some Abidol. She consented. He went to the nurse's station to get his medication, and Gillott turned her attention to another patient. Then she heard the back door being smashed open.
Gillott saw Gus Holston and Billy Milligan running down the fire escape. The nurse on duty called the second code green of the day. A short while later, one of the nursing staff phoned for Catherine Gillott. Would she come down to the second floor? They had Billy, and he was asking for her. When she got there, she saw that 4 men had Billy pinned to the floor in front of the elevator.
"Catherine," he said, "help me, and don't let them hurt me. If they tie me up, Chalmer will come."
"No, Danny. Chalmer isn't going to be here. You may have to be in a room by yourself. You left the hospital. You busted out and you left, and now we've got to do this to you." He sobbed.
"Would you ask them to let me up?"
"You can let go of him," she told the men.
The officers hesitated, not knowing what to expect.
"He'll be all right," Gillott said. "He'll go with me. Won't you, Danny?"
"Yes."
She led him to Ward 5, into the seclusion room, staying to take his personal effects. He wouldn't give her his necklace with an arrowhead on it.
"Better empty your pockets now. Give me your wallet so I can put it away."
She saw he was carrying a lot of money. One of the Ward 5 attendants, impatient to shut Milligan in, shouted, "Come on out of there, Catherine, or I'll lock you in with him." She understood that they were scared of the boy. A short while after she returned to AIT, a nurse called to say something was going on with Milligan in the seclusion room. He had put his mattress over the observation window, preventing the staff from looking in, and they were afraid to unlock the door to see what he was doing. Would she come down again? She took a male attendant with her, someone Billy knew, and called through the seclusion room door.
"This is Catherine. I'm coming in to check on you. Don't be afraid."
They went in. Billy was making a gurgling, choking sound. The arrowhead was gone from his necklace. The chain lay broken on the floor. Dr. Sammy Michaels ordered Billy transferred to a room with a bed, but when the staff went in to get him, he fought. It took several men to move him. Mrs. Gillott stayed with him in the new room. She gave Billy several cups of water, and in a few minutes he spit out the arrowhead. The nurse gave him an injection, and Gillott talked with him for a while longer, assuring him she'd be back, telling him to get some rest. Then she went back to her ward, thinking about how very frightened he was. The following morning, when Wanda, Pat Perry, and Mike Roop came on duty, they learned that Billy and Holston had been taken to Ward 5. Though Roop, now on the morning shift, wanted to visit Billy, word was sent up by Ward 5 that the staff of AIT was not to visit him. He was theirs now. When Billy's sister, Kathy, called, she was told there had been trouble and that Billy had been placed on the male maximum security ward. Billy would not be allowed to leave to attend her wedding the next day. The story was leaked to the newspapers, and the following appeared in the Columbus Citizen-Journal on October 3, 1979. Milligan financed rum party, patrol will reveal. Stinziano, by Eric Rosenman. William S. Milligan, the alleged multiple personality rapist, was one of 4 patients who engaged in a rum and coke party on the grounds of the Athens Mental Health Center last week, a state legislator claimed Wednesday. Representative Mike Stinziano of Columbus said a secret Ohio Highway Patrol investigation will conclude Milligan provided 2 women patients with money to buy rum, and then the women, Milligan and a second male patient, held a rum and coke party. The representative said the story indicates that there appears to be little control over activities at the center. As I understand it, the report will not be able to prove the women were raped, Stinziano said Wednesday. But it will say the 2 women were given money by Milligan to buy liquor, went off the grounds to make the purchase, and then returned with rum. Last Friday, Lieutenant Richard Wilcox, head of the Parole's investigation section, said tests to determine whether the women had been raped or had been intoxicated were incomplete and would not be made public until the investigation was over. Stinziano said he was certain of his sources who supplied the tale of the party. The same day, the writer was permitted to visit Ward 5. Milligan did not recognize him until the writer prompted him.
"Oh, yeah,"
he said with a dazed expression.
"You're the guy who's been talking to Billy."
"Who are you?" the writer asked.
"I don't know."
"What's your name?"
"I don't think I have one."
They spoke for a while, though Milligan had no awareness of what had happened to him. There were long silences as the writer waited for one of the personalities to come forward with information. After a while, the nameless one said, "They won't let him paint anymore. There's 2 paintings, and somebody'll destroy them if they're here. You ought to take them, in case you need them for the book." Milligan left the conference room, then returned with 2 canvases, one an unfinished, unsigned, gloomy night scene with black trees silhouetted against a dark blue sky, a black barn, and a curving path. The other was a richly colored landscape, signed Tommy. "Are you Tommy?" the writer asked. "I don't know who I am." 3. The next morning, Alan Goldsberry was notified to appear in Athens County Common Pleas Court before Judge Roger J. Jones. Assistant Attorney General David Belinkie had filed a motion on behalf of the state of Ohio to transfer Milligan to the Lima State Hospital for the criminally insane. Gus Holston was being sent back to Lebanon. Goldsberry appealed to Judge Jones to allow him time to confer with his client. "It's my belief that Mr. Milligan has a right to know about this motion, and has a right, under the second paragraph of 5122.20, to at least be advised that he can request a hearing immediately. Since he hasn't been given this notice, I want to request for him that he have a right to a hearing with him being present. I don't think these proceedings give him that opportunity." The judge disagreed, and Belinkie called as his only witness Russell Cremines, Chief of Security and Safety at the Athens Mental Health Center. "Mr. Cremines, are you aware of any physical assaults that have occurred between Mr. Milligan and any of the personnel at the hospital within the most recent events?" "Yes. I have reports from an individual, M. Wilson, who was an aide at the hospital, and also the officer on duty that night, Officer Clyde Barnhart. The date of this incident was September 26, 1979. I'm concerned about being able to contain Mr. Milligan on the locked unit, where he is right now. Would you, as a security officer and chief of security, have severe reservations whether the facility could adequately hold Mr. Milligan if he had intentions of leaving the grounds?" "I have serious reservations whether the institution would be able to hold him if he actually wanted to leave, yes." "Do you have first-hand knowledge as to what happened on the night of the escape attempt?" Belinkie asked. "Yes, I do. Mr. Milligan and another patient, Mr. Gus Holston, proceeded to break the door down on our AIT, which is a receiving hospital unit where they were being housed. A chair was used to break the lock of the fire escape door, and the 2 proceeded down the fire escape in an AWOL attempt. The 2, Milligan and Holston, proceeded to the parking lot, where Milligan had a vehicle which was brought back from an AWL, proceeded to unlock the car and enter the car. Milligan, he said, was prevented from entering the car, and Milligan and Holston then ran over the hill. 3 men were able to subdue Milligan and take him back to Ward 5. After hearing Chief Cremines' evidence, Judge Jones granted the motion of the Attorney General's office that Milligan be sent to Lima. At 2 o'clock on October 4th, 1979, Billy was handcuffed and belt-shackled, and with no time to say goodbye to anyone but Dr. Cole, he was driven 180 miles away to Lima State Hospital for the criminally insane. Chapter 23. 1. Columbus Dispatch, October 5th, 1979. Top officials seen spurring Milligan transfer by Robert Ruth. Direct intervention by top state mental health officials prompted the transfer Thursday of multi-personality rapist William S. Milligan to Lima State Hospital, a maximum security facility, a reliable source reports. The transfer order came after top officials in the Ohio Mental Health and Mental Retardation's Columbus headquarters made several phone calls Wednesday to the Athens Mental Health Center, where Milligan had been confined for 10 months, the source said. Mental Health Director Timothy Moritz made at least one of the calls, the source added. 2 state legislators, Representatives Mike Stinziano, Democrat, Columbus, and Claire Ball, Jr., Republican, Athens, repeatedly have complained about what they charged was lenient treatment given the rapist,
Thursday, both Stinziano and Ball praised the decision to transfer Milligan to the Lima facility, but Ball added, "I only wonder what took so long." Stinziano said he will continue to keep a close watch on Milligan's case to ensure Milligan is not released from a maximum security facility until he is no longer a threat to society. The day after Milligan's transfer, Judge S. Farrell Jackson of the Common Pleas Court in Lancaster filed his ruling on Milligan's motion to vacate his guilty plea for the Gray drugstore robbery. The court is of the opinion that the burden of proof as to the matter of the insanity of William S. Milligan on March 27, 1975, is upon the defendant, William S. Milligan. After a careful analysis of all the evidence, this court is not convinced by a preponderance of the evidence that on March 27, 1975, that William Stanley Milligan was insane, was unable to counsel in his own defense, or was unable to understandingly enter a plea of guilty to the charges, and therefore there has been no showing of a manifest injustice, and the motion of William Stanley Milligan to withdraw his pleas of guilty is denied. Goldsberry filed an appeal with the Ohio Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals on the grounds that Judge Jackson had improperly considered the weight of the evidence, balancing the opinions of 4 eminently qualified psychiatrists and a psychologist against the solitary opinion of Dr. Brown. He also filed a motion in the city of Lima, Ohio, at the Allen County Courthouse, charging that his client had not been given an opportunity to confer with his attorney and that he had been transferred to a more restrictive facility without due process. 2. A week later, at the Allen County Courthouse, where the referee would hear Goldsberry's motion to return Milligan to Athens, the writer saw Billy in handcuffs for the first time. It was the teacher, and he smiled sheepishly. Alone in the room with Goldsberry and the writer, the teacher spoke of his treatment at Lima during the past week. Dr. Lindner, the clinical director, had diagnosed him as a pseudo-psychopathic schizophrenic, and he prescribed stelazine, one of the psychotropic drugs in the same family as thorazine, the drug that made the splitting so much worse. They talked until the bailiff informed them the referee was ready to begin. Goldsberry and Billy asked that the writer be allowed to sit at the table with them, across from Assistant Attorney General David Belinkie, and his witness for the state of Ohio, Dr. Louis Lindner, a thin man with a pinched face, metal-rimmed glasses, and a Van Dyke beard. He looked across the room at Milligan with an undisguised sneer. After several more minutes of conferences between the attorneys and the referee made the decision, on the basis of law only, with no testimony, that since Judge Jones had ruled the appropriate place for hospitalization was Lima State Hospital, and since by the end of November Milligan would have the right to present evidence at his 90-day review, the hearing was moot. The court would decide in 6 weeks whether or not Milligan was still mentally ill, and whether or not to keep him at Lima. The teacher addressed the court. "I know I have to wait before I can resume my treatment, and my doctors have told me for the past 2 years, you have to want help from the people who can give it to you. You have to be able to totally trust your physician, your psychiatrist, your treatment team. I just want the speediness of the court to help me resume my treatment properly." "Mr. Milligan," the referee said, "let me make a statement to you on that. I think you're assuming an incorrect fact that you can't receive treatment at Lima State Hospital." "Well," said Billy, looking directly at Dr. Lindner, "you have to be able to want treatment, want help from a person before you can receive it. You have to be trusting of that person. I don't know these doctors. I don't trust them by what they've told me already. My physicians have stated they don't believe in my illness, and that scares me to go back and wait where I'm not going to be treated. Well, I'll receive a treatment, but for another mental illness. My doctors have made it clear they do not believe in multiple personality." "That is a medical issue," said the referee, "that we're not ready to argue today, although your counsel may present that at a review hearing, and it will be properly considered as to whether or not Lima is the appropriate place." After the hearing, the writer and Goldsberry visited Billy at Lima. They passed through metal detectors,
had their briefcases searched, went through 2 sets of barred doors, and were escorted by an attendant to the visitor's room. A short while later, a guard brought Billy in. He was still the teacher. And during the 2-hour visit, he told the writer about the events at Athens leading up to the investigation of the alleged rape. He described his transfer to Lima. The 2 girls were sitting in the hall one night, talking about how they didn't have jobs or money. I felt sorry for them. I'm a sucker, I guess. So I told them if they would pass out some bumper stickers for me, I would pay them a salary. They got half of the bumper stickers passed out. I paid them. 4 days later, they disappeared in the afternoon. They wanted to get smashed. They went over to the state liquor store and bought a bottle of rum. I was restricted to the unit. I could leave only if I was escorted by a staff member or by another patient who signed out for a walk, if he'd let me go with him. Okay. Gus Holston and I went outside. Catherine timed it. She said we weren't outside more than 9 or 10 minutes. We went out and walked around the building. When we went out there, I was uncomfortable because I was outside. I was diffused at the time.
Who walked out? The writer asked.
It was Danny. Holston was kind of apprehensive at this point. He didn't know what to make of me. He didn't know what my problem was. As we were walking around the building, we heard the girls back there scream out to Gus, and, well, they called me Billy. When they got up to us, they were very, very intoxicated. One had, I think it was, a bottle of Pepsi. It looked clearer than usual, so it must have been cut. We could smell booze all over them. The teacher described how one of the girls, realizing he was Danny and not Billy, leaned close to Gus and said, "Take the nuisance back up and come join us." Gus told them he couldn't, but before he and Danny could pull away, one of the girls threw up all over Gus's shirt, and some of it got on Danny's trouser leg. Danny jumped back, nauseated, and covered his face with his hands. Gus shouted at the girls, cursing them. He and Danny turned and headed back toward the building. The girls followed behind them a short way, giggling and cursing them, then headed up the brisk road toward the cemetery. That was all there was to it, the teacher said. He couldn't be sure about Holston, but he himself had never touched either of the girls. The 8 days in Lima had been hell, he said. I'll write down some of the things that happened to me here. I'll send them to you. When the visit was over, the teacher went through the metal detector to be checked for contraband or anything the visitors might have brought in. He turned to the writer and waved goodbye. I'll see you at the end of November at my next review hearing. But in the meantime, I'll write to you. The writer tried to make an appointment to speak with Dr. Lindner, but the response on the phone was hostile.
I believe it's not therapeutically desirable for him to have all this publicity.
We're not the ones seeking the publicity, the writer said.
I don't wish to discuss it any further, Lindner said, and hung up.
When the writer asked to join a group tour of the Lima State Hospital facility the day before the November hearing, he was granted at first by the Public Relations Department. The day before the tour, however, he received a call telling him that his visit had been canceled by Dr. Lindner and Superintendent Hubbard, and that the security department had been told the writer was to be barred from the hospital grounds permanently. When the writer inquired as to the reason, Assistant Attorney General David Belinkie said he had been advised by hospital officials that the writer was suspected of having smuggled drugs to Milligan. Later, the reason was changed to not therapeutically advisable. 3. November 30th was cold. The first snow lay on the ground. The Allen County Courthouse in Lima, Ohio, was an old building, and though Courtroom 3 was large enough to seat about 50 people, most of the chairs were empty. The Milligan review hearing had been closed to the public and the media, but the TV cameras were waiting outside. The teacher sat in handcuffs between his attorneys. In addition to the attorneys, only Dorothy, Del Moore, and the writer were admitted as observers by the court. Also present were James O'Grady, assistant prosecutor for Franklin County, William Jan Hands, representative of the Ohio Adult Parole Authority, and Ann Henkener, an attorney observer for Southwest Community Mental Health Center in Columbus. Judge David R. Kinworthy, a clean-shaven, handsome young man with sharply chiseled features, reviewed the history of commitment hearings from December 4, 1978, when Milligan had been found not guilty by reason of insanity, through the various recommitments, to the present day, almost 1 year later. The hearing, Kinworthy said, was being held in accordance with the statutes of the Ohio Revised Code, paragraph 5122, section 15. Assistant Attorney General Belinke's motion for separation of witnesses was granted. Attorney Steve Thompson's motion for the court to return Billy Milligan to Athens, considering the procedural defects in the transfer to Lima, was denied. With preliminary motions over, the commitment review hearings began. The first witness for the state was 65-year-old Dr. Frederick Milky, a short, fat psychiatrist with baggy pants and a baggy sweater. His dark hair was slicked down, and he waddled from the table beside Belinke, from which he would later serve as the state's technical consultant, to the witness stand. Dr. Milky testified that he had seen Milligan twice, once briefly on October 24, 1979, when the patient had been transferred to his care at Lima, and then again on October 30th for review of his treatment plan. He had also been allowed to observe Milligan this morning for a half hour before the hearing to see if he had changed since a month ago. Referring to hospital records, Dr. Milky stated that he had diagnosed Milligan as having a personality disorder, that he was antisocial and suffered from psychoneurotic anxiety with depressive and dissociative features. David Belinke, a boyish-faced attorney with frizzy hair, asked his witness, "Is he exactly the same today?"
"Yes," said Milky. "He is mentally ill."
"What are his symptoms?"
"His behavior is unacceptable," Dr. Milky said, looking directly at Milligan. "He is a criminal with rape and robbery charges. He's at odds with his environment, the kind of individual who doesn't profit from punishment."
Milky said he had considered the multiple personality diagnosis, but had seen no symptoms of it. In answer to Belinke's questions, Milky said he considered Milligan a high suicide risk and a danger to others.
"There is no improvement in this patient," Milky said. "He's arrogant, uncooperative. He has an expansive ego. He doesn't accept his milieu."
When asked by Belinke how he treated the patient, Milky answered,
"With skillful neglect."
Milky testified that he had prescribed 5 milligrams of stelazine. He had seen no ill effects, but since there were also no beneficial effects, he discontinued the antipsychotic drug. He told the court that, in his opinion, Milligan needed a maximum security facility, and Lima was the only place for him in Ohio. Under cross-examination by Steve Thompson, Goldsberry's lanky young associate, Milky said he rejected the diagnosis of multiple personality because he had not seen the symptoms. He did not himself accept the definition of multiple personality in DSM-2, the second edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. Milky said, "I ruled out multiple personality just as I ruled out syphilis when I saw his blood test. It wasn't there." "What symptoms did you observe?" Thompson asked.
"Anger, panic. Things weren't going Milligan's way. His anger takes over, and he acts under impulse."
Thompson frowned. "Are you saying that a person is mentally ill when he's angry or depressed?"
"That's right." "Don't we all have periods of anger and depression?"
Milky looked around the courtroom and shrugged.
"Everybody is mentally ill."
Thompson stared at the witness and then made some notes. "Does Billy trust you?"
"No."
"Would he make better progress with someone he trusted?"
"Yes."
"Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness." Before the hearing went into luncheon recess, Alan Goldsberry introduced into evidence a deposition of Dr. Cole's testimony taken 3 days earlier. Goldsberry wanted it on record before he called his other witnesses, Dr. George Harding, Jr., Dr. Stella Carlin, and psychologist Dorothy Turner. In the deposition, Steve Thompson, questioning Cole about the proper treatment of multiple personality patients, had asked, I wonder if you could tell me, Doctor, what you consider to be the most essential requirements for a treatment program for an individual who is diagnosed as being a multiple personality. Dr. Cole, reading from notes, including a letter he had sent to Goldsberry on November 19th, answered at length. The treatment of any patient with a diagnosis of multiple personality should be undertaken only by a mental health professional, preferably by a psychiatrist who meets the following criteria. 1. He or she must accept the condition. It should not be undertaken by someone who doesn't believe in this phenomenon. 2. If the psychiatrist is not experienced but is willing to undertake such treatment and accept the condition, he should be supervised by, or at least have ongoing consultation with, a colleague who has such experience and expertise. 3. He should have available the techniques of hypnosis as an adjunct in therapy if it is needed. This is not a necessity, but is highly desirable. 4. He should have read significant literature on the subject and personally should have attended some form of continuing education in this regard. 5. He should possess the quality of almost infinite patience, as well as tolerance and perseverance. Treatment of such a case requires an ongoing commitment to what will surely be long, laborious, and difficult therapy. Some general principles of therapy that are now accepted by those who have treated multiples are as follows. 1. All of the personalities must be identified and recognized. 2. The therapist must ascertain the reason for the existence of such personalities. 3. The therapist must then be willing to do therapy with all of the personalities in an attempt to effect change. 4. The therapist should focus on whatever positive qualities may be identified and attempt to bring about some sort of compromise among the alter personalities, especially those which may pose a threat to the self or others. 5. The patient must become fully aware of the nature and extent of the problems and must be helped through therapy to contribute to positive resolution. In other words, counselor, the patient must become aware of the treatment process and not just be a passive recipient of the therapy. 6. Antipsychotic medication should be avoided, since it has become fairly well known that it may produce fragmentation, as well as other side effects detrimental to treatment. These are but some of the issues involved in doing therapy with such cases. By no means is this a complete description of how one does such therapy. The deposition went on to explore these criteria in depth. When Blinky suggested in cross-examination that Cole had referred to the conditions for treating multiple personality as optimal, Cole responded sharply, "No, sir. I didn't say that these were basically the optimal. I would even say that those are minimal. Counselor, I believe that should be the scene for openers in treating a multiple. Otherwise, a person should leave them alone and not treat them." When Milligan was brought back from the hospital after lunch, he had changed his shirt. The writer suspected the teacher was gone. Goldsberry and Thompson called Dr. George Harding, Jr. to the stand. After he summarized his involvement in the Milligan case, Dr. Harding said he still felt Athens was the proper place for Billy's treatment. "Dr. Harding," asked Blinky in cross-examination, "isn't multiple personality very rare?" "It is. Aren't we all different people inside?" "The difference," said Harding, "is the amnesia. How do you prove amnesia? Couldn't it be faked?" "We were very careful," Harding said. "We made repeated explorations. We approached it skeptically. His amnesia was legitimate. He was not feigning." "Dr. Harding," Goldsberry asked in redirect examination, "did you use case histories and other hospital records to come to your diagnosis?" "I did. We used everything we could find." "Do you think it is necessary for a psychiatrist to use past records and the opinions of other treating physicians in arriving at a diagnosis?" "I believe it's absolutely essential." When Harding was shown the letter by Dr. Cole setting forth the criteria for treating multiple personality,
He told the court he felt it was an excellent statement and agreed that those conditions were the minimum requirements. Harding was followed to the witness stand by psychologist Dorothy Turner, who testified that she had seen Billy on almost a daily basis before his trial and had given several of the personalities intelligence tests. "What were the results?" Goldsberry asked. 2 had IQs of 68 to 70. 1 was average. Another was clearly superior, an IQ of 130. "Is it possible," Belinkie asked, "that these IQ differences could have been faked?" "Absolutely not," Turner said with anger in her voice. "I have no doubt that there was no way to fake these differences." Dr. Stella Carlin testified that she had arrived independently at the same diagnosis as Dorothy Turner, Dr. Cornelia Wilbur, and Dr. George Harding. Carlin had seen Milligan in April, June, and July of this year, and felt he was still split. "What if there are other problems?" Belinkie asked. "The multiple personality should be treated first," Carlin said. "He may have other mental problems. Different personalities might have different illnesses. But the overall problem should be treated first." "Do you think he was receiving correct treatment in Athens?" "I do." Goldsberry showed her the call letter. She nodded and agreed that these were the minimum basic requirements. After Harding, Carlin, and Turner were dismissed as witnesses, they were permitted to remain in the courtroom as observers. For the first time in his life, at 3:50 that afternoon, Billy Milligan was allowed to testify in his own behalf. With the handcuffs on, it was difficult for him to place his left hand on the Bible and raise his right hand. He bent over and smiled as he tried to do it. Then, after swearing to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, he took his seat and looked up at the judge. "Mr. Milligan," Judge Kinworthy said, "I'm going to advise you that although you have the right to participate in these proceedings, you cannot be compelled to testify. You may remain silent." Billy nodded. Alan Goldsberry began direct examination in his soft, precise manner. "Billy, do you recall speaking in this courtroom on October 12th? "Yes, I do." "I'd like to ask you about the treatment you're receiving at Lima State Hospital. Are you getting hypnotherapy?" "No." "Group therapy?" "No." "Music therapy?" Billy looked at the judge. "They took a bunch of us into a room where there was a piano and told us to sit there. There was no therapist. We just sat around for hours." "Do you have any confidence in Dr. Milky?" Goldsberry asked. "No. He ordered Stelazine. It messed me up." "How would you describe your treatment?" "When I got here, I was on Ward 22. A psychologist was very rude to me. I went to sleep." "When did you first learn you were a multiple personality, Billy?" "At the Harding Hospital. I kind of believed it, but I really knew it when I saw the videotapes at the Athens Mental Health Center." "Why do you think it happened, Billy?" "Because of the things my stepfather did to me. I didn't want to be me anymore. I didn't want to be Billy Milligan." "Could you give us an example of what happens to you when you're a multiple personality?" "Well, it's like this. One day I was standing in front of a mirror in my apartment shaving. I'd had problems. I just moved to Columbus, and I felt bad because I didn't leave home on good terms. I was standing there shaving, and it was as if the lights went out. It was real peaceful. When I opened my eyes, I was on a jet plane. I got real scared. I didn't know where I was going until we landed, and I found out it was San Diego." The courtroom was silent. The judge listened attentively. The woman at the taping equipment looked up at Billy Milligan, her mouth open, eyes staring in amazement. David Belinkie rose to cross-examine the witness. "Billy, why did you trust Dr. Call and not the doctors at Lima?" "I had a strange trust in Dr. Call from the day I met him. The policeman who brought me there from Columbus a year ago put the handcuffs on me real tight." He held his handcuffs up to show how loose they were now. "Dr. Call started yelling at the policeman for having them so tight, and he made him take them off.
It didn't take me long to know he was on my side. Wouldn't it be better for you to cooperate with the treatment at Lima? Asked Belinkie. I can't give myself therapy, Billy said. Ward A is run like a sheep dip, in and out. At Athens, I had my regressions, but I had to learn to correct them. They knew how to handle it, not with punishment, but with treatment, with therapy. During his closing remarks, Belinkie argued that it was the burden of the state to prove only that the respondent was mentally ill and subject to hospitalization. The diagnosis didn't have to be proven. The only current testimony, he said, was from Dr. Cole and Dr. Milky. Dr. Cole had said emphatically that Billy Milligan was still mentally ill, and Dr. Milky had said that Lima State Hospital was the least restrictive environment in which to treat this patient. I urge the court, Belinkie said, to commit him to Lima. Steve Thompson, in his summation, pointed out that an awesome array of psychiatric talent had been presented to the court on behalf of his client, and all agreed with the diagnosis of multiple personality. Once this is done, the question now is, how do we treat him? Thompson said. Taking into account Billy Milligan's mental status, these experts agree that he should be sent to Athens as the most appropriate place for treatment. All these expert witnesses agree that he needs long-term treatment. On October 4th, he was transferred to Lima and examined by a physician who claims he made no reference to his prior medical history or treatment. And he concludes that Billy Milligan is a threat to himself and others. And how does he come to the conclusion he is a threat? Based on prior convictions, Your Honor. Based on the stale evidence introduced into these hearings. And Dr. Milky says he displays antisocial behavior. Dr. Milky says Billy Milligan showed no improvement. Your Honor, it is clear that Dr. Milky is not an expert in multiple personality. It is the position of the respondent that the quality of experts are on Billy Milligan's side. Judge Kinworthy announced that he would take the matter under advisement and render a decision in not more than 10 days. Until then, Milligan would remain at Lima. On December 10, 1979, the court made the following findings. 1. The respondent is a mentally ill person in that his condition represents a substantial disorder of thought, mood, perception, orientation, and memory that grossly impairs his judgment, behavior, and capacity to recognize reality. 2. That respondent's mental illness is a condition diagnosed as multiple personality. 3. That respondent is a mentally ill person subject to hospitalization by court order in that, because of his illness, he represents a substantial risk of physical harm to himself as manifested by evidence of threats of suicide. Represents a substantial risk of physical harm to others as manifested by evidence of recent violent behavior. And further, that he would benefit from treatment in a hospital for his mental illness and is in need of such treatment as manifested by evidence of behavior that creates a grave and imminent risk to the substantial rights of others and to himself. 4. That respondent, due to his mental illness, is dangerous to himself and to others, and therefore requires hospitalization in a maximum security facility. 5. That by reason of respondent having been diagnosed as a multiple personality, his treatment should be consistent with such diagnosis. It is ordered, therefore, that the said respondent be committed to the Lima State Hospital, Lima, Ohio, for treatment consistent with the diagnosis of said respondent as a multiple personality, and that copies under seal of the findings in this case be transmitted to the Lima State Hospital, Lima, Ohio. David R. Kinworthy, Judge, Allen County Common Pleas Court, Probate Division. 4. Billy called the writer from the Lima State Hospital Male Infirmary on December 18th. He had been badly beaten by a hospital employee. A Lima attorney who had been appointed guardian ad litem at the hearing had taken Polaroids of welts across his back from being whipped with an extension cord. Billy's eyes and face were blackened, and he had 2 cracked ribs.
The hospital administrators released a statement to the press saying that, following an altercation with an attendant, Milligan was found to have no injuries other than those that had been apparently self-inflicted. The next day, after a visit by attorney Steve Thompson, the Lima administration reversed itself, issuing a statement confirming that Milligan had subsequently been severely injured. Both the FBI and the Ohio State Highway Patrol were called in to make investigations for possible submission to the grand jury. Thompson was outraged by the reports from Billy as well as from the Lima attorney, and he released a statement reported only on the radio. Ultimately, anyone who is incarcerated still has the protection of his civil rights, he told the newscaster. And in Ohio statutory law, patients have rights that were granted by the recent amendments to the Mental Health Bill. Patients' civil rights. Under the United States statutes, they have the protection of the federal civil rights bills too, and those ultimately can be enforced in court. It would be too early to say what's going to happen here. The Lima State Hospital Third Monthly Treatment Plan Review of January 2, 1980, made the determination that the patient's treatment plan is both valid and proper for his condition. Patient's diagnosis is 1. Pseudo-psychopathic schizophrenia, DSM-2, 295.5, with dissociative episodes. 2. Rule out antisocial personality, hostile subtype, DSM-2, 301.7. 3. Alcohol addiction, DSM-2, 303-2, by history. And 4. Drug dependence, stimulants, 304.6, by history. The patient was referred to the ITU unit a couple of weeks ago due to the patient's acting out violently at the male hospital staff. The patient, I believe, has been adversely affected by the notoriety which she has received in the paper and, as such, is carrying around this star status attitude. Mr. Milligan shows marked characteristics of the true psychopath, and as such is as hard to deal with as any other psychopathic patient. In addition, the patient displays many of the characteristics of hysteric personality. Even though this disorder is usually seen in females, there are numerous cases of male hysterical personality. This condition should not be ruled out. Signed, Louis A. Lindner, M.D., Staff Psychiatrist, January 4th, 1980. Signed, J. William McIntosh, Ph.D., Psychologist, January 4th, 1980. Signed, John Doran, M.A., Psychology Assistant, January 7th, 1980. Angered at the Lima State Hospital officials for not adhering to Judge Kinworthy's court order to treat Milligan as a multiple personality, Alan Goldsberry and Steve Thompson filed a contempt of court motion against the Lima authorities and the Ohio State Department of Mental Health. They pressed the Office of the State Director of Mental Health to transfer Billy Milligan to a less restrictive hospital. 5. Locked in the strong ward of the Lima State Hospital for the criminally insane, the unfused Billy Milligan checked out a pencil from one of the attendants and began to write the first of a series of letters to the writer. Suddenly, an attendant, stepping through the doorway, belched a threatening command to the patients of Ward 22.
"All right, you stupid motherfuckers. Let's clear out this goddamn day-hole.
Move it, now!" Pausing for another gasp and to adjust the juicy cigar stub, he mumbled, "When the glass is cleaned up, we'll call yous assholes. But until then, get the fuck in your rooms." Glaring coldly at us, the small crowd got out of their hard-backed chairs and zombied down the hall until the closing clanks of the big iron doors began. The expressionless men that wore drooling towels like bibs walked even slower, but the burly attendants hurried them with a stinging crack of the wide leather belts, allowing them no dignity whatsoever. Thorazine, Perlixin, Haldol, and any other psychotropic drug on the market maintained an assured obedience of the strictest kind, so it was fed like candy. No humanity, but I almost forgot. We are not human. Clank!
Every joint in my body seemed to stiffen and freeze as I stepped in claustrophobically ridden 8x10 room and pulled the door. Clank. Edging over to sit on my bed is becoming more of a chore, but I did adjust myself on the plastic mattress. With the massive nothingness, I decided to use my imagination on the chipping paint on the opposite wall. I could conjure up silhouette images for my own amusement and try to identify them. Today, only faces, old, ugly, and ravaged demonic faces, seemed to hallucinate from the chips of an aging institution. It was scary, but I allowed it. The wall was laughing at me. I hate that wall. Damn that wall. It wants to come closer and closer and laugh harder. The sweat from my brow was stinging my eyes, but I fought to keep them open. I have to guard that wall, or that loud, laughing wall will move in on me, invade me, crush me. I will stay frozen and guard the damn loud, laughing wall. 410 men declared criminally insane shadow the endless halls of this God-forgotten pit. I grow angry at the fact that the state had the gall to call this place a hospital. Lima State Hospital. Clank! Silence fell over Ward 22, except the tinkling and sweeping of the broken window. Someone smashed a small window in the day hall where we sit against the wall in hard, thick wooden chairs. You sit, you may smoke. You do not talk. You have both feet on the floor, or life will get very hard on you. Who broke a window? Now the attendants will be in a bitchy mood because their card game was interrupted, and one will be ordered to stay in the day room if they will let us out of our little boxes. I could hear nothing, dazed in my trance-like stupor. My body was numb and hollow. The damn loud, laughing wall stopped laughing. The wall was a wall, and the chips were chips. My hands were cold but clammy, and the thumping of my heart echoes inside my hollow body. The wakeful anxiety began to choke me, waiting to come out of my little box. But I remained frozen on my bed, staring at the silent, motionless wall. Me, a nothingness zombie in a nothingness box, in a nothingness hell. Saliva trying to spill over my dry, parched lips was a sure sign that the psychotropic medication was fighting for control of my mind, soul, and body. Should I fight it? Declare it the winner? Succumb to the third world to escape the tragic realities that lie beyond my steel door? Is life worth living in the jaws of society's trash can for misfit minds? What can I possibly achieve or contribute to mankind in this steel and concrete box with a damn loud, laughing wall that moves? Just give up? More questions raced through my mind like a 33 record set on 78, growing more and more intense. Suddenly, a horrifying shock vaulted through my body that threw my slumped shoulders back and set me even more upright. Reality, forcing itself upon me like a vicious slap in the face, broke my trance and cracked my frozen joints. Something was crawling up my spine. My imagination? After gathering what few senses I had left, I knew it was not. There was something crawling up my spine. I reacted by jerking my shirt over my head, ignoring the fact it had buttons. Blind fear has no mercy for material items. 3 buttons popped. Flinging the shirt to the floor, the feeling left my back. Peering down at the shirt, I saw the invader. A cockroach about 3 centimeters long and black had been tap dancing on my lumbars. The gross insect was harmless, but shocking. The rodent did make up my mind for me. I came back to this side of reality, but was still thinking about my inner debate. I did let the hideous little thing go. Secretly, I was content with the awareness I had of myself, proud of the mental and physical victory. I am not a mental basket case. I still had some fight in me. I have not lost, but I have not won. I broke a window, and I don't even know why. The writer received a letter dated January 30th from another patient at Lima. Dear Sir, let me get to the main point. Within 24 hours of Billy's visit by his attorney,
Bill was transferred from ITU 5 to ITU 9. 9 is a stronger ward than 5. The decision for the transfer was made by the team personnel in the daily team meeting. It came as a surprise and shock for Bill, yet he handled it well. The only time Bill and I can converse now is at recreation. This is where I found out that the pressure on him was on full. He says his visits, mail, phone calls are all cut off until he fires his attorneys. He has been told to stop the book and is harassed by attendants. I too have been accused of aiding Bill on the book and have realized that these people don't want the book out. I was told Bill will be staying the remainder of his time here on a strong ward. Name withheld. On March 12th, the writer received a letter written in Serbo-Croatian, postmarked Lima. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Saturday, March 8th, 1980.
How are you? I hope splendid. I lost time. There is no cure for Billy in sleep. He is fine. Do not worry. I am going to rule. I will do everything I can for him. You can count on me. Necessity knows no laws. Reagan.
Epilogue. In the months that followed, I kept in touch with Billy by mail and telephone. He continued to hope that the Court of Appeals would overturn the decision that had sent him to Lima, and that he would be able to return to Athens to continue his treatment with Dr. Cole. On April 14, 1980, at a second review hearing, Judge Kinworthy threw out contempt of court charges filed by Billy's lawyer against Superintendent Ronald Hubbard and Clinical Director Louis Lindner for not treating Billy as a multiple personality. The judge ordered that Billy remain at Lima. During most of 1979, the Ohio legislature had been considering changes in the existing laws regarding persons found not guilty by reason of insanity. Before such an individual could be transferred to a less restrictive environment, as the law required, the county prosecutor would have the right to demand a hearing in the jurisdiction in which the crime had been committed. The patient's right to a review would be changed from every 90 days to every 180 days. It would also be open to the public, the press, and TV. This soon came to be called by many the Columbus Dispatch Law, or the Milligan Law. Bernie Yavich, who had been the prosecutor on the Milligan case, later told me he had worked on the subcommittee of the Ohio Prosecuting Attorneys Association that drafted the new law. Yavich said, "The group was meeting, I guess, in response to the outcry that was going on over the Milligan situation." The new law, Senate Bill 297, was passed, effective May 20th, 1980. Judge Flowers told me that the new law had been passed because of Billy. On July 1st, 1980, I received a letter postmarked Lima, with the word urgent printed on the back of the envelope. When I opened it, I discovered a 3-page letter written in flowing Arabic script. According to the translator, it was in perfect, fluent Arabic. It read, in part, "Sometimes I do not know who I am or what I am. Sometimes I do not even know the other people surrounding me. The echo of the voices are still in my mind, but they have no meaning at all. Several faces appear to me, as if from a darkness, but I am feeling very fearful because my mind is totally divided. My internal family, in fact, is not in continuous contact with me at all, and have not been for a long time. The events here in the last weeks were not very good. I am not responsible for it at all. I hate everything that transpires around me, but I can't stop it, and I can't alter it." It was signed Billy Milligan. A few days later, I received another letter explaining who had written the first one. Again, I am sorry for the non-English letters. It really embarrasses me to do everything wrong. Arthur knows you don't speak Arabic, but he sends you a dumb letter like that. Arthur has never tried to impress anyone, so he must be getting mixed up and just forgot. Samuel was taught by Arthur about Arabic, but he never writes letters. Arthur says it is bad to boast. I wish he would talk to me. Bad things are happening, and I don't know why. Arthur also speaks Swahili. Arthur read many books in Lebanon prison about the fundamentals of Arabic. He wanted to explore the pyramids and the Egyptian culture. He had to learn their language and to know what they wrote on the wall. I asked Arthur one day why he was interested in that big pile of triangled rocks. He told me that he was not as interested in what was in the tomb, but it might give a key to how the tomb got there. He said something about how it defies the law of physics, and he was looking for the answer. He even made little cardboard pyramids, but David smashed them. Signed, Billy U. During this period at the hospital, according to Billy, there was much harassment and beatings of patients by attendants. But besides Reagan, only Kevin, of all the personalities, stood up to the attendants. In recognition of this, Arthur removed him from the list of undesirables. Kevin wrote to me on March 28, 1980. Something very bad has happened, but I don't know what. I did know it would be only a matter of time before total unfusion, and Billy would go to sleep for good. Arthur said Billy had only a small taste of conscious life, but unfortunately the taste was a bitter one. Day by day he grew weaker in this place. He could not understand the hate and jealousy displayed by the authority figures of this institution. They also provoked the patients to hurt him and make Reagan fight. But Billy could hold Reagan back. But not anymore. The doctors say bad things about us, and what hurts the most is they are right. I am a freak, a misfit, a biological error. We all hate this place, but it is where we belong. We weren't accepted very well, were we? Reagan is stopping everything for good. He has to. He said if you do not speak, you do no damage to anyone on the outside or inside. No one can blame us for anything. Reagan stopped the hearing. The span of attention will be turned inward, and it will enforce the total block. By shutting out the real world, we can live peacefully in ours. We know that a world without pain is a world without feeling. But a world without feeling is a world without pain. Kevin. In October 1980, the State Department of Mental Health released the news that Lima was to be phased out as a state hospital for the criminally insane and would become a prison under the Department of Correction. Once again, the issue of where Milligan might be transferred made headlines. The possibility that he might be sent back to Athens or to another minimum security hospital led prosecutor Jim O'Grady to demand that under the new law, Billy be sent back to Columbus for his sanity review hearing. Judge Flowers agreed to hear his case. Originally scheduled to take place on October 31, 1980, the hearing was postponed by mutual agreement to November 7th, after Election Day. To avoid having the politicians and the press make the Milligan hearing a political issue, a delay was desirable. But officials of the State Department of Mental Health used this delay to take action on their own. They informed Prosecutor O'Grady that the decision had been made to send Milligan to the new Dayton Forensic Center, which had opened in April. This new maximum security facility was surrounded by double fences, topped by rolls of razor ribbon concertina wire wrapped around barbed wire, and had a security system more stringent than most prisons. The prosecutor's office dropped its demand for a hearing. On November 19, 1980, Billy Milligan was moved to the Dayton Forensic Center. Arthur and Reagan, sensing Billy U's despair and afraid he might try to kill himself, put him to sleep again. When he wasn't in the visiting room, he spent his time reading, writing, and sketching. He was not allowed to paint. He had visits from Mary, a young outpatient he had met during his first months in Athens. She moved to Dayton so that she could see him daily. Billy was well behaved. He told me he looked forward to his 180-day hearing, hoping that Judge Flowers would decide he didn't need a maximum security institution and would send him back to Athens. He knew that Dr. Call could treat him, fuse him again, and bring back the teacher. With Billy U asleep, he said, things were now as they had been before Dr. Cornelia Wilbur, wakened him. I could see that he was deteriorating. Several times during my visits, he would tell me he didn't know who he was. When there was a partial fusion, he became a person with no name. Reagan, he reported, had lost the ability to speak English. People had stopped communicating with each other. I suggested he keep a daily log, so whoever was on the spot could write messages. It worked for a while, but interest flagged, and the entries were fewer and fewer. On April 3, 1981, Billy had his 180-day hearing. Of the 4 psychiatrists and 2 mental health professionals who testified, only Dr. Louis Lindner of Lima, who had not seen him in 5 months, testified that he should be kept in maximum security. A letter was introduced by the prosecutor into evidence. In it, Milligan was apparently responding to news that another patient at Lima had planned to have Dr. Lindner killed.
Your tactic is completely wrong. Have you considered the fact that not many doctors would consider taking your case, knowing they may be hit for saying the wrong thing? But in fact, if Lindner has damaged you and your case beyond repair, and if you feel your life is over because you're going to spend eternity behind bars, you have my blessing.
When Milligan was called to the witness stand and asked his name under oath, he said, Tommy. Tommy explained that Alan had written the letter in an attempt to talk the other patient out of killing Dr. Lindner.
It's wrong to go around shooting people just because they testify against you in court. Dr. Lindner testified against me today, but I certainly wouldn't shoot him for it.
Judge Flowers deferred his decision. The newspapers ran front-page stories, feature articles, and editorials opposing any move to Athens. While waiting to hear his fate, Alan spent most of his time at Dayton working on a painting for the cover of this book. He planned to send the editor several sketches to choose from, but one morning he awoke to discover that one of the children had come out while he was asleep and scribbled over the sketches with orange crayon. On the morning of the assigned deadline, Alan worked furiously and finished the desired oil painting on time. On April 21, 1981, the 4th District Court of Appeals of Ohio ruled on the judgment of the court that had sent Billy to Lima. It found that removing him from a less restrictive setting to the maximum security mental health facility in Ohio, the Lima State Hospital, without notice to that person or his family, without allowing the patient to be present, to consult with counsel, to call witnesses, or to, in general, advise him of or allow him the rights of a full hearing, is a fatal violation and must result in the reversal of the transfer order and the replacement of the patient in his position prior to the unlawful transfer proceeding. Although the appeals court found this judicial error, they decided that the error was not prejudicial. Although the appeals court found this judicial error, they decided that the error was not prejudicial, since Milligan had had a hearing in Allen County that found upon what we must presume to be sufficient and adequate evidence that appellant, due to his mental illness, was a danger to himself and others. The appeals court therefore disagreed with Judge Jones's actions, but would not return Billy to Athens. Goldsberry and Thompson have since appealed this decision to the Supreme Court of Ohio. On May 20, 1981, 6.5 weeks after the 180-day hearing, Judge Flowers handed down his decision. His court entry gives 2 explanations. First, the court in its decision weighs heavily upon State's Exhibit No. 1, the letter, and its interpretation by Dr. Louis Lindner's testimony. The court finds this persuasive by a clear and convincing standard that William S. Milligan presently lacks accepted moral restraints, shows familiarity with the criminal subculture, and shows a disregard for human life. Second, the judge found that Dr. David Call's testimony, given in a deposition, that he would be unwilling to accept court-imposed limitations, made the Athens Mental Health Center less than adequate. Making no references to the other psychologists and psychiatrists who had testified that Milligan was not dangerous, Judge Flowers ordered continual treatment
at the Dayton Forensic Hospital, as the least restrictive alternative available consistent with the treatment goals of the defendant and with the public safety. Judge Flowers further authorized Milligan to submit to treatment by a Dayton psychologist, who had informed the judge earlier that she had no experience in the treatment of multiple personality, at his, Milligan's, own expense. This decision was handed down 3.5 years from the time Billy Milligan had been arrested and brought before Judge Flowers, 2 years and 5 months after Judge Flowers had found him not guilty by reason of insanity. Alan Goldsberry immediately filed an appeal and brief with the 10th Appellate District in Franklin County, Ohio, challenging Senate Bill 297, the Milligan Law, as a denial of equal protection of the law and a denial of due process, and therefore unconstitutional. He also argued that its application to Billy Milligan retroactively was a violation of the Ohio Constitution's protection against retroactive laws. Billy did not seem bitter at the appeals court ruling against him, or at Judge Flowers' decision. I had the impression he was weary of it all. Billy and I still talk frequently by phone, and I visit him at Dayton from time to time. Sometimes it's Tommy or Alan or Kevin. At other times, he's the one with no name. On one of my visits, when I asked who he was, he said, "I don't know who I am. I feel hollow." I asked him to tell me about it. "When I'm not asleep and not on the spot," he said, "it's like I'm lying face down on a sheet of glass that stretches out forever, and I can look down through it. Beyond that, in the farthest ground, it seems like stars of outer space. But then there's a circle, a beam of light. It's almost as if it's coming out of my eyes because it's always in front of me. Around it, some of my people are lying in coffins. The lids aren't on them because they're not dead yet. They're asleep, waiting for something. There are some empty coffins because not everyone has come there. David and the other young ones want a chance at life. The older ones have given up hope." "What is this place?" I asked him. "David named it," he said, "because he made it. David calls it the dying place." Afterword. Since first publication of this book, I have received letters from readers all over the country asking what happened to Billy Milligan after Judge Flowers turned down his request to be transferred to Athens. To sum it up briefly, in his notes to me, Alan described the Lima State Hospital for the Criminally Insane as a chamber of horrors. He later referred to the Dayton Forensic Center as an ultra-clean germ tank jail. Dayton's superintendent, Alan Vogel, was sympathetic and understanding of Milligan's needs, but he was increasingly hampered by his security staff. Though Vogel gave Milligan permission to paint in oils, and Tommy and Alan ordered art supplies brought in, Vogel was overruled by his security office on the grounds that the linseed oil used in painting could be dangerous. The art supplies were removed from the hospital. Increasingly depressed, Alan insisted that Mary, his friend and constant visitor, return to graduate school and make a life of her own. "I just can't keep her in prison with me," he said. And several weeks after Mary left Dayton, another young woman entered Milligan's life. Tanda, a resident of Dayton, who regularly visited her brother at the Dayton Forensic Center, became aware of Milligan in the visitor's room. Her brother introduced them. Soon she began to do for Milligan some of the things Mary had done for him: typing, bringing in outside food, buying him clothing. On July 22, 1981, Tanda called me and said she was worried about Billy. He wasn't changing his clothes or shaving or eating. He was withdrawing from all outside contacts. He had, she felt, lost interest in living. And when I went to visit him at the hospital, Tommy told me that Arthur, having given up hope of treatment and cure, had decided to commit suicide. I argued that there had to be an alternative to suicide, a transfer from Dayton.
I had learned that Dr. Judith Box, a psychiatrist who had testified on his behalf at the last court hearing, had recently been appointed clinical director at the newly opened Central Ohio Regional Forensic Unit, Corfu, in Columbus. At first, Tommy refused to consider a transfer from one maximum security hospital to another. Corfu was part of the Central Ohio Psychiatric Hospital, COPH, where Milligan had spent 3 months when he was 15 years old. If he couldn't get back to Athens and Dr. David call, Tommy insisted, he might as well be dead. I pointed out that since Dr. Box had treated other multiple personality patients, knew Dr. Call very well, and had already shown interest in Billy's case, she might be able to help him. Tommy finally agreed to be transferred. The Department of Mental Health, the prosecutor, and the judge agreed that since this would be an internal transfer from one maximum security hospital to another, no court hearing would be required. But the wheels turned slowly. One day, before the transfer, I received a call from another patient who said that Milligan, afraid he might hurt someone and jeopardize the transfer to Columbus, had volunteered to be put into seclusion. After 4 security guards got him into the seclusion room and strapped down his arms and legs, they jumped on him and beat him. When I next saw Alan on August 27th, his left arm, now black and blue, was swollen, his left hand paralyzed. His left leg was bandaged. On September 22, 1981, he was transferred to the Central Ohio Regional Forensic Unit in a wheelchair. Shortly after his transfer, the Department of Mental Health filed a lawsuit against Billy Milligan for $50,000 to pay for his involuntary hospitalization and treatment at Athens, Lima, and Dayton. Billy's attorneys later filed a countersuit, charging for murals he painted on the walls of Lima State Hospital and asking damages for physical abuse and malpractice. The countersuit was denied. The state suit is still pending. Tanda, eager to be close to him, got a job in Columbus and moved in with his sister Kathy. She loved him, she said, and wanted to be able to visit him often. Dr. Box began the intensive therapy methods that had earlier been successful in fusing the personalities at the Athens Mental Health Center. She worked with David, Regan, Arthur, Alan, Kevin, and, finally, was able to reach the teacher. Each time I visited, Alan or Tommy would tell me I had just missed seeing the teacher. Finally, I left them instructions to post a message in the room. The next time the teacher was there, he was to phone me. About a week later, I got a call from him saying, "Hi, I hear you've been wanting to talk to me." It was the first time I had spoken to the teacher since we had gone over the manuscript of the book together in Lima. Now we talked for a long time, and he was able to fill in some of the gaps that the others had no knowledge of. And one day the teacher called and said, "I've got to tell someone. I'm in love with Tanda, and she's in love with me. We want to get married." They planned the wedding for December 15th so that Dr. Box could attend before she went on her month-long vacation to her native Australia. As part of the treatment plan, Dr. Box moved Milligan onto a new ward, along with 3 other patients she had tentatively diagnosed as multiples. Since multiple personalities required specialized treatment and attention, she felt it might be best to have them together. Dr. Box was not prepared for the criticism by Columbus politicians which followed 2 weeks before Election Day. The Columbus Dispatch reported on October 17, 1981, that State Representative Don Gilmore, Republican, Columbus, had charged that Billy Milligan was receiving preferential treatment at the Columbus Hospital, including allowing Milligan to choose the patients who will live with him on the ward. Though hospital administrators denied that Milligan was getting any preferential treatment, Gilmore continued to press his accusations. The Columbus Citizen-Journal of November 19th reported, "Gilmore calls for new Milligan probe." Despite assurances that William Milligan is receiving no extra privileges at the Central Ohio Psychiatric Hospital, the state representative has asked for another investigation into the possibility. One of Gilmore's concerns centered around an incident several weeks ago when Milligan reportedly ordered a bologna sandwich at 2:30 a.m. He said the hospital staff then had to prepare sandwiches for everyone in Milligan's ward. Tanda tried for weeks to find a preacher, minister, priest, or judge who would perform the ceremony. Finally, she found a young Methodist minister, director of the city's new transient open shelter, who agreed to marry them. Gary Whitty had hoped to remain anonymous, fearing that the publicity might harm his work at the shelter. However, a Columbus Dispatch reporter recognized and identified him. "My personal philosophy," the young minister told him, "is that I've always been for the underdog. I did the ceremony because nobody else would do it." The marriage took place on December 22, 1981, with only the minister, an officer of the probate court who had brought the marriage license, and myself present. Dr. Box had already left for Australia. It was the teacher who placed the ring on Tanda's finger and kissed her. Since Ohio does not have conjugal visits, there would be no possibility for them to be alone together unless he was transferred to a minimum security or a civil mental hospital. After the wedding, Tanda faced the dozens of waiting reporters, photographers, and TV cameramen at a brief press conference. She told them she had met most of the personalities, and they had accepted her. She said a day would come when they would live a normal life. Soon afterward, the teacher and Tanda began to notice ominous changes. The teacher was taken off all medication. Security began a pattern of shaking down his room and strip-searching him before and after each visitor. Even Tanda was strip-searched on occasion when she came to visit. Both of them found it humiliating and felt it was calculated harassment. When Dr. Box returned from Australia, she learned that her contract would not be renewed by the Department of Mental Health. "I was squeezed out," she told me. The Columbus Dispatch reported the story on January 17, 1982. Milligan psychiatrist quits state job. Dr. Judy M. Box, psychiatrist of convicted multiple personality rapist William S. Milligan, has resigned her state job in a dispute with officials at the Central Ohio Forensic Hospital. State Representative Don E. Gilmore, Republican Columbus, lauded the resignation. The teacher fragmented. Milligan's new therapist, Dr. John J. Davis, a young ex-Navy psychiatrist, was skeptical when he took over the case, but he found himself drawn into a study of Milligan's background. He won the confidence of most of the personalities and was able to work with them. On February 12th, Kathy discovered her sister-in-law's clothing and possessions were missing, and Billy's car was gone. Tanda had left a note addressed to Billy, saying she had taken all his money out of their joint bank account, but that she would pay it back someday. The note also said she knew it was wrong to steal away in the night, but she couldn't handle the pressure from all sides. "I was in love, and I was gullible," Alan told me. "I felt broken. For a while I felt cold. Then I told myself I have to get over her and forget what she did to me. I have no right to judge all women by Tanda, just as I have no right to judge all men by Daddy Chow." Dr. J. Davis was impressed by the way his patient handled the news. Although the personalities felt cheated and betrayed, they took it quite well. On March 26, 1982, the commitment hearing was held in Judge Flowers' court to determine if Milligan was dangerous to himself or others, or if he could now be transferred to a minimum security hospital, like the Athens Mental Health Center. The testimony of the psychiatrists and psychologists was contradictory. The position of the prosecutor's office had been made clear in an interview given by the Assistant Franklin County Prosecutor Thomas D. Beal to a reporter of the Columbus Citizen-Journal, published on January 14th. "I'm kinda hoping there is evidence Milligan is violent, so we can have more ammunition to keep him in a maximum security facility." At the hearing, Dr. Mio Zachman, clinical director of COPH, testified that he and two other psychiatrists had examined Milligan for about 2 hours in preparation for the hearing and reported they saw no personalities. Milligan, he said, was not mentally ill at all, but was an antisocial personality. This was a startling and threatening development. If the Department of Mental Health could convince Judge Flowers that Milligan was not mentally ill, he could be discharged from the hospital, be picked up immediately by the Ohio Adult Parole Authority, and sent to prison as a parole violator. But Dr. J. Davis testified, he's at the baseline level. He is fragmented. I could name the personality sitting there right now, and it's not Billy. He pointed out to Judge Flowers why Columbus was not the place for Milligan. Maximum security facilities obstruct the therapy of multiple personality patients. If he stayed at the Columbus facility, Davis explained, the treatment was likely to be non-productive. Dr. Harry Eisel, a clinical psychologist, testified that he had administered the hand test to several of the aggressive personalities to determine whether or not they might be dangerous. The hand test, a series of pictures of hands in different positions about which the patient makes judgments, is a projective technique to evaluate the individual's potential for violent behavior. Eisel testified that none of the personalities he had tested, I later learned they were Philip, Kevin, and Reagan, were dangerous to any significant degree. Although a social worker testified for the prosecutor that Milligan had threatened him and his family, under cross-examination he admitted he was threatened often by mental patients, but that nothing had ever come of them. Dr. Call testified that he would accept Milligan for treatment and would abide by any restrictions imposed by the court. On April 8, 1982, Judge J. Flowers ordered the Department of Mental Health to transfer Billy Milligan back to the Athens Mental Health Center. He ordered that the patient be allowed to paint and do woodworking, but he also suggested close supervision off the ward. Before Milligan could be permitted to leave the hospital grounds, the court must be notified. People say he deserves another chance, Judge Flowers said. Let's give him another chance. At 11 o'clock on the morning of April 15, 1982, after 2.5 years in 3 Ohio maximum security hospitals, Billy Milligan was returned to Athens. I visit him regularly and speak with Tommy or Alan. According to both of them, there has been no co-consciousness among the people for a long time. Alan hears the voices in his head, the British and Yugoslav accents, but neither he nor Tommy can get through to them, or to each other. There is no communication inside. There is much lost time. The teacher has not, at this writing, returned. Tommy is painting landscapes. Danny is painting still lifes. Alan is painting portraits and making notes of the incredible experiences at Lima, Dayton, and Columbus, and how his people coped and survived. Dr. David Cole has begun the difficult task of undoing the damage of the past 2.5 years, and of trying to put pieces back together again. No one knows how long it will take. Although Billy Milligan's return to Athens stirred up controversy in Columbus that upset him, he was pleased when he read a copy of the Ohio University student newspaper. The Post had published an editorial on April 12th, anticipating the transfer. Milligan, who has certainly not been given a fair shake in life, has come to Athens to be treated by the experts here. And this community, if it does anything at all, should help to give him the supportive atmosphere he needs. We're not asking you to welcome Milligan with open arms, but we are asking you to understand. It's the least he deserves. Athens, Ohio, May 7th, 1982. Author's Note. Among the many documents I examined for background before writing this book, I found 2 puzzling reports of electroencephalograms taken of Billy Milligan's brain. These were done 2 weeks apart in May 1978 by different physicians, while he was being examined under court order at Harding Hospital. Current research has shed new light on the meaning of Milligan's EEGs. Dr. Frank W. Putnam, Jr., a psychiatrist at the National Institute of Mental Health, has discovered that the alter personalities of multiple personality subjects have measurably different physiological characteristics from each other and from the core personality, including different galvanic skin response and different patterns of brainwave activity. In a recent telephone interview, I discussed with Dr. Putnam the EEG brainwave research he had presented at the May 1982 Toronto meeting of the American Psychiatric Association. He had made a series of controlled tests on 10 subjects who had previously been diagnosed as having the multiple personality disorder, testing in each case the core personality and 2 or 3 alter personalities. As controls, he used 10 other individuals, matched with the subjects for age and sex, who had been instructed to invent alter personalities of their own choosing, with detailed histories and traits, and to practice switching to these personalities. The tests were repeated in random order for each core and alter personality on 5 different days, a total of 15 or 20 tests for each body. And while the control subjects and their pretended personalities showed no significant change in brainwave patterns, the personalities of the diagnosed multiples showed marked differences from their core and from each other. According to Science News, May 29, 1982, Dr. Putnam's findings are supported by research at the Institute for Living in Hartford, Connecticut, in which psychologist Colin Pitt-Blado reported similar results with 1 multiple personality patient's 4 personalities. After learning of this new research, I went back to my files and looked at the Milligan EEGs made 4 years before the presentation of Putnam's results. On May 9, 1978, Dr. P.R. Hyman, M.D., reported that the tracing made that day was an abnormal electroencephalogram. Because of the activity of theta and delta waves, slow waves not normally seen in the brain of an awake adult, though seen in children, in the right rear hemisphere, Dr. Hyman wrote that the abnormality was probably due to a technical problem. He pointed out, however, the technologist did not prove this one way or the other despite changing the electrode. He suggested a repeat EEG. Dr. James Parker, M.D., wrote on May 22, 1978, that the localized area of abnormality that had appeared in the first EEG was not present in this second one. The second tracing revealed background intermittent alpha activity. Parker described this EEG as having abnormal bilateral theta and delta and bilateral temporal sharp waves. The sharp waves, he wrote, could be epileptiform. Dr. Frank Putnam told me that 10 to 15% of the EEGs of multiple personality patients he had tested showed abnormal brainwaves, and that these patients also had a history of having been diagnosed previously as epileptics. Similar case reports, he said, had been made at Harvard of abnormal EEGs and multiple personality. When I showed the descriptions of the Milligan EEGs to a registered EEG technologist, he assured me that they seemed to be describing 2 different people. I believe it is consistent with the results of the research done in this area to suggest that the EEGs done at Harding Hospital were actually administered to different personalities, probably the children. In discussing the significance of the new research, Dr. Putnam said, "The study of multiple personalities has something to offer the rest of us in terms of control of the mind and the body. I think multiples may, in fact, be one of those experiments of nature that will tell us a whole lot more about ourselves." July 20th, 1982, Athens, Ohio. This concludes the reading of The Minds of Billy Milligan by Daniel Keyes. Copyright 1981, 1982 by Daniel Keyes and William S. Milligan. Afterword, copyright 1982 by Daniel Keyes. This book was read by Roger Wayne. This unabridged recording was produced in 2022 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.